Wow, that sounds like stadium break. I want to announce the Yankees. Please take your seats. We're going to start in just a minute or two, and get comfortable. I feel like I should be announcing the ball players. Playing first base. Well, good morning. I'm Bruce Berman, Chairman and co-founder of the Center for IP Understanding and also Managing Director of Brody Group Associates. This is our 10th anniversary, 9th IP Awareness Summit, and our 10th anniversary. We founded in 2016. Judge Michelle and Marsha Phelps encouraged me to do this. And at that time, it seemed like, what's IP awareness and who cares? I mean, even the IP community, the IP professionals, lawyers, didn't quite get why people need to know about IP rights. It seemed like a very rarefied thing, but a lot of that has changed. And AI has been a big catalyst for that. And I welcome AI in that regard. I welcome it in other regards. But it's also brought up some challenges. Educators, policymakers, investors all need to know about IP rights. Students, especially. It's interesting and heartening to see that in foreign countries, Vietnam, Thailand, there's a great interest in learning about IP among young people, and more so than in the US, I believe. And that's encouraging as well, even though it may not be encouraging for some. Respect for IP rights and rule of law will help AI. There are going to be some folks talking about that today. It's the Wild West for AI right now, somewhat, and IP rights and respect for them can tame, or at least kind of smooth out the ride to AI. The relationship between AI and IP is strategically symbiotic. They feed off one another. AI is a tool and a catalyst, and IP rights are an enabler of innovation and creative expression. And in principle, it's a leveler of the playing field. Today's panels and breakouts will discuss those dynamics and other. Last year, we incorporated breakout sessions into the regular program panels, and they went very well. This was at Dolby Labs, as some of you were there, you remember. And we're going to do that again this year. So at 10:45 and 3:30, there'll be a 30-minute breakout session with a facilitator. People whose last names begin with the letter A through M will meet in the mezzanine meeting room. Dan Brown will lead one of those sessions. You'll see there'll be a facilitator there. People with last names beginning N through Z will meet in the central meeting room. Someone will help you get there. It's not far. Just I ask that you move along because we don't want to waste time going back and forth and being distracted by the great exhibits here. But you'll have time to do that at another time. But these will be interesting. On your program, you see the titles of these breakout sessions. They call them, at the World Economic Forum, they call these fire starters. Think of yourself as the kindling. You're helping to get things going and conversation. It gives an opportunity to people who are not speaking formally to give their opinion and share their ideas. Thank you, panelists, for coming today. Some of you traveled far and wide, and featured speakers as well. Big shout out to our partners and affiliates, some of whom are on the back board, the back wall, and they helped to make IPAS and CIPU possible, especially our co-hosts this year, COSI. Dr. Berkeley and Sarah have been instrumental in making this possible. Finally, we owe a debt of gratitude to our board. There are 4 of the members are here today: Mandy Schechter, Terry Hart, let me see, Tiffany's here, yes, Tiffany Norwood, and Keith Burgell. So thank you, board. They've really been supportive and helpful to me in particular. For now, I'd like to introduce Dr. Berkeley. He's the CEO of COSI, and he's going to come up this way. Wow, you're not allowed to. And he's also a winner, as you may know, of 13 Emmy Awards for education, science, and STEAM education, which is really an incredible feat. He's an immunologist, as some of you know, and he understands IP very well, having worked for law firms as an expert. So he's that unique combination of things, and he's a terrific presenter. So I'll just let him take it from here.
Bruce, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Oh, come on. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Right. Well, for those of you who are not from Columbus or Central Ohio, welcome to Columbus, welcome to Central Ohio, and of course, welcome to COSI. So the institution you're in right now is called COSI, the Center for Science and Industry. I'll share more later because I think I chat after lunch with you all. But in short, we're 61 years old. And a fun fact is we weren't originally this building. We're about 2 miles down the street. And you would go in 1964 for 25 cents if you were a kid, 50 cents if you're an adult, go to this wonderland STEM engagement and see hands-on and have experience with hands-on practice. And then you would literally go across the street to the very first Wendy's in this country and get a burger for 10 cents. Isn't that cool? All right, so fast forward, we're here. But we're all about science engagement. Our mission is to engage, inspire, and transform lives and communities by making us a partner science, technology, and industry learning. So why Group Women reached out to ask us if we consider hosting this very important conference. We were absolutely excited. And I have to tell you, people talk all the time about, and I know you've all heard this, this famous Asian proverb, we should be so lucky to live in interesting times. First of all, fun fact, it actually turned out it's not a Chinese proverb, that's just some lore. No one knows where it came from. But the statement is a profound statement. And as you teed up, when you think about AI and then the intersection of AI and IP, we are living, despite the craziness that may be happening nationally or internationally, we are living in such an exciting time for humanity to understand and explore where AI is taking us, and then how do we think about intellectual property around it. So thank you so much for choosing us, this space, to host this great conference. Look forward to having a great day with you all. And now I'd like to call up my colleague, Dr. Sarah Lakin, who will tell you some housekeeping. Dr. Lakin, and thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Dr. Sarah Lakin, it's a pleasure to have you all here. I know I saw a lot of you last evening in the day across the street at Jinto. And I should have warned first that Jinto is so fantastic, but I would imagine several of your colleagues are still over there ensconced in that atmosphere and having the coffee and breakfast. But welcome again to Columbus, welcome to COSI. For those of you who just come down the street, welcome again, hopefully. And for those of you who it's your first time in the building, thank you so much for coming and welcome to this wonderful institution. You will have some time today. It's a great space for walking and talking. You definitely get your steps in here. So please take advantage of that. A few housekeeping things. Lunch will be here in this room today. There is coffee set up here as well. Restrooms are out and to the right, as you may have seen them as you were coming in. If you need anything at all today, please don't hesitate to ask. My role here as Chief of Global Learning Experiences really means that the word is global, not because we always assume that it means international, but because we fully believe in a holistic way of educating young people, old people. We say womb to tomb here. And IP is part of that. We believe we're going to be encouraging and supporting the next generation of scientists and innovators and inventors. We have a right and obligation to help protect them as well. So 3 years ago, I saw that there was this thing called the IP Awareness Summit happening in Chicago, and I said, you know, I could learn, and it'd be a great place to meet in this other space. And so I flew up for the day to Northwestern and attended. And sometime during that day, I introduced myself to Bruce, and he said, "Why are you here?" And he said, "Why are you here in this role?" And we talked a lot about education, the work that CIPU does to engage and to educate folks, and the work that all of you do in your roles to, whether it's formally or informally, educate. And so the last 2 years we've been talking about this, and I'm so glad that we were able to have you here in Columbus for this event. So again, welcome. We're pleased to have you. I'm going to turn it back over to Bruce so that he can pull up our speaker for the morning.
Thank you, Sarah and Dr. B. So our keynote, our first featured speaker, Dr. B will be back as a featured speaker after lunch. She's going to wake everyone up. Is Allison Ball. Allison, where are you? There you are. Okay, wait. I have to introduce Allison. You can come up. Come on up. She's a technology expert, uniquely equipped to lead in a time of accelerated AI development and technological change. Allison is an IP attorney, patent attorney actually, who has served as a USPTO examiner. She has experienced AI as a developer, user, client advocate, and she is aware on a daily basis of what AI can and cannot achieve today, and the role of IP rights. The role IP rights needs to play in AI development. You're going to hear a lot more about AI and IP today in the discussion, and how IP can be a framework and structure and foundation for positive AI development. Who better to address the featured topic, AI's elusive impacts, than Allison. Allison literally stands at the crossroads of the great era, acknowledging traffic from all directions and encouraging us to look at new ways before crossing the street. The IP Awareness Summit is honored to present Allison Ball. I think I didn't mention that Allison's with Boston Consulting Group. That's probably an important thing to do.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Yes, I'm Allison Gall with the legal team at Boston Consulting Group, also known as BCG. We are a global management consulting firm that helps clients around the world with a variety of business problems in all industries. And that means that sometimes we have to build custom AI solutions to help address those variety of business needs. Today, I'm going to make some reference to some BCG data, but I do just want to caveat that the framing of that and the opinions I express are my own and do not necessarily reflect those of BCG more broadly. So I think I'm going to skip the part where I talk about AI as transformative, because Dr. Burtley just knocked that out of the park, and I'm going to jump right in. What I want to talk about today is the gap that we're seeing, not a technology gap, but an outcomes gap. If we look at the data about where companies actually are right now, we see this really stark difference between the companies that are achieving value from their AI programs at scale and the companies that are just, quite frankly, treading water. And the data suggests that that gap is widening, not narrowing. So I want to walk you on this journey with me, and we're going to talk about where AI value is concentrating right now, what companies can do to get there, how AI solution selection matters, and why IP strategy, although it is shifting, matters now more than ever. In 2025, at the end of 2025, BCG released its annual report in which it surveys over 1,250 companies about their AI strategies. And this year, I think there was a really sobering result for me. Only 5% of companies surveyed say that they are achieving real value from their AI programs at scale. With over 60%, the majority saying that despite heavy investment, they are actually only getting minimal returns. And that can't be a technology gap, because for the most part, we all have access to the same tools these days. Something else has to be going on there. And what I think is really more interesting maybe than that failure rate is actually what that 5% are doing right. The survey suggests that there are four characteristics of those companies that they are doing right, four things that work together as a system to help support continued growth and escalating growth over time. And if any one of those capabilities is not mature enough yet, or not aligned with the others, then you really can't establish a platform to grow in that exponential way. So the first one will surprise nobody here, it's good data foundations. I don't mean bigger data lakes. I don't mean just aggregating. I think hopefully, as a culture, we are past the point of just blind mass aggregation. What I mean is good data quality, clean embeddings, and governance practices that allow us to move fast without exposing really sensitive information. The AI leaders do this before they scale. And I think that's an important point, right? Because we all know that bad data in equals bad output, no matter how good of a model you put on it. In the South, we call that putting lipstick on a pig, right? And you have to get your data house in order before you're going to be able to really continue growing and compounding your AI programs. The second one is outcome measurement. And I know that sounds very obvious when I say it, but over 50% of the companies surveyed were not tracking financial KPIs against their AI initiatives. The leaders do this rigorously from day one because they understand that you can't really justify reinvestment if you can't demonstrate measurable progress. And without reinvestment on a regular basis, you're not going to be able to compound over time, you're just going to plateau. The third one is concentration of use cases. The AI leaders all pick between 3 and 4 core use cases that they think are going to derive the most impact, the most value for their AI spend, and they focus on those and they go deep. The strugglers pick 6 or more on average and often focus on process augmentation, human task augmentation, rather than redesign of processes. And I think one of the key things that I hope you take away today is that when we think about AI transformation and what use cases matter, it is core redesign of function that derives the most value in our use cases. It is not simple human augmentation and giving people ChatGPT to work with, although that is great too. But the companies that were able to redesign end-to-end workflows in their core business processes have recognized on average between 10 and 30%, 10 to 30% process acceleration over time, sometimes more. And that's really interesting because to me, that is not an incremental change, that is an operating model shift, right? It's a different way of thinking about how we do business. And then the last one is early agentic deployment. The leaders are deploying AI agents, the leaders are putting 15% of their AI budget towards building and deploying AI agents. Systems handling end-to-end workflows, not just individual tasks, right? So again, if we think about incorporating that into our impactful use cases, we can get some really strong returns there. Talking about those use cases, I can do a little bit of a deeper dive there. What are they? If you guessed that the biggest bang for your AI buck is R&D, you are correct. An average of 15% of AI value for an entire company pool lies in R&D functions. And it's higher in research-driven industries. So it's 27% approximately in biopharma, 29% automotive, 19% in biomechanical. And when we look at that, when we look at how we think about our R&D functions, if you are in an innovation-driven business, the application of AI, the integration of AI into how your R&D function works isn't just something to plan for, it's literally where the bulk of the value sits. Another good one is in tech functions. Yay for tech functions. They actually doubled in AI value representation between the 2024 report and the 2025 report, and are now up to 13% on average. But there were 2/3 of companies saying that they are now enabling AI-assisted software development. And the companies that have really done that at scale are recognizing 25 to 44% process acceleration gains. It's amazing. And then the last major one that I'm going to touch on is actually sales and marketing. Sales and marketing actually in some industries is the highest ROI for your AI spend, with 31% in software and travel and 26% in media. And those use cases look like personalization at scale, predictive lead scoring, and AI-assisted content generation. All things that pair behavioral data with generative capabilities and agentic capabilities to do something that a human really would have a hard time replicating. And I think the pattern across all of this data is fairly consistent. It is high frequency, data rich, and built on redesigned workflows, use cases that are going to get you the most value for your AI spend. Transformation has to be intentional in order to get sustained compounded return on AI investment. And it really is the depth and execution clarity of your transformation that is going to get those returns. And I think that that means that our AI solution selection is even more important than we might traditionally think of when it comes to software and tools. Right now in the market, there's sort of two major distinctions. I know there's lots of others, but there's two major distinctions when it comes to models. We have large language models, the general purpose ones, and we have specialized smaller language models. A lot of companies think that the answer to any high frequency enterprise use case is to just slap an LLM API call on it. And I challenge that because I think it's a costly mistake over time. The practical trade-off when it comes to these two types of models is that LLMs give us breadth and near zero startup cost, which is really nice if you're newer to your AI journey and you just need to plug and play something. But fine-tuned SLMs give us depth, they give us data control, they give us lower latency, and they give us drastically reduced inference costs, 30 to 50% lower, sometimes 30 to 50 times lower, depending on the industry and where you're located. So when we look at a fine-tuned SLM, our high-frequency dynamic use case, a fine-tuned SLM of 7 to 13 billion parameters will outperform a 175 billion parameter large language model on the same task almost every time. That's because the large language model does not have sufficient context for your business niche. The small language model does. And I'll give you an example of how this cost can play out and kind of put a real example on it. When we look at architectural design that many of us use on a regular basis, the choice between retrieval augmented generation RAG and fine-tuned small models. RAG is great. It is run on LLMs typically. RAG is great when you need or you have a dynamic data set you need to iterate often because these are quick and easy to stand up. That's why many companies default to them. However, small language models that have been fine-tuned on your data or your domain expertise are great when you need a stable, high-frequency, but again, domain-specific tasks where the data is permanently embedded as part of the model. That's because when SLMs go to make or go to respond to a call and perform inference, they already have the necessary information embedded as part of the context from the model. Whereas a RAG system is going to have to go retrieve that information, analyze it, and inform the inference all at real time. And you can see, I think, where that creates additional compute costs, additional latency, and it's going to build over time. Right? So not everything's about cost. I know I talk about it a lot, but not everything's about cost. Another advantage to using fine-tuned small language models is that they are often deployed on premises. And this solves at least kind of a mounting governance problem in the AI space. If you operate internationally or you have international clients, you are no doubt aware of the mounting issue of data sovereignty and data localization at this point. Large language models are cloud-based, and most of their inference servers are based in the US. ChatGPT or OpenAI is based in the EU. But for now, if you are operating internationally at some point, you're likely going to have to send data across international borders into the US. And that makes a lot of countries nervous. We are seeing a growing regulatory landscape in which countries want to maintain their data, particularly if there's some kind of public component to it within region. And so having SLMs, which are deployed in your environment, even if you have to do it redundantly across regions, can help solve this problem by keeping data within the region where the inference needs to be and avoiding some of that risk, making it not just a low-cost solution, but also a risk mitigator. And I think the one thing I wanted to leave us with when it comes to model and architecture design is that while an LLM is a great tool for a company, an SLM isn't just a tool, it is literally an encoding of your organization's operational thinking. It is a representation of capabilities that took you years to build, and it can and should be protected. And that brings me to a favorite part of this conversation, IP, and how AI is reshaping IP strategy, how it's changing it, and why it matters now more than ever in the age of AI and transformation. I think the paradox that we're all struggling with right now is that AI is simultaneously the greatest engine ever built for generating protectable IP assets, and also the single greatest threat to the assumptions underpinning IP law. Right? A lot of countries, court systems, are working on catching up to this, slowly, unevenly, but we're getting there. But right now, companies that just see that risk, I'm talking to you, large foundational players, and do not see the opportunities, are going to get left behind. You have to find a way to become comfortable with being uncomfortable. Right? And then the companies that just see the opportunity and not the risks, I'm talking to you startups, are really going to face legal compliance challenges down the road. Right? And some of those can be fixed and some can't. So both of these are not good outcomes. Both are mitigatable, if not avoidable, if we just take a look at how IP law is shifting. I know there's a lot of ways that AI is changing IP law. We can spend all day on this. I can talk all day about it. I'm happy to in breakout sessions, but I'm going to just touch on three right now. The first one is changing the way that we think about what is protectable. Patents, copyrights, trademarks, trade secrets, all of these categories were developed in a time that's conceptually grounded in human-centered inventorship and authorship. And AI, the proliferation of AI, is now enabling the development of classes of assets that do not fit neatly in these buckets. Going back to those fine-tuned small language models we talked about, they're certainly commercially valuable to your company because they're tuned on your data. There's utility there. There may be novelty in your tuning method, but you would be very hard pressed, at least in the United States and in most jurisdictions, to obtain patent coverage on them. So we have to rely on trade secret, right? Those weights, that training data, that fine-tuning methodology, that is your secret recipe for things that are now core to how your business functions, right? Now, traditionally, I think a lot of companies may have had a couple of secret recipes, they had a lot of training data, and so it wasn't necessarily all that difficult for many people to put a ring around those things that needed to be protected. But as we think about top to bottom transformation, as we move along on our transformation journeys, the number of recipes that we have to keep tabs on and keep a strong hold on is going to go through the roof. And I think that forward-looking IP counsel are looking at their trade secret programs, shoring them up, and ensuring that they have the ability to protect those models, those secret recipes, long-term. Another example where things are shifting is AI output. We know in the US from court cases and from the Copyright Office that purely AI-generated content is not going to be protectable. However, a human-assisted AI can receive copyright protection. The depending on the depth and the nature of the human's creative contribution. Now, this is really interesting, not just from a legal perspective, although I know we all love to jump on that, but from a business perspective, because what it means is that the way that you redesign your R&D and innovation function literally defines what type of IP you may be able to collect, to obtain on the outputs of that function's processes, right? And that makes it not just an important legal question, but a really important business question. And so when we think about that, and we think about redesigning our workflows, redesigning our R&D, our innovation and tech functions, it has to be a feedback loop that is informed by our IP strategy. What is the kind of IP that we want to collect or obtain on the types of products we offer, and then build that into the process? Because we have to think about that end before we can think about how we integrate human creative contribution in a process that we're redesigning. The second shift I want to talk to you about really quickly, because I know we're getting to time. I want to talk to you about how we're changing the way we think about what it means to be an IP owner. Traditionally, you get a patent, you get a copyright, you're like, hey, I can now tell people what to do with this. Right? You're not going to make me self-distribute it. But now we're in this uncertain landscape. Right? When it comes to inventions, we have February 2025 guidance from the USPTO. Tells us again, AI can't be an inventor with significant human contribution to the invention. Maybe it can be. The applicant has the burden of proving that you have significant human contribution. But what isn't clear is what the necessary documentation and level of evidence is in order to sufficiently demonstrate that ownership at the time of invention. This seems like a minimal problem, a legal technicality, until you consider that auditability by design is required in order to be able to produce that documentation years down the road. And we do not know what it is that we're going to need to capture, what information we need to collect, how we need to organize and store it. Then we have essentially a giant question mark in the box around data capture as it relates to our inventive workflow redesign. Just, it's an open question right now, and guidance would be great if anyone for the USPTO is here. And then another example, when we think about copyrights and maintaining and asserting control over our protected works, there's a litigation landscape right now that quite frankly is contradictory enough and really concerning, I think, for me as a lawyer. We had 40 plus court cases last year, 40 plus significant court cases in US federal court about AI and copyrights. We got Thomson Reuters v. Ross that told us that fair use was not acceptable defense to training data infringement. And then 4 months later, we had Cadre v. Meta, which told us that, oh, but wait, for books, maybe fair use is an acceptable defense, right? Two different outcomes, two different cases with more to come. And it's really hard to think about how to be proactive as IP counsel on how we can actually assert our rights in this space. The good news is that we are getting a gelled settlement framework from all the large IP provider, or AI providers that are now having to settle. But the takeaway, I think, and I would love to give you a silver bullet, but the takeaway on this point, I think, is that we just really need strong contractual protections with our partners, our vendors, and we need to make sure we have values alignment with the people that we do business with to try and ensure that we are not setting ourselves up for a murky insertion battle in the future. And then the third and final point I want to talk about, final shift, relates to competitive intelligence calculus and how that's changing. AI has really shrunk both sides of the equation. It is now a much shorter time frame to invent and file. It's also a shorter time frame to analyze a portfolio, identify white space, and start filling it in. So a traditional patent landscape search used to take several weeks. You do it kind of on demand as other patent challenges came into play. But now AI-assisted tools can do that in a matter of hours, which means that your competitors can analyze your portfolio, look at the white space, and start filing against you before your next quarterly planning meeting. And this makes kind of a structural difference, I think, because it means that we no longer can just periodically think about doing competitive analysis. We have to integrate competitive intelligence as a continuous process within our innovation workflows. we have to start looking at where the patent frontiers are and understanding what it is that our competitors are betting on before those bets turn into public products, right? And so I think that, we have to start thinking a little bit more proactively about the way that we use AI to help protect ourselves from white space. And in closing, I'll just say that I don't think the AI has weakened IP. I think it's just redefined it. And those companies that are able to adjust their IP strategy to the new reality, to think a little bit more openly and broadly about what is IP, to start building auditability by design and human engagement into their R&D and innovation flows, and to really start thinking about how they leverage competitive intelligence are going to have durable advantage. And those companies that are still trying to use a 2019 IP strategy in the 2026 world are going to struggle. I started off talking today about this gap, and I know I've talked a lot about cost. It does show up in revenue, it does show up in the value, but that gap also shows up in the number of patent filings, and it shows up in the quality of IP we protect, and it shows up in the defensibility of positions that we're establishing now. And I think, in the AI balance sheet, those things matter, right? So the thing that I will leave you with is that as you are thinking about how to start building, if you aren't already, that AI value from your programs, how to redesign and improve your R&D functions, your innovation functions, your tech functions, it has to be informed by your IP strategy. It has to be a feedback loop that you iterate and try again and keep going. And thank you very much.
Time for one question, maybe two. Anyone? Albie?
Can you say something about forensic accountability of the way the AI is making decisions?
Repeat the question.
Tell me a little bit more about the context in which you're asking the question.
Well, in the media space, you say, okay, we're concerned about this. In any kind of space, you don't know when it's hallucinating, you don't know when the data looks good or when it doesn't look good. When it makes a decision, say, should I go here or do that? I want to know forensically how it makes a decision. I know that AI companies traditionally like to treat it as a black box because for one, they don't want accountability. They don't want you to say, oh, so you knew that, so therefore you're culpable. And so how do we get forensic data when there's a lot of incentive to not monitor?
Thank you, that context really helped. That's a great question.
Can you
So,
repeat the question, please?
the question is for folks at home and maybe folks in the back is how do we think about forensic accountability, specifically like how do we think about transparency around model decision making, where it got the data, what data it's using, and how it arrived at the decision that it came to. Is that a good summary of your question? Okay. So when we think about transparency around model decision making, there's kind of two different paths that we can take, and they're both happening simultaneously. One is that we kind of don't want to know, right? And you're seeing some of that happen in the reputational divergence of some of the large language model producers, where some are taking a little bit more of an ethical responsibility around at least trying to filter or provide sourcing information, accurate sourcing information, around the different sources that their output relies on. The other way that things are going, and I think this is yet another great reason for SLMs, is that smaller language models have a much more controlled data set, right? And we have a lot better ability to define and understand exactly what went into it, because since they are trained for domain-specific tasks, we know, we have a better sense of what data had to be ingested in order for it to be able to make those kinds of decisions, right? And so maybe that's a little bit of the middle ground. And then we're also in this interesting era where out of necessity, the points you articulated, that we're starting to see technologies develop that actually involve data tagging, data tracing, right, throughout the context map generation space. And so those aren't there yet, but I've seen a couple of them, and I think it's a really neat technology. Now there's an environmental impact that just is even worse than the GPTs that we're seeing. But I think it's a really interesting concept that eventually, and this may be for specialized kinds of tools, eventually we're going to get to the point where you can utilize one of those tools and will say, I used this percentage of this percentage of this percentage of this. Which I think also raises some really interesting questions about the opportunity for like multiple infringement, right, if you're not careful. But we have different philosophies on it, and I think you're going to continue to see that divergence across the different model creators. And I think it's important for your organization or any organization to look at their risk tolerance, think again about the use case, the type of task they need to perform, and then select accordingly.
One more question.
When you're using LLM on a certain question, and then getting the output, if you chose an SLM trained on a certain data set, what would be the ultimate weights? I mean, other than being the LLM trained on that data, quality of the data, like coding data, whatever, what would be the
Yeah, I can give you a really simple example, right? So if you use, I'm not picking on it because I love it, if you use Claude to generate some PowerPoint slides, it can give you some really snazzy ones if you just use the PowerPoint skill. And I can give it an outline, I can give it context, I can say, this is my audience, this is what I want to do, and it will come up with a really good first pass at a PowerPoint deck. And that might save me hours. It will save me hours, I know. But if I use an SLM that is trained on my organization's data, let's just say hypothetically a management consulting firm that has multitudes of slides, because we do that very well over the years. And if it is trained on that data set, now the PowerPoint deck I get back has graphs, charts, visuals, all laid out in the manner and style typical to my organization. It already knows the numbers I need because it's already looked, it's already trained on our internal data set. And so you can end up, I think, saving even more time and also quarantining to a degree within region, again, or within practice area, the type of data that goes into those slides so that the output that you get is more likely to be compliant with regional regulations and also actually relevant to the nature and context of your organization. Does that answer your question?
Yes, but I also wonder if I take an LLM and train it on a data set and run it independently, what would be the difference between that and SLM?
So you could do that, but the cost of training an LLM is monumental, right? That's why they only do it every so often. The cost of generating 170 plus billion parameter model is pretty substantial. It's significantly easier to generate a model that requires a much smaller data set. And it's a lot easier for a smaller organization to do. So smaller vendors are likely only going to be able to either program on a large language model or create small language models on data sets that they have access to, because scrubbing the entire internet is not going to be a realistic thing for most companies to do.
Allison, I'll give you an example that you could, just like you use the skill for PowerPoint, you could put it into half a dozen of the PowerPoint presentations. You wanted it to use as a basis for how to conduct itself. You might get a very similar output without having to build separate small language.
You absolutely might, yeah. I'm trying to give you a generic example that I think can resonate with everybody. Yep. So I think so. You're not wrong. There's a lot of ways to make this happen. I don't need to suggest to folks that the answer to everything is a small language model. Again, I love Claude, use it all the time. I have a number of large ones that I enjoy. But my point simply is that as we're thinking about end-to-end redesign for real transformation, throwing a large language model at all problems is not necessarily going to be the best bang for your buck. So, thank you.
Sorry, one very quick follow-up question. Can you use an LLM to create an SLM? Would you put your parameters into a large language model and say, please build a small language model based on this?
don't know, I think that's probably best left to the model creators to think about what the best way to do that, whether or not that would be fit for purpose. That's a great point.
Allison will be around to answer and talk about more, more about AI and IP. Okay, so I want to get to the next panel. First, real panel. This is, thank you, Allison. That was terrific, as I knew it would be. AI plus IP equals ROI, and that's a great segue from what you were discussing. The role of IP rights in AI success. And we have a great panel for this. I'll let them come up now. Phil and Daryl and Dan Brown and Tony Tricky. They all have some experience with inventing themselves, Phil in particular, and Dan, and with various AI systems. So I'll turn that over to Daryl, who's going to be moderating this, and we'll take it from there. Thank you, Daryl.
Thank you, Bruce. Well, good morning, everybody. As Bruce mentioned, this is a panel on AI plus IP equals ROI, and we're going to continue some of the important themes which Alison mentioned in the keynote. We're going to discuss how AI and IP together can help create, evaluate, and extract value. And we have a great panel. Today we have, to my left, Phil Hartstein, who is Managing Partner at Sovereign AI Capital, who brings an investor's perspective. His work sits at the intersection of IP capital and decision making at scale. To his left is Tony Trippy, and he serves as Manager of AI Initiatives and IP Strategy at Owens Corning. He's also the founder of Patent Informatics, the leading voice in patent analytics and how organizations use data to make better technology decisions. Last but not least, we have Dan Brown, professor at Northwestern University with over 100 patents from US and overseas, and he has experience in product development and design innovation. So welcome to all of you. Let's start with the broad theme here of AI as a transformation lever. And Phil, how has AI actually changed the way that we evaluate and invest in IP?
Wow, yeah, big question. And first of all, really great to be here. It's a fantastic organization. Did a lot of research on this. I'm really interested in this kind of stuff. Cozy, I spent some time with Lucasfilm and understanding educational and STEM. So, Bruce, compliments for finding this organization and this organization finding you. Fantastic again to be here. I actually learned a lot from Allison too. Where did Allison go? So I met Allison several years ago.
She's going to come back.
But man, I am not a developer. I do not speak the language of large language models. I am instead a consumer of the technology. And I think the realization for me is the democratization that it creates for your ability to interact with information at scale requires you to engage in it, to understand it. My journey took me several years before I was willing to jump in. But on Friday, for example, and for those that don't know me by background, I used to run a public licensing business. And when I started that job as a nonlinear thinker, I did a lot of hand and very manual analysis. I needed to understand markets, I needed to understand players, I needed to have an eye for what private equity was going to do in terms of consolidating the industry. And that's even before I get to the patents themselves, the intellectual property that underlies the innovation and the technology. It took me months to do that 10 years ago. And for the last 6 months, I've been developing our own internal tools. I think Allison will be happy to know that we were focused on 3 things within our business that we are trying to accelerate and using AI for. And on Friday, for example, I ran and developed, as part of our investment thesis process in an investment fund, an entire patent strategy
very similar and equivalently sized and scaled to what took me months to do 10 years ago. And I did it on Friday. And not only did I do it on Friday, I did it on 3 different programs on Friday. And my point in saying that is, and I think you heard a lot about this in the earlier presentation, is if you really find a way to engage with it, and you can actually use it to engage with it as well. I've found more success asking it to help me build and develop the things that I need than presuming I understand its language. It has fundamentally, in a short period of time, changed our approach. It has changed our business. It has changed how we allocate our time, and it is absolutely accelerating our investment process and timeline.
What surprised you most about this transformation?
Well, a couple of things. So I just haven't been a public company guy before. I'm always concerned about compliance and concerned about the law and concerned about confidentiality. And one of my, I thought actually very intelligent test cases when we started looking at AI tools. And I'm going to say this with all due respect, I come from a tools space, but tools developers are sometimes focused on getting you to a pretty slide or a pretty output at the end, or they're trying to help you organize your thoughts on the front end. And then in the middle, and I think this was briefly discussed, you don't get to see anything that happens. And so one of my test case requirements when we thought about how we were going to use and deploy this technology was, how do I audit that? How do I keep a record? How do I keep track of that? And funny enough, the test case was by asking a question on Monday, and I asked it a question on Thursday, the same question. How close are the answers between those 2 days? And the answer is they are not close at all. And that is really unfortunate because I think the enthusiasm of being able to process a tremendous amount of data and read it, like, wow, I just saved a week's worth of work. You aren't thinking about, well, whose data was it? Where did you ask that question? And what happens if you need to ask that question again 2 days from now? And so we ended up finding a solution, and I think this will be part of the discussion meeting today, and certainly moving forward, is how is that decision-making process captured? And for us, it was an absolute imperative requirement. And so for us, the process that we're using is it captures all of the decision logic in a JSON format, which is a computer programming format. I can literally take that JSON code and I can put it right back into the query and almost completely recreate where I was with the original ask of the question. And so what surprised me is I think really just the disconnect between what's being developed on the tool side and those very particular, very specific, very confidential use case scenarios that we have and being able to bridge to them.
And just quickly, where does IP fit into this? What is the most important role of IP in this transformation?
Well, and that's an interesting question. It's going to require a lens. I think, so IP for me, and actually I think it was last year because we talked about this. I sat on a similar panel. And somebody asked me, what would make you more confident in asking an AI model to answer a question versus not using it? And the answer I gave last year was, I think that what will happen is we as consumers of the technology will naturally have some expectation of where a data set originated, which is being used to answer the question. So I used a very generic example of if I was asking for an 11-year-old kid, my son, who's doing a research project, I may want to use the Encyclopedia Britannica's knowledge or data set, or I may want to use the Discovery Channels or National Geographic's data sets. And so I thought initially IP would be around those that had developed very credible, historical and very well detailed information that would be available from a data set perspective. And what I'm finding now is as the work gets more specialized, the IP that we see is being able to create it and use it in an environment where we're not necessarily sharing it externally.
Thanks. Still staying on the theme of AI as a transformation, pass the mic on to Tony, contestant number 2. Tony, take us to the in-house perspective and tell us how AI has changed the way that companies, organizations are extracting value from IP.
So
I'll probably start a little more generic, a little broader. I mean, we absolutely we talk about an IP perspective. But at this point, it's probably about 18 months ago, I was tasked to lead a group, a steering committee on artificial intelligence in the research function at Owens Corning. And the very first thing we did was we, of course, established a charter, which I'm not necessarily a huge fan of, but it turned out to be very helpful in this case because we took the charter and all those words and KPIs and all things that are very important for measuring. Of course, they are. Not saying that they're not. But in the end, what we ended up distributing and what became our sort of rallying cry was a cartoon. And the cartoon took the charter columns and made them into cute little diagrams. And the very first one of those was create a culture of knowledge capture. Now, this is not going to be news to anybody because everybody keeps talking about it. The two biggest things you talk about with AI implementation, generally, whether it be personally or whether you're talking about a corporate function, is you've got to get your data house in order. Allison mentioned that, absolutely true. But at the same time, you can't ignore the idea that the vast majority of the knowledge that is generated on any given day in any given organization is lost because it is not digitally captured. All right? It's just you're talking, you're in a meeting. The idea, it was revolutionary to me that they finally, our IT organization allowed us in Microsoft Teams to turn on transcripts. All right? Transcripts are tremendous. They are absolutely essential. Just to give you a semi-personal example, but it's absolutely in this business context. One of the very first things I did when I had the opportunity to be able to generate transcripts and then generate an AI summary for those transcripts, and to have automatically generated AI summaries, not summaries, action items that I could then keep myself accountable towards, was that I went ahead and I started developing a method by which I could create individual Word documents for each and every one of those meetings. And at the time, I didn't know where I was going to put those files. I didn't have a sufficiently capable system associated with a large language model that I thought was actually going to help me answer questions about the meetings I've been a part of. Well, some time goes by, I try a few things, I try something, I hit on a system that actually works really well for me. So today, Tony's Memory Palace has about 375 transcript files, summaries, and action items. Nearly every single meeting I've been in at Owens Corning for the last basically 15 months. All right? I now have near perfect recall of everybody I spoke with and what we talked about, and I can use it in a dozen different ways.
So, and Tony,
Yeah.
that's one of those ways, which is how do you use it to extract value from patterns?
Well, okay, so now that's a great example, and that's a good way to say it. Okay, because the other thing we did, okay, and this is, I certainly appreciate what Allison is saying with small language models. And for a time, I thought that was really the way to go. But there's an extra step to fine tune and create those in the first place. In the meanwhile, what I've started to introduce within Owens Corning, for each and every single one of our projects, is the idea of a domain model that is specific. So here's what we do. We find the relevant paths, right? We get a computer readable version of those, like 100, like 200, 300, and we grab the paths. We go over and we work with our copyright clearance center and with Scopus, and we use Scopus AI for deep research, and we go ahead and we grab 24, 50 journal references and book chapters. Then we go to our technical reports. Owens Corning has a rich history dating back to the early 60s of technical reports that were written by our scientists that we have archived and have now been digitalized and we have available to us. Then we go out and use deep research to create market studies and market trends and the financial implications of the inventions that we want to put together. And then we take these transcripts, and all the meetings, and all the discussions, and everything that everybody is working on and talking about. We put it all together in one repository. We point a capable LLM that will restrict itself to just the contents that you put in that repository. And then we start asking it, here's a problem I want to solve. Give me some ideas on how I can do it. Okay? Here's an idea I have, run it up against what's already in the collection, and tell me how close it is, and whether or not I've actually got something novel here, or that it's likely to run into certain references that are going to cause problems. So once you've taken the time, and today it's a bit manual, but in the very near future, you're going to have things called bookshelves and knowledge bases, and there's a version of RAG called a knowledge, graph RAG, which is a much better way versus a vector RAG. And these ideas of having these collections readily available and then able to work with multiple agents and to do parallel processing is really going to change. And that's what we're doing for R&D, to create better products by evaluating more ideas much faster.
Thanks. Yeah. So from where you are sitting, tell us what you see with how, stay with patterns, how AI is affecting how what gets invented, how their ideas are being developed, and how they're being refined.
Sure. Well, I've seen AI from conception all the way to pilot, and there's been a lot of focus on AI invention, more on inventorship, and then it's now passed through litigation. AI created the hallucination of AI in certain litigation situations. But I really think the opportunity for AI, to follow what you just heard, is in the development process, in the research process that Allison referred to. As an example, I teach a number of courses in our capstone course. Well, I start freshman courses, I teach in patent research. Moving up, it gets more and more in depth. In our capstone course, all the teams file provision of patents. But it doesn't start with solving the problem and then trying to find the patent literature that would be prior art. It starts from the beginning with research and trying to find the white space. And I see this as a knowledge library, the existing knowledge versus the new knowledge created that would generate a novel idea that could become a patent if it's enabled. And the quality of work, since we brought this into the system with students that are seniors going out in the industry, it's just exploded. The ability to go deep and generate tremendous amounts of focused opportunity space, because they can get to that existing knowledge boundary much quicker. We take, and from our patent research, we'll create work files of what we found as far as potential prior art, and then train on that work file to understand the problem and what has been used to solve it in context, and understand where the boundary is, and then I get them to focus on where that problem falls short. Why is it still a problem? And brings that focus into the process that we can really start making some inroads into new knowledge spaces. Now, it doesn't mean it's competitive. As Professor Connolly will tell you that not all knowledge is competitive, but competitive advantage is the foundation of innovation. That ability for them to get into that space, to create competitive entrance that will play out, is greatly enhanced. We then take that and go right into provisional patents. I've always taught, and I believe provisional should be a draft formal application, not just something thrown together, because you don't know how it's going to stand up until there is a litigation. You don't have a second bite of that apple. And they create their provisionals that I have reviewed by an attorney who's an alum that looks at it. And he just commented to me the other day. He said, this is an amazing piece of work from the student group. I hope you give them all A's. And I'm going to say, I need to raise my hard grading now because they're approaching that level of sophistication. What does that mean? AI and IP, we're going to have a flood of new patents coming from everywhere, enabled by the researchers, and almost skipping a lot of the legal work at the patent office. It's going to hit because it's become so easy to develop good work. And I got to put a caveat here. Train it on known data sets, not hallucinatory type sets. But going through the process of iteration and testing, there's a vetting, a natural vetting that occurs in that process. And I'll say my fear is that this is easy, and if it's not used appropriately, then you're going to be seeing all types of patents go into the office of patent applications that have never been vetted, that have never gone through the iterative process. That it looks good on paper, but it'll never work in reality. But how are you going to distinguish that? Because have they really been enabled?
Say a little bit more about that, because my next question to you was to like you to talk about the IP-specific risks of this transformation, and we're just starting that thought process. So, what are some of the real risks to expand in that direction?
I think the risk
how can we address those risks?
it's a tsunami. You blind the office with all these applications, and how do they sort through the ones that were actually developed and have any competitive advantage and been enabled versus just hallucinations or even wishful thinking, but generated in such a way they look really strong. I'll be the first one to tell you, not all good design, or not all design has any new value. It's combinations maybe of existing knowledge, but is it a new knowledge that has changed that competitive power? How are we going to distinguish between that at the patent office? You can if it goes into the market and you get the competition and natural selection in the marketplace, but we're talking pre-market here. What's an examiner going to do? Are they going to try to force everybody like they used to create a model to prove it worked? It's going to be a big black hole as far as understanding where reality and hallucination coexist in that situation.
We create an IP slop.
Well, there's always been a lot of IP slop, right? But I don't know that it's a new problem, but I think from a professional standpoint, that skipping the steps of iterative testing and actually having demonstrative data that is evidence-based moving forward, there used to be, I think, a barrier just created by the amount of money it costs to put a patent through. Companies would say, well, show me that you should spend all this money on a patent. That barrier is going away.
Thanks. So you were nodding, so how are your thoughts on this issue?
I actually have a post-grant consideration, and I think to really illustrate an example. So in my lens, I'm looking at IP that's been issued as part of a broader portfolio that already lives and exists in an ecosystem of competitors who are building similar products. Settled expectations, yes, for now, we'll go with that. The challenge is, and again, this comes back to the tools, right? So I think as professionals, you really need to be aware of what it is you're asking it. You need to tell it what your expectations are. You need to set those expectations and make sure that there's enough guardrails around your request. So I'm going to use a semiconductor example. If you run a bunch of, let's say you run 100 patents through an AI screener, very specialty language, patent law has all sorts of nuances, and you get back, let's say, I like these 10 patents. Okay, great. Your initial enthusiasm is like, this is fantastic. I boiled the ocean and I came up with 10. And then you ask it, how do you get to the confidences on your ability to identify and chart infringement? And it comes back and it tells you, 80% for sure, 90% for sure. And then you go and you look at that. And this is where the delta between someone who may have created the tool versus someone who's trying to use the tool to a really productive outcome. And you realize that what they've done in the analysis of how they get to that 80% or 90% or 95% confidence is they say, well, there were 7 elements of this coin. 6 of the 7, as you dive into it, say, well, obviously this is how semiconductors operate. But the 6th or 7th element says, but you have to measure the frequency by which the information is being communicated. And that one specialty thing has now been averaged into the confidence rating rather than assessed individually to determine.
An even bigger trap is that LLM trains on the specification, which doesn't always all that information doesn't translate into claims, so you really needed to assess it based on what claims were allowed, not what was written in the specification, because that will change that confidence completely. It's a trap. So how I avoid that is we do the research, then we do claims analysis, and I think the claims analysis is a check and balance to the, what is being said, because the patent stands on it, right? So I think it's akin to the problem when, lawyers use AI to generate the case references, but they don't go in and read the cases. And here, you just have to do the work, and it comes down to professionalism. Lawyers and people have always had access to data, but have you really taken the rigor to go and look at that data? And I don't think it's a new problem, but it's a problem that's going to raise up because of access to this data is so much faster.
I think about this, and the way that we manage this is we say yes, maybes, and no's. And with almost 100% of certainty, if something is disqualified as not meeting an infringement or on the merits of something, you can pretty much go with the no, it has been disqualified. On the yeses, I would say we probably have an 80% disqualification rate, just on the basis that it is over-exuberant in its confidence or in how it was processed. And then the maybes is really where the money is made, because that may be where it hinges on a construction that may impact the vast majority of decisions that say have an outstanding element. But you can shift that with the human in the loop and making that sort of determination. And then when we reprocess on that basis, which is your point, you have to have someone going back through it. You get to a confidence level that you can be comfortable with making a decision.
My feeling.
Hold on. There's Tony here too. So let's Tony get a legend. And my job is to make sure you get a legend, Tony. Because I have a question for you, which actually segues nicely from what Phil was saying. So he's approaching this from the capital perspective. Tell us about the labor's perspective. How are organizations where you're sitting deploying AI in the IP space? Are they still experimenting, or have they actually embedded AI in how they think about IP?
Daryl and I have known each other for some time, but we never actually met, and so I just think it's cute if he thinks that I need assistance in interjecting, because I don't. I'm usually pretty upfront about injecting myself where I'm not wanted. Sorry. Anywho, I started to talk about that with that whole business of culture, okay? And there is no culture that is more resistant to change than the IP team, if we're being quite frank. And, the other one, the one that comes in second is probably doctors, and especially, let's say, surgeons. But you've already seen that electronic notes and electronic medical records, patient records, and the inclusion in AI in medical diagnosis is slowly moving that particular area in a direction that is likely to be very beneficial for everyone involved. The IP function is not so different. I can tell you that we're actually going through a process right now of trying to decide, and I'm not actually involved in this, okay, per se. I'm adjacent to it. Because as IP strategy manager at Owens Corning, I report into our R&D organization. Okay, I'm not connected to our IP organization. When I first started, there was a dotted line between the director of the IP team and myself, which we since did away with. So I'm an R&D guy. That's the hat I'm wearing. But because of my experience and because of my role, I spend a great deal of time with our IP team. So now they're trying to decide. Now, you go back a year, 2 years ago, it was very easy. If you've got a patentability search, you've got a landscape you want to do, you've got anything at all that you want to do, you send it to outside counsel. Outside counsel sends it to a third-party firm, tells them to spend a ridiculously low amount of money and don't spend any amount of time on it. And then they send back the results, and that's what you make your decisions on, which has driven me batshit crazy for the last 2 years. Right?
That's not research, that's company plans.
Well, there it is, because of course, with the bulk And we're not a litigious organization. Our industry, making residential construction products, we tend not to sue each other. And we're certainly not going to assert, and we don't do a lot of licensing. So while IP is critical and super important in a measure in how we want to be on the Wall Street Journal Innovative Index, things like that. So it's a very interesting situation. But the bottom line is they're now rethinking things. How much do we want to spend with outside counsel? How much can we expect our attorneys to do themselves? How much should the researchers bring to the table before they even file their invention record? What tools does the IP team need? So they're looking at a handful of agentic systems that have basically taken the IP lifecycle all the way back to idea harvesting. That's what they call it now, idea harvesting, which is you have a Slack channel, and that's monitoring the Slack channel, and it's identifying potentially inventive concepts, and then automatically running a prior art search on that. All right. So invention harvesting, the idea generation, the idea evaluation, and then through the whole thing where you've got patent drafting, say, and then you've got support for prep and prosecution, and then you've got at the far end, what can you do with regards to the licensing? All right? There are systems out there that do all of it, and they've modularized all of it, and the attorney can just come in and say, today I need to work at this end of that spectrum, and they can go ahead and do that. So that becomes now, what's the question? Do you pay for the system? Do you ask the patent attorneys, the in-house counsel, to get more personally involved? What's the role of the outside counsel? What's the role of consultants? So yes, it's having an amazing, an enormous, ground-shaking impact on day-to-day work and how it is they're supposed to get things done.
Thanks. And are you using any new heuristics to filter the wheat from the chaff?
Well, that's one of the funny things that people are finding, and this is a little bit of inside baseball, so I'm not going to dwell on it. We can talk about it later. But there's a lot of people who are talking about it. If you take an issue, let's say a simple patent research, and you give it to 3 different vendors, you end up getting, let's say, 10 references from each, and only about 10% of all of them together actually overlap between them. Okay? That sounds like a problem. And in a certain capacity, it is absolutely a problem. And so that's beginning to throw some shade. But the bottom line, the reality is, if you also gave it to 3 different human searchers, there's a very high likelihood that you would see a very similar result. Because of the vastness of the data, and the vastness of the way you approach it, and the understanding of what the question was in the first place, this all becomes very challenging. Some people I've talked to, and the suggestion I have for this is that, who cares? Run a dozen searches. Think about it for every single answer. Grab 1,000 relevant documents. Don't worry about recall. Recall can be optimized. And now with all the tools we have, getting to something that's more precise and better targeted towards the specific accomplishments you want to have can be done as a second step. Okay, so I think that there's such a thing as a council of LLMs. So you have LLMs that do work, and then you have LLMs that are checking the LLM's work. And they're having a debate and a discussion that you're only partially privy to. And at the end, the consensus is, and there you go, now as a human in the loop, you get to weigh in as well. So these types of things are happening very much in real time.
Great, thanks. So I'm going to ask a question, and then I'm going to open it up to the audience for a question before we come back to the discussion. So Phil, same question to you, but again from the capital perspective. How do you look at what's investable, what's not investable? Is there a way that you reliably differentiate the wheat from the chaff?
That's a fantastic question. This is actually the reason why we've engaged with AI tools. So for those that don't know, SWORD is an investment fund. We are a credit fund, which means we're like the Silicon Valley Bank, where we will provide capital to businesses and look at their intellectual property as collateral. The difference between what SWORD does and what Silicon Valley Bank used to do is that my legitimate funds, they would take collateral liens against all the expired patents. And it would always be a joke. You call them and say, that's great, they gave you all the expired patents and they kept the ones that are enforceable. So really for us, internally, is we're not a big group. And so there's always questions about how do you run a pipeline of investment opportunities, which ones get the attention and which ones don't. And the subjectivity I found incredibly frustrating in the first 3 years, because there's one person in our organization who has the skill and the talent to actually make the determinations on what's investable and whether or not it's going to survive. And the problem with that is you have to manually work to get that person to go into a dark room, disappear for 4 days, and come back and tell you whether or not it's going to survive and it's investable or not. And that doesn't work. That's not stable. And frankly, what I found was in trying to navigate that is what can I do to make sure that when that person disappears to go do that work, that when they're not frustrated, they're not under some preconceived notion that this is going to fail, and they're more interested based on the amount of information that I can provide them. And so in our business, that's fundamentally important, because a year ago, a large company would call me and say, Phil, this is something that we're looking at as a strategic mandate. My CEO wants to do this. And I would say, well, that's really great. You need to allocate $500,000, call Boston Consulting Group, have them go do the work. And when you figure out what valuable patents are in your portfolio, call me back. Guess what? We're not calling back. We go someplace, right? So we recognized we needed to be able to interact faster. We needed to be able to interact and get to not just the substance on patents, but to really fragment what market segments are served. So you may be surprised to learn that our AI tools don't start from patents, they actually start from technology, which is how markets are organized. And patents are like the 7th or 8th step. And we also don't rely on just traditional AI to make the determinations on the patent stuff. We use much more specialized tools that we ask the generalized process to use as a parallel. What I get back, and I'll use this as an example, I think you've made a great example here. We have a test case that we use, which is of 100 patents. We have tracked that against what assets patent counsel would think would be the best monetizable. We have input from what the companies think would be the lead assets to be monetized. And then we have our output. And we have now moved our model from 30% overlap on trying to identify those patents to, as of yesterday, about 82% overlap. And that's really impressive when you think about that, because not only have I removed the step where somebody who called me on a relationship basis and says, I need some help, this is a really strategic initiative inside my corporation, and I tell them to go away, but in a matter of a day or two, with a super high degree of confidence, I can get them an answer of where we should be focused and why. And more importantly, when I'm looking at making an investment, think about it as a race, and we're about to put our money on a horse. I also can run them against the entire competitive landscape as a regression in advance. I can now look at all the horses that are next to mine. I can use patent data, fundamental patent data. Even just using the filing dates, I can get temporal positioning about who was there maybe earlier, which horse is bigger than my horse. Am I making the bet on the right horse? I'm telling you, it has completely changed the way that we look at making investments and the way that we actually provide information back to our prospective counterparties about their patent portfolios. Huge.
Great, thanks. A question from the audience?
And there's a lot. We can all tell you all the things that we're doing in our organizations if you're interested in that.
Okay, we have a question ahead. Please identify yourself, name and affiliation.
Thank you. My name is Nasif. I have a patent AI. I have a question for Tony. So obviously, as you know, there's a lot of people who have built careers on patent searching, doing it the traditional way. They're experts when dealing with clients and making decisions out of patent data. And as you pointed out yourself, that has essentially been automated with AI agents that can do a better job, if not now, definitely compared couple years from now. So what do you envision your human goal to be of these folks who spent decades doing pattern searching? Where is their time better spent moving forward in the future? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, it's basically a question about agents and what sort of impact, especially with regards to prior searching, having a team of agents is going to have on the process. And it's another one of these, and maybe even, this is a more controversial response, only slightly. And it's something that I had the good fortune to be in Redmond, Washington. Microsoft had their very first Frontier R&D Summit a few weeks ago. And so there was a group of companies and partners and Microsoft executives that wanted to talk about how agentic workflows were going to change the future of research and development and material discovery in pharmaceuticals and life sciences and any R&D intensive field going forward. It was an amazing conference. And one of the things we talked about was everybody likes human in the loop. Everybody wants human in the loop. Okay? They also recognize that humans in the loop slow things down. And it also becomes a situation where are you too beholden to, are you slowing everything down because you have to insert yourself in the middle of it? Okay? That's a big problem with a multiply, massively parallel processing supercomputing unit that can go through and call on 18 different agents and go to 15 different connectors for different data sources and run through multiples of different iterations in a couple of hours. Where exactly do you fit the human in on that? Now, but it's still important because the number one item, the number one skill that really supercharges human beings when they're AI augmented is judgment. That's the one thing that we don't have in spades with these existing developments, and that is human judgment. The ability to use our wet matter to be able to think through and speculate about multiple variables and how those impact, and we do it intuitively. It's built into the way that our brains are wired. Which brings up, so the idea is, frankly, is that even with a team of agents, and for a scientist, it becomes, well, there's a lot of individual contributors, that's what we call them, and they're very good scientists in and of themselves on their own. But at the end of the day, the skill that they're probably going to have to acquire most is how do you manage a team of agents? Somebody who's used to being an individual contributor, going in the lab, doing their work, coming up with their own ideas, working by themselves. Now the expectation is going to be, no, you have to work with partners. And those partners in this case aren't necessarily humans. I mean, we even use the idea that, think of them as a postdoc. We talk about AI assistants all the time as a really smart intern. But for the R&D space, that's a really skilled but inexperienced postdoc. Right? Now you've got 100 of them at your disposal. How do you keep them busy? How do you change the way you do your work in a way that you think as a scientist in order to maximize that type of potential? All right, so it's a big question. But the big question, the actual underlying question is then, what do you do about getting people that judgment? How do you bring forward the next generation? So as young scientists, how do you encourage people to continue to enter the field? And how do you train them in order to be able to develop that judgment? We were talking about that at the IP Dealmakers Conference as well. There's a big sort of set of questions, and there's a lot that's going on with regards to associates, law firm associates. And that's a whole area that is shrinking right now. And there's a big question of, how do you get an associate to a partner in this new world? And so human judgment is critical, but what are we going to do to continue developing the next generation of that judgment in science.
Okay, that's actually a great segue to our final theme this morning. And next question to Dan. Talk to us about trust and how in this road ahead, we can build trust between the inventors, the companies, and the AI systems that are being used.
Yeah, well, following on the same theme, I think that we're all, as John Dewey would say, in a quest for certainty in this process. And I think one of the big challenges we have in the development aspect is to, as you go through the process with your agents and your partners, et cetera, where are you raising that certainty along that process? And quite often, what I've seen in a lot of development work, AI can handle certainty in quantitative areas, objective areas fairly well. But when you get to the qualitative, subjective areas, the human behavior, human economics, it doesn't pick it up. And your researchers need to have critical thinking. They have to be there at those junctions in order to understand that balance and look for it. I don't know if you can train an agent to understand the endowment effect or loss aversion the way humans are experiencing. And so raising that certainty requires, as we've fallen back to professionalism, to keep people in that loop so it doesn't go off and down a black hole. I don't know what you're doing, and I don't know that we're going to get to the singularity where it's going to start happening. Something uniquely human about us, obviously, from evolutionary spaces, and I don't know that you'll take that critical thinking out of this process. And when you do, you're not going to have any certainty.
Thanks. Phil, talk to us about access to capital and whether the introduction of AI has changed the equation in terms of who gets access to capital and who doesn't in the IP space.
I think, so for our and this is again through just the investor's lens, access to capital, especially in a credit model, is fundamentally different than litigation finance. Litigation finance, if you're in the business of litigation finance, you get a phone call that says, I'm mad at company X, I need to sue them, and I don't have enough money. And the answer is, okay, well, show me the patents, tell me what law firm you're hiring, where are you going to file suit, and I'll make a decision to give you the money, and call me in 7 or 8 years and let me know who won. The difference for what we do as a credit model, if you remove IP just for a second, in a credit model, you think of it as IP-backed lending. And in the traditional context, if you're using your intellectual property as collateral, it's sort of chuckled about on the back end, and it's decided that there's got to be some fire sale value. I may lend you $25 million, but geez, can I sell this for $1 million out the back door if this investment fails? What we've done is fundamentally shifted that to say, well, wouldn't it be better to know what the value of that IP is in the market from a licensing perspective from day one before we invest? And then from that perspective of having the knowledge of which assets and on the merits can underlie an investment, then you can start to apply traditional loan to value metrics. So for example, when we see income events in an investment of ours, these are often licenses and there's a real income amount. It's not the surprise like, wow, man, I had an expectation that this would be no money, and here's $5 or $8 million coming back to service a facility. We're actually in the tens of percentage points off, where we would have said that we expected 7 and we got 6.5, or we expected 7 and we got 9 and we were surprised. So what I think AI really has done, and in terms of access to capital, is it really allows us to hone in on the value of that collateral pool, separate and aside from what the business wants to use the proceeds of the investment for, knowing full well that we have a very clear view of how that IP can be used in a fallback position and potentially a revenue position for the business that we're investing in as well. Totally changed.
Thanks. So I'm going to take 1 or 2 more questions before we wrap up. Professor Conley, will wait for the mic, please.
I'm Paddington.
And name and affiliation.
James Conley from the Kellogg School of mentioned at Northwestern. I'm across the road from your panelist, Dan, who's my former student. I have a question for Phil. Phil, so you're the financial investor here. And the way that I sort of explain the world of people like you to my students is I use Lincoln's quote, that system brings the fuel of interest to the fire of genius. Okay, so a lot of the time on this panel, and I want to ask you, are these AI tools allowing you in your credit model to earn more money?
Okay, I have to be careful what I say, because as an investment fund, we don't disclose a lot of habits. But I'm happy to report that in a credit model, a traditional expectation for someone who runs a credit fund is that while it may not perform at its return expectation, the principal investment capital is largely secured by the collateral pool, etc. So that is to say, if I'm in litigation finance just with the group in contracts, I may put $1 out, knowing full well that I may not get my return, nor will I get my dollar back. In a credit, when I put $1 out, I have to be pretty damn sure that I'm not going to lose my dollar. Okay if I don't get the return. And pleased to report that in the entirety of 5 years of investing through 2 funds, have not had a loss scenario. So again, it really has changed the way that we can model it, have the confidence in it, deploy the right size of capital relative to the risk, and see expected returns, again, fitting into a pre-constructed expectation of what a credit fund needs to operate as. And I would also add, the other thing that it does is it allows us to fit into the timeline of a traditional investment structure where most other IP-based investments just can't. That answer?
Yeah, well, just one little twist on that. If it's a credit model, then you earn an interest rate of sorts, right? Can you get more interest rate with your tools?
Yeah, okay, fair point. So again, sort of those that don't live in the finance space, there's a concept called venture debt, which probably would be the closest equivalent here. And in this experience, you have someone who has started a company, they've done it twice before, they've sold those businesses, it's been very successful to them. And the VC world, where some banks may invest based on that individual's prior contributions and successes, right? There's really nothing really else that underlies that new startup other than this person has done it successfully before. And therefore, they take venture risk. And in that, they get a substantial portion of equity in exchange for that venture risk. Where we're different is very different cost of capital. Our deals are typically in the high teens of percentages to maybe the mid 20s of percentages. We call this PIK interest, so it doesn't require, it's not required to be paid like on a monthly basis or quarterly or annual basis. The interest accrues to the principal balance, and then when there's an income event, then it actually satisfies or redeems and retires whatever that accrual of interest is. But yeah, so the interest rates are equivalent or even more expensive than you receive in venture debt, but they're in the 20 to maybe 25%. Which, by the way, is still substantially less if you understand that you have a real opportunity and you believe in that opportunity and that patents themselves really support the opportunity for licensing, for example. Even when you're thinking about a 20% interest rate, that's far less than a 3 or 4 times return, first money out, and someone that's going to live in your cap table forever.
We have time for one more question. Does anybody have a question? Oh, wait for the mic, please.
Last question for now.
Hi there. Really great panel. Really enjoyed this. I did have a question. How do you think about balancing the incoming amount of data that you're able to obtain from the various tools that you're using, patent search tools? You made a reference to maybe to just get thousands of them and kind of take a look at it. How do you balance that desire for more information to try and get the best average results against discoverability long term?
It's very tough for us to
We have
have
an
monitors here.
Could you restate it really quick?
Sorry, my question was, how do you balance the desire for maximizing outcome from AI tools against discovery risk long-term?
Yeah. Well, I think there's no way to, it's a tool that's going to be there. I think the balance has to be that critical step. Use the tool as much as possible, but you have to have the check and balance there. You just can't let it go. It's too many other variables beyond the formative, quantitative variables that the AI is doing.
Yeah, and I think I understand the question, the way you're asking it, discoverability with regards to a legal perspective. And you alluded to, you brought up the inventor problem, that there was a significant human contribution, and that is something that you're going to have the burden of proof. And discovery is part of that. And it's a great question, and it is something that we continue to struggle with, because for instance, Owens Corning is investing in a patent monitoring system as well, because that's what we think is going to be curated content that is specific to topics. We think that that's very important, whether it's a small language model or whether it's a domain model that only has a small sandbox to work from in any event. But getting that curated content that's really fit for purpose is absolutely essential. So that brings in the question of discoverability, and whether or not you're opening yourself up for triple damages because you've seen, it's something you're aware of and you willingly infringe. And then even with inventorship, how are you documenting and then being able to then demonstrate that to the patent office or the courts if it ever gets challenged by an inventorship claim. So I think it's critically important. It's still something that our company at least is continuing to work on. We think the benefits outweigh the risks, and we are trying to use traditional methods of staying to the facts. It shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that a company like Owens Corning is interested in fiberglass insulation. Okay? That's not great. We'll be happy to tell you that because it's all over our webpage. And so yes, walking that fine line and instructing our scientists to use specific language always, and to not say, oh, gee whiz, damn it, we're really on top of this one and they're going to kill us if they ever take us to court. That would be a comment we would suggest they not make. And so I do think it's just another one of those little nuances that are critically important and that we're trying to begin incorporating in the process. So we do now actually have AI invention guidelines for trying to document the types of things you should and shouldn't do per se, and how it is that you should document it. So it's top of mind for our IP team that in this new world, there are going to be new operational procedures, and that we need to be right there at the forefront of making sure our scientists understand that and follow those guidelines.
So, in time for a lightning round, Bruce's instructions, a really quick lightning round. So, we'll start with Phil. We've covered a lot of ground, but there are also things that we talked about that we didn't cover. What is one thought that you want to leave with the audience this morning?
I met a venture capitalist 20 years ago in my career, Steve Gellens. I'll never forget this guy. And he told me that the biggest transitions and shifts in markets were when we learned to speak new languages. And his was life sciences and boiling the ocean and finding all kinds of variety and being able to figure out what that could do for our future. What I learned, even just connected a few weeks ago, I was at IPBC in Paris, and it was very top-down focused. And I took away from that while we are all working on understanding and interacting with AI sort of at this base level, and we're starting to learn about agents that can actually do this processing for us.
30 seconds each, guys. The voice from the top speaks.
Our phones themselves and the apps, if you notice the shift from using the internet to using apps on your phone, the next shift with 6G and what is being developed on the standards basis is to allow your phone to use the apps in the background as your pre-designated agents to, in the background, be processing things that you're talking about, searching, looking at, listening to. That is going to be a huge shift in 5 years.
For me, this is pretty easy. Dr. B talked about me in interesting times. we are seeing a fundamental paradigm shift, sea change going on. Once upon a time, people took inorganic raw materials, mixed them together, and they got something new out of it. That was science 1.0. Then all of a sudden, we're discovering microscopic life using microscopes and all the different things that we've learned. And now all of a sudden, that's R&D 2.0. Well, today, we are just embarking on the era of R&D 3.0, where all of the research and development that's going to be done is going to be agentic. It's going to be done in a cooperation between scientists and massively parallel agentic systems.
I think the biggest thing is going to be, rather than inventors or researchers chasing every car that goes by because it's so easy now, is to focus on the real right now problems and to keep that focus as your guiding light through this whole process. This is a tool, and it's got to learn how to use the tool. The basics certainly it's going there, but it's going to be so much easier to proliferate your ideas. But when you don't follow a real right now problem, it really doesn't lead you to that experience.
Great, thank you for your questions, and please join me in thanking.
Thank you, Darrell and Pam, for an excellent panel, very provocative. I'm sure your audience will have more questions, and they'll be around. Okay, now we're going to do all this. We're going to do a breakout. So, again, I know I did this earlier, but just one more time. A through M will go to the mezzanine meeting room. And you'll be, your last name begins with A through M. You'll be led there. It's only about a minute and a half to walk from here, 2 minutes. And then we'll go back here for some networking and coffee break. N through Z will go to the central meeting room. You'll be led there. You'll be a facilitator. I can tell you, well, on your agenda is the topic for each meeting. So now's the time. Go and come back, and we'll talk more. Thank you.
If you're going to the central high meeting room, you can meet me over here. And if you're going to the mezzanine meeting room, you can see my friend Steve. You can absolutely do anything you want in this room. We've been here all day. Here's Steve.
going to be resuming at 11:30. My correction right now, a minute or two late. So if everybody can take your seats, that would be great. Thank you. Please take your seats. One more session, then we'll have a lunch break. Okay, thank you. We're a little bit behind, so we're going to move it along. This panel is copyrights and AI learning to work together. You'll have to learn how to live together, copyrights and AI, because while AI might like to dismiss all the copyrights and have everything fair use, that's not going to happen. And at the same time, it's sometimes difficult for content creators to get paid. But we're figuring it out. Too much regulation is not the way to go. Too little regulation is a problem as well. And I'm going to leave it to this panel, this excellent panel, to figure it out.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you all for coming today. My name is Jackie McDowell. I am the Executive Director for Copyright and Creativity with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce's Global Innovation Policy Center. It's a really long and fancy way of saying I work with the content industries. But it's my pleasure to be up here today with Albie and with Terry. If you haven't checked out their bios, I'm not going to read them, but they are very much incredible. So check them out and talk to them afterwards. But yeah, we're talking about AI and copyright today. And I'm going to take a quick step back because I don't know who all knows as much about this stuff as the nerds up here on the stage, including myself. So for those who don't know a ton about copyright, there's really only two requirements for it. Original works of authorship. So originality is a key thing. For those who are in patents, it's similar to novelty, but not quite. And then the other aspect is that it has to be fixed to a tangible medium. And a lot of people think of copyright as just music or movies or books or things like that, but there's so much more that can go into it. Being near Ohio State, if any of you saw the absolutely amazing marching band show a few years ago where they did the Michael Jackson show, that stuff can actually be copyrighted. So yes, I'm that much of a nerd. So that's kind of what we're getting into today. And so I'm going to stop talking now and kick it over to Albie for some introductory remarks, and then we'll kick it over to Terry.
So I have kind of a mixed background. And maybe I should have been here yesterday so you could fix the audio in this room because it's really pretty diabolical. I was a record producer for 20 years, so I'm a musician, and wrote music, conducted orchestras, engineered records. But I became a musician because when I was in university studying engineering, it was too much fun to play music. So I also have an engineering background. I have about a dozen issued patents. So I straddle the areas of creativity in the arts and creativity in technology and rights of all kinds. And the main point that I would make about copyright or about the creative arts and AI is that you have two different kinds of rights. In film, you have the actors and you have behind-the-scenes creators, particularly the writers. In music, you have songwriters and you have performers. There is the idea of the right of protecting your persona. Some people call it a right of publicity, that's what Universal Music calls it. But the idea that I can't pretend to be Taylor Swift and she can sue me about it. But she has notoriety and visibility. I don't have to pretend to be a writer to write a movie or a film or to write a book or to write a song. I can be anonymous. Those people are anonymous. They really have no protection. And I'm not sure that AI is not going to displace a lot of those. I would say that today, if I need somebody to create background music for a car ad on a local TV station, I'm not calling a composer. I'm writing it with AI. And I think a lot of the sort of the young people's jobs we've done will be replaced by AI. So for me, on IP for copyright, whether it's books or music, I had a woman speak recently who interviewed someone on a Times Daily show. She interviewed a woman who had written something like 200 romance novels in the last year. Was making a ton of money. She just wrote them all with AI. And so I think AI separates the creative process into those who are visible and those who are invisible. Anyway, that's my background and my 30 seconds starting.
All right, well, thank you all. I'm Terry Hart. I thought I'd start just by giving you an idea where I'm coming from on this issue. So I'm the General Counsel at the Association of American Publishers. We represent publishers as an industry, not just a law and policy. And there's roughly 3 sectors that our membership includes. So we represent the trade publishers, which is what you might think of with book publishers, like general audience, fiction, and nonfiction. We also represent educational publishers who produce textbooks and more digital learning materials. And then we also represent scientific and scholarly publishers who publish journals and articles reporting on research in all types of fields. So the one thing they have in common when it comes to AI, and I should disclaim I'm speaking today in my personal capacity, so please don't attribute anything I say to my employer or my members. The one thing they all have in common when it comes to AI is that the work that they invest in and produce is incredibly valuable for training large language models. It's by and large long form, professionally written, professionally edited, textual work that AI companies find very valuable for training. And the other thing that they've discovered and learned over the last couple of years is that many of the large foundational models have gone ahead and trained their models on these works without asking permission or compensating. So I want to start there and with the topic of copyrights and AI. Start with kind of a caveat that I don't want my remarks to be taken as a suggestion that copyright is the be-all and end-all of regulation for AI, or the only thing that we should be thinking about when it comes to AI and the risks and the possible effects it will have on employment and labor and everything else there. But I also want to make sure, where I'm coming from, that I do think it is a necessary part of any workable solution. And we leave a gap if we ignore the question of copyright when it comes to AI training. So when I hear people ask about how to create let's say for AI training, I often hear, this instinct to jump to complex, very new, novel regulatory systems. And I think we already have a very simple, well-established option. And that is if you have one party, like the publisher, who has something valuable to another party, and they want to use it, they can sit down and make a deal. Right. This is licensing. This is something that has been a part of the creative industries for a long time. They've operated with licensing, they operate at scale with licensing. And I think that should be the starting point when it comes to AI training. So I do want to emphasize in these introductory remarks what I think are some of the practical realities about licensing that are relevant. And first, and especially when we're talking about licensing in a new area like pricing, how much publishers or creators should charge, how much AI model developers should expect to spend, that's going to be very uncertain when you're starting from the market. And that's fine. That's one of the roles of the market is to discover pricing information. And over time, and over repeated deals, you'll get more and more information about how the respective parties value that and how the pricing should be set. So even though it may be very uncertain now, it'll get more and more certain over time. The second thing I want to emphasize is we're not looking at a one-size-fits-all solution when it comes to licensing. You can have different pricing models. You could have maybe upfront fees, revenue share type arrangements, usage-based pricing, or some kind of combination of that, depending on the type of data and the use case. You can structure deals, depending again on the type of works that you're using, or type of uses that model developers want to use, and you can have that different tiers for the same type of data. So you have a lot of flexibility. And then finally, it's not just about money, right? Licenses can also be a forum for parties to discuss guardrails, to allocate risks, to define permitted and prohibited uses, and also potentially cover adjacent things like publicity and trademark, which may also be embodied within the works that are used for training. And then finally, licensing is also a good way to handle local use. Right, AI models are not going to be territorial. They're going to be deployed across jurisdictions and borders. And licensing can be structured to address these international rights and compliance in a coordinated way. So I want to next jump real quickly to why I think licensing is not just good for copyright owners, but also for AI model developers. And there's a number of reasons that I think. So one is when you have data and you're able to put a value on it and treat it as a property right, then there's incentives to improve that data. Right? There's incentives to clean it and label it, to curate it, to maintain it, and make it more appropriate, more effective, and more usable for AI training. It also supports future supply. I mean, this is really near and dear to my heart. But the idea of copyright in general is that it provides incentives to produce and create new creative works. And so if those copyright owners are able to get a return on those works through licensing, that will enable them to continue to create the next generation of works. And I think AI model developers are not just training once, they're going to want to continue training. They're going to want a good supply of new creative works that will be used for training models of tomorrow. So let me just end by saying, there's a lot of friction in the marketplace, there's a lot of uncertainty in the marketplace now, but I think with licensing and with stable rights and using the market, that friction is not going away. So it's going to get more efficient over time. We're going to see intermediaries emerge. There's going to be aggregators, marketplaces. There's going to be collective licensing solutions that will help reduce the transaction costs. and standardized terms. So that's my pitch for licensing, and why I think it has a lot of benefits that the alternatives like, say, across the board fair use, so maybe some type of compulsory licenses. It has a lot of advantages over those in terms of flexibility, certainty, the ability to evolve, also the ability to support the creators and publishers like my members that are part of the value chain.
Well, thank you both very much. A lot of great information there for sure. We will get into the deep dive into the licensing issue here in just a minute, but I want to kind of back up again real quick. I like cliches, so apologies. There's the old cliche of there's nothing new under the sun, and in a lot of respects that kind of applies here. I think sometimes the challenge that, especially in the content industries, that we face is the concept of AI and defining AI, because I think a lot of times people really are talking about generative AI, but it kind of gets all encompassing because in a lot of respects, variations of AI have been around since at least the 1960s, been used especially in the content industries in a lot of various ways, which also takes us up to the early 2000s, which if anybody remembers anything that happened with particularly the music industry around the early 2000s, we had a lot of issues with digital piracy and technological changes, and there was a lot of friction there. So my question is, what lessons from the digital piracy era are most relevant for AI today, and what is fundamentally different?
I guess digital piracy is left into my domain. So the issue with digital piracy was we had this misconception in the music industry that people care about quality, and they never did. They always cared about convenience. So MP3.com was absolutely an opportunity to say, hey, we're just going to get music to anybody that can get it there. This bandwidth is coming to everyone. I actually met with the Seans from Napster, Sean Fanning and Sean Parker and John Hubbard, who was here in Western. And I spoke to them and I said, they said, well, we'd like to take a license so we can use all of your music. I was at Universal Music Group at the time. And I said, well, how much will you pay? And they said, well, we'll pay a penny a song. And I said, will you pay the publishing? And they said, no, you have to pay the publishing. Well, it turns out the publishing rate in the United States is statutory rate, it's a penny rate. Then it was about 8 cents a song. So they were asking us with a straight face to say, we'll license you our songs, we'll let you give them away to people, and you'll pay us a penny per download, which is what the mechanical license represents, and we'll make up the extra 7 cents. So there have always been disruptions, and ultimately, that was undone by streaming, which changed it out and became a new business. The inflection points keep changing, but I think that this inflection point is much bigger than it now was. I think that we now have, we're talking about this upstairs. The music industry changed over time because people had access. 50 years ago, I was lucky enough that I could get piano lessons as a kid and learn to play an instrument and have access to other musicians and do this. Some kid growing up in Pakistan, and most of them did not have an opportunity. Now you have musicians from all around the world, from all backgrounds. I can learn to play an instrument with the internet. I can make a recording on my phone. It's no longer gatekept. And I think the same thing happens with everything. AI means that there's a woman, I forget her name, who was signed a $3 million deal, does not sing or play an instrument. She's a poet. She got a record deal because she used AI to create this music. So it is the creative vision that turned out to be valuable. And in some ways, we're removing the friction from the creative idea to the result that goes to the consumer. You were asking about something. We just asked how it's. Oh yes, this is similar in many ways. But I think that the copyright question is always a blurred line, to use a common mistake. There was a copyright case that filed song blurred lines, which was claiming that the song infringed Marvin Gaye's copyright because it felt simple. And I think that was overturned, but only partially overturned. And so the question is, how much of AI is new and how much is different? So as a songwriter, I've been around a lot of great songwriters. Barry Gibb used to look for a fake book to sort of steal lyric ideas as an idea for a song. Islands in the Stream was written based on, he didn't come up with the original phrase Islands in the Stream, but he did write the song. And so no one would ever say that the songwriter using the thesaurus is cheating or doing something that they don't own the copyright. And so there's this very fuzzy line between I used the thesaurus and I just said, create me a song that sounds like I was wedding and sitting at the back of the day, which is obviously not creative, not copyrighted. And so I don't know where these lines go, and I think that they're not defined, they're very
So the question is, what lessons we can learn from digital piracy here. So I think, kind of looking at this from an industry perspective, I think there are a lot of parallels. One thing that jumps out to me is, as new as the challenges were in digital piracy, as new as the challenges are in AI, I think fundamentally, for copyright owners, it's important to remember that the new technologies don't change the underlying principles of copyright. So just trying to keep that in mind about, there is value in creating these works, and there is value in recognizing marketable rights as the building blocks to make not just creativity possible, but to make it possible to have a livelihood in creativity and make it possible to invest in that and get more and better creativity. So remembering those kind of underlying principles don't change, even if the technology, the way people access works and experience works and use works, that may change dramatically. The underlying principles, I think, don't. And that sometimes gets lost. I know, during the digital piracy issue, there's plenty of talk about like copyright to the music industry. This is just, it's fundamentally changed the world. And, we'll figure out how to keep making music. People will still keep making music and figure out how to make a livelihood on that. So I think that's one lesson that I've learned. The other lesson, I think, the more difficult one is that even with copyright, even with enforcement, there is still a need to be proactively making sure that the business models are adapting to the new reality, right? The record labels couldn't sit back and say, we're going to just keep selling CDs, hope this goes away, hope people don't think that, the way to access music is to do it through on-demand streaming, an enormous catalog, and hope that just kind of goes away. Because that's where the market went, that's where the demand went. And if the industry didn't meet the demand where it was happening, then there won't be an industry. And so I think that's true with AI too, is, and it can be very painful, right? This is, for some in the industry, like, this isn't something they've licensed before. They don't have the workflows right. They don't have the vocabulary inside to say, well, how do we license to OpenAI to tokenize our entire catalog and train a model, right? And they have existing contracts too. I mean, this was also the case with digital piracy. You have a catalog, decades worth of contracts that were written before digital streaming, before digital downloading was even a thing, and they're either silent on that, or they're ambiguous, they could be read either way. Maybe they could fit it in one category of royalties or another category of royalties. So it's very painful for not just to kind of get that infrastructure in a place where you could be active in this market, but also to settle, there's a tension between both sides of the contract. Like obviously, the artists or the publishers who sign the contract will either want to have, say, the contract said we retain those rights, or if we didn't, they're at a very, very favorable to it. Whereas, I think on the publisher side, the label side, people saying the opposite here. No, we got those rights, or if we got those rights, it's at a lower royalty. So that, that's not something that I don't think a lot of people willingly want to go through. But I think it's necessary because again, this is the technology, there is a demand for copyrighted works, and if the industry doesn't meet that demand, it's not going to go away. It may just mean that they're left out of it, or they're left out of being able to play a role.
Yeah. There are definitely going to be incentives on both sides. We've heard a lot earlier about the benefits of closed systems and things like that. But there's also something to be said about systems that are trained on, for better or worse, the entirety of human knowledge in many respects. So what would licensed training mean for both creators and for developers in many respects?
Well, I think as a creator, the assumption that I would make initially is that opt-in is a better place to start than opt-out. So if you want to train on my song, then I can give you the right to do that. The difficulty with that is that you have unbalanced leverage. So record labels like major labels get deals with Spotify. Those deals were not balanced. The deals were set up in such a way that they got stock, which didn't filter down to the creators. They've recently been doing deals with the AI companies. This is me as a composer. I have not opted in. No one has said at Universal Publishing that in order for ChatGPT to be trained on my song, I have to opt in. I'm saying, as Universal Music Group, you can't get on from all these millions of people, so I will be a proxy for everybody. And so the result will be that I will get shares of stock or guidance in some other way that positively impacts the company, but does not necessarily impact positively the individual writers. And my concern with all of this is that AI exacerbates not only income inequality, but financial inequality around the world. So you have a tool that could enable anybody to write a song or perform it or have access to the world, and yet, in fact, the way that it's being utilized is exacerbating the differences. And one of the problems with AI that is the same as the problem with the internet is it always averages to the mean. It always goes to, if you ask a question, you will get the answer that most people are looking for, not necessarily the answer that you're looking for. And creative arts are based on being away from you, thinking of things that nobody else has thought of. And I have high hopes that these things will continue to survive and continue to grow out. People seem to be satisfied by a lot of regular stuff. So if I have a Spotify playlist that I like and it's being made up 90% now by AI-generated slop, and I don't know it, maybe I don't care, or maybe I do. And so I personally care, but maybe most listeners don't. Sorry if I digress. By the way, I think anybody who feels like they have a question when I ask something, don't stand on ceremony.
So I think when I think about it, there's sort of the abstract in the minds of the copyright owner, the abstract value from licensing for training, right? It's a valuable input to AI developers, and so I think copyright owners deserve to be able to get that value because they created it. It's useful to the AI developers, and that's obviously helpful. It's a new revenue stream. It helps support future creativity and helps reward the creativity that's already been done. And I think in a lot of the minds of copywriters, like they're thinking more about, well, what are the potential harms from outputs of these models? And I think they all kind of view that harm through the own lens of what type of work they're producing, and it's going to vary. Right? So, if you're an educational publisher, you're probably most concerned about something that's been trained on your works and you can spit out answer keys or study guides or other types of derivative works that you're otherwise already creating along with textbooks and digital learning materials. And so, you're worried that an AI model developer could train on your works and then become your competitor. Whereas if you're, say, a big name author, a best-selling author, David Baldacci is a best-selling author who testified last summer in a Senate IT subcommittee hearing on this. And he said he was most devastated when his son showed him ChatGPT or one of these models, and basically the prompt was, write me a novel in the style of David Baldacci. As any of you know, it's pretty easy to spit something out, and he could recognize it, because it was trained on his novels. It recognized, kind of what elements were associated with his writing, and he recognized, like, oh, here's something that they're replacing. So, for them, that's kind of the most immediate and obvious one. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. And then similarly, if you're maybe less well known, but maybe you're a mid-list writer, maybe you're a genre writer, like in a romance novel, you're probably most concerned about the fact that a model can spit out tons of romance novels that are maybe not, they're not infringing on your work or your style, but they're definitely flooding the market that you're trying to engage in. And it's difficult for you as a human author to find your audience when someone can go on Amazon and see thousands of AI-generated novels in that genre. So that's probably the harm you're thinking about. And I think, it's kind of unfair to say, well, an AI model could train on your work to create something that's going to compete. Like, you're essentially asking the author to subsidize your competition, right? It's not the same. Not in my mind the same as another human basically learning the genre and writing. That's, to me, that's expected. That's the competition you'd expect. It becomes different in my mind when a model has trained on the work to create something to compete with it. They've copied, they've reproduced it, they've implicated the exclusive rights of copyright to create something that will displace your works in the future works. So it's just this.
So there's over 100 very different copyright cases, copyright and AI cases right now. Some have been consolidated, some have been settled in all various forms and things like that. And they all have a whole wide range of arguments from both sides. One of the most common that you'll probably hear, though, is fair use, which is a legal defense, which is what Alvi and Terry were talking about. I don't think you could hear what Alvi was saying, but we were talking about fair use, and there's 4 factors that go along with that, which is the purpose or character of use is the first one. A lot of times you'll hear people say transformative use that goes along with that aspect of it. There's the nature of the original copyrighted work, the amount or substantiality of the portion that's taken, and then one of the most prominent, which is one that came up with both of them, was the potential effect on the market. So that could be personal, based on competing with yourself in some respects. It could be flooding the market, and there's a whole bunch of different variations of it. But we're kind of getting into the fair use discussion of it in certain respects.
I just want to say something about the market. And as markets change, no matter what you do, there used to be an encyclopedia business, and I think the textbook business has been massively implicated by professors saying, go to Wikipedia and get this data, and it's free, and here it is. And one could say, I certainly think Wikipedia is better than botanical laws. It certainly is one of the few things that still seems to be curated carefully, and they take a lot of care in making sure that it is accurate. But I think that things change and they go on. And so talking about the economics of it is one piece, and the economics may shift. Universal Music stopped making money selling CDs, and for that they stopped making money selling vinyl discs. Businesses change. The one thing that we didn't discuss is no one here is from the film industry, but I worked for Sony Corp for about 16 years. The people who are visible will be protected. Nobody is taking, any of the superstar actors that we know as a job. We know who they are. But the writers, the original creative process is now very much impacted by AI. I don't know if any of you have seen them, but there are, if you no longer used to create a storyboard. If you wanted to sell them, you would create a spec script, and then you spend some money, $100,000 to create a rough version of what it might look like. Now people do that with a prompt in AI. I've seen, AI sizzle reels that look like professionally produced film. It's so a lot of the creative process is being changed. And so I know we would all like to hold on to copyright, and for me, the biggest issue, and I'm going to digress here, I'm sorry, but I have to. The biggest issue is about the quality of human life. And so, for me, I was a musician because I loved playing music. People like to create. The creative process is brilliant and life-affirming and wonderful. And the idea that the creative works, whether they're books or songs or movies, is about the commercial success and how many people watch it is, for me, a red herring. And I think if we get into the great world, then people can create, and if you can use AI to create something where you didn't have the skills, that's wonderful. But the process of creating and enjoying other people's creations, to me, is what this is all about, and what I don't want AI to take away.
Did you want to add anything before we take questions?
No, I would just echo that. I think there's, we as humans value human creativity. We value human communication, and I think we always will. And a lot in publishing is the experience of hearing another person and hearing their views. It's not always necessarily about just the words on the page. It's the fact that it's coming from a human that makes it valuable, that makes it something that we want. And so I think, there will always be a place for human created things, and I think it's something worth protecting. So I agree on that. And I did just want to add on your point on markets changing, and definitely agree with that. But I just want to kind of dive a little bit deeper, make a finer distinction there about how copyright comes into that. So if you're Wikipedia, or the community of contributors that did that, and you are creating an online encyclopedia, and the effect of that is that this is more comprehensive, more updated, more up-to-date, covers more topics, and that puts Encyclopedia Britannica out of business. Them's the breaks. That's how markets work. Right? Where copyright comes in is when you are using someone else's work as the starting point, as the foundation. And that's where fair use comes in. And if you look at the history of fair use, there has been a lot of emphasis on the fairness of it, right? There are certain things, and this is not how the law approaches it, but the general narrative is that there are certain things you can do with the work that are fair, right? You're able to build off of works. We know that knowledge is cumulative, that it's iterative. Creativity is cumulative and iterative. It's not, you're not kind of springing from scratch. And so there are certain things you can do with works that are fair, but then there's a line where it becomes unfair. And so that's kind of at a very high level what courts are trying to do with fair use, is saying, okay, we know AI has used these works. Is it fair? Is it fair that they're able to build these incredibly commercially successful models off of this that compete with the original authors and creators, and not have to pay them or get any permission from them? That's kind of the overall thing. It's, is it fair or is it unfair?
One of the difficulties with AI is it tends toward the mean. No AI in the world would have created the Beatles in 1960 before they came out. So humans have the ability, and I don't know what AI will change and be smarter, and they may be able to replicate human thought and emotions and all sorts of things in the future. But as of right now, the real creative leaps come from people who think outside the box, and AI sort of by definition is in the box.
Very, very true. I am keenly aware that we are standing between you and lunch, so if anybody has a question, I think we got time for one.
I have a question about for the publishing industry. Like, I understand the concerns about AI, but just getting back to the talk earlier about the 5% versus the 95%. Like, are there ways that the publishing industry is using AI, predicting bestsellers, or the process of the editing process takes a very long time to bring a book to market? I'm just curious if there are positives that the industry is seeing, specifically in book publishing. I'm curious.
Yeah, I could speak only kind of at a high level of generality, but I would be surprised if there are publishers that are not using AI or thinking about using AI currently. So I think, in the trade space, in the trade publishing space, I understand, they're looking at the use of AI for internal workflows to find efficiencies, and make the process like marketing, things like that more efficient, more effective. Where the tension arises, especially because, for a trade book author, they're very, very protective of their authors. For a trade book publisher, sorry, they're very, not just protective of their authors, but they also recognize, like, they are nothing without their authors. And so, they are deeply sensitive to what their authors are telling them, because if an author doesn't like what a publisher is doing, they're going to leave. And there's a lot of voices from the author community that are very opposed to using AI for any sort of editorial or the actual writing or editing part of the publishing business. And so, you do see stories where there's been suggestions or allegations that a particular publisher may have used AI to create a cover or to create a translation or something. So, I think those are kind of where, just looking at the technology, you might think that's where it's being deployed, but there I think is some reluctance for a lot of trade publishers to do it for the kind of editorial uses, but in terms of business processes, marketing, that kind of stuff, I think they're all looking at them as an example. And certainly, in the educational space, in the scientific and scholarly space, a lot of the publishers in the scientific space, we represent everyone from the individual nonprofit society for, anesthesiology or some, specific field that puts out like one journal a year, all the way up to like the big global publishers that are not just putting out journals, but have their own research and data products. So they've long been using their own works and other works with technological tools. So AI is kind of just a natural progression. So there's a lot of developing their own AI tools or developing their own AI processes to supplement and augment the type of work that they're doing.
All right. One sentence takeaway, what do they need to know?
I don't know, fasten your seatbelts.
I guess my takeaway is going back to, you said there's 100 lawsuits in the US. We're very much at the beginning of seeing what courts are gonna do. To the extent there have been a couple of early decisions, I think those are very early decisions and not the final world. So yeah, we're like 2 or 3 years out before even seeing how courts are gonna do decisions.
So I have one other takeaway, and that is that I think that we should provide accountability for problems. Consumers really like knowing that something is created by a human. There's a human connection to that. And we need some sort of framework where we can actually determine that something was created by a human being. And maybe the copyright law will end up figuring out how to define that. But for now, I want to know that it's a real person singing and a real person who wrote that song and a real actor acting that part and not just a bunch of slop. And that's how I connect to those people, creators.
Well, thank you both so very much. Please join me in thanking Mr. Williams.
Lunch is served, or you're serving yourself right here on the side, and a 45-minute break for lunch, and hopefully some networking as well. See you back here at Farming. Group photo, oh yes, good idea. Yes, let's do a group photo before we break. Just right here in front of the stage. So just take a moment. This is why I came, you know. Hello. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're going to reconvene with Dr. Frederick Bertley's afternoon featured presentation. So if you want to get one more thing, now's the time for food. And otherwise, please sit down and we'll start. Dr. B, you're on. So this is like a nightclub, so if you're continuing to eat and drink, it's okay. The main act is coming on anyway. Let me give a quick introduction. I think I've already done this, but Frederick Bertley is an interesting person. He's an immunologist by training. He's worked extensively in law as an expert, so he got to know the patent world quite well when he was at a Harvard postdoc, right? We did his postdoctoral work, and he was at Franklin Institute prior to coming to COSI, CEO. He's an educator, performer, 13 Emmy Awards for education and TV, and a really terrific guy, and I'll let him do the rest.
This gentleman is way too kind, but I'm going to go through some stuff here. So I'm going to begin with this.
Watch ground out. I'll watch when that lights are correct at this time. Minus 10 seconds. Mark. All recorders to that. Minus 5 seconds. Mark.
figured I'm right after lunch, so this is gonna be a light, fun presentation. Just to share with you some different things at COSI, another thing to work on. But I wanted to start with that. All of you, of course, know what this is. This is Artemis, right? Does anybody know why this program is called Artemis? Hands up. Yes, should have shouted out.
She's the Greek goddess and twin sister of Apollo.
Bingo. Think about how smart NASA is. So Artemis, or originally, of course, the first mission to the moon, called Apollo, the son of the great Greek god Zeus. Well, NASA, not only are they cheeky, but they're very smart. They called their next mission to Mars Artemis. Why? Because they're going to put the first woman and person of color on the moon. So as I mentioned, Artemis is not just a sister of Apollo, but the twin sister of Apollo. So that's just a fun story. And I'd like to share that because we know what happened last week and a half, where these four brave individuals, in the chaos that we call the world right now, the entire planet was collectively glued on the fact that they, for the first time in humanity, went to Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon. And that's just really awesome. So I want to be with that. With that, we're at COSI. Welcome to COSI. We are 3 football fields long. Somebody earlier asked me how big are we. We are 320,000 square feet. This is our mission, to engage, inspire, and transform lives and communities by being the best partner in science, technology, and machine learning. How do we do that? We do that through all kinds of ways. One, we have phenomenal exhibits here, and then we have also educational programs. You have access to this exhibit for free. So please, if you have a chance today or this evening or whatever, or if you can't make it, you can come back and get your ticket. Check out the Science Band Pixar. Because if you're talking about AI, you're talking about comp sci, you're talking about physics, engineering, mathematics, this is one of the coolest exhibits that really pulls out the science behind one of the greatest animated series out there. We also do, like I said, community programs. For instance, a science festival called the COSI Science Festival actually begins April 28th. So next Wednesday, and goes through Saturday, the first 3 days, Wednesday through Friday, through partnerships. We actually put on 170 different events throughout Central Ohio, and the last day is at COSI called the Big Science Celebration. What is it? People understand the Jazz Fest, people understand the Wind Fest, people understand the Gospel Art Fest. Science Festival, people weren't really sure, so here's just the demo of what it is, what it can be. So we do everything in partnerships. In lab coats, before I say this, are there any elected officials in the audience? Okay. So I have nothing against elected officials, but if you know elected officials and you give them a lab coat, they instantly think that Marie Curie or Albert Einstein. It's the funniest thing. Here they are mixing this thing for the chemists in the audience. This is elephant toothpaste, a catalytic reaction, and voila, this incredible, beautiful plumage of color. But we show this because one of the things we try to do here at COSI is to excite people about science and technology so they can go in and develop ultimately their IP, start companies, etc. What's cool thing about science is, back to the lyrics. This is one of our educators. You can tell she's both excited and kind of weirded out by what's going on. But then look at this picture. For you who are local, you'll recognize this person. This is the Honorable Mayor Andy Gifford. Look at his face. You can't Photoshop that excitement. He's so happy to be here. We also have a program called the Learning Lunchbox. These are kits that we take all around the country, in fact, throughout the world. But we do them in partnership. This is the Title I school in DC, where we're with 5 astronauts, showcasing to kids in the school, getting them excited. You gotta love the reactions, right? This is one of my favorite. So this young boy is doing something called alka-seltzer rockets. Many of you have done this, get a little fill cancer, a little bit of water, and slap the alka-seltzer pill, snap the cap, dissolves, reach pressure, and boom, it flies. It's a really cool thing. Great. So he needs to keep that in mind. Look at the reaction of NASA astronaut Caleb. I love this photo because what excites us as children excites us as adults. Just sometimes we're too cool to show that. She, and I'm not making this up, when this photograph was taken in a DC school, she was 2 weeks back home on Earth from spending 89 days on the space station. So she is a bona fide astronaut who's been out there, and she's as geeked as a little kid about fun hands-on STEM activation. All right, how about this? Here's some kids here. Look at that boy, gentleman on the right. Just really excited, right? So with that, we were asked to work with the U.S. government to celebrate the 75th centennial, and we came up with a 250 kit, only IP all around this. And this is really to show American innovation from 1776 to today to get kiddos excited. And so we launched it at the Statue of Liberty. Turns out we were the first folks to do a science activity at Lady Liberty's feet. When the kids were super excited, and everyone across the country, everywhere from Yosemite National Park to the Lincoln Memorial, etc., just taking science and engineering and IP concepts across the country. If anybody has any connections in Kansas or Oklahoma, please let me know. We're in 48 states, but for some reason we can't get partnerships in those 2 states. So if you have any connections, let us know. We also do global initiatives. So the global stuff is interesting. COSI is actually funded by U.S. State Departments. So embassies in different countries have funded us to take some of these programs around to their communities. This is us in Ghana. This is us, here we go, also Ghana. This is us in Italy. Here we are in the Caribbean, Barbados, Dubai. And I share this because as you think about the world of IP and talking about the corporate level of companies, etc., it's got to begin somewhere. I'm going to get into that in a minute. There's really powerful ways to get kiddos in middle school and high school to really dive into IP invention. And then, like you see these photos, you can go all around the world. This is us in India. And then finally, I want to shout out to my colleague. This is us in Dominica, which is also in the Caribbean. This is the island that has the oldest Native American population on planet Earth. It's called the Kalinago people, the Kalinago tribe. And we worked through the U.S. ambassador, who's seen here in the middle on the left, and he's from the Montana region. It turns out he has 1/4 Native American. And as U.S. ambassador of Barbados in the Caribbean, he was like, hey, I love you speak Barbados, but I would love it if you would do something for the Native population of Dominica. So we did that in the middle of the president of Dominica, and the kids were there just having a great time. Also, we have some science communication programs, including this.
Will explore big questions for diverse scientists and innovators across the country. Their answers reveal the hidden science in our everyday lives and cutting-edge discoveries that will change the world. It's science beyond your wildest imagination. Are you ready? A new season of QU Documentary premieres this November on WRSU TV.
So that's a primetime television show, half-hour long. We go around the country interviewing scientists and engineers, community folks in the room, for example, to really make their science come alive for the average viewer. Then we have an animated series. These are short 3-minute videos. Here's the trailer.
Hey, it's me again, Dr. B, President and CEO of COSI, and I want you to start seeing science a little differently. Welcome to the latest season of the award-winning Dr. B in 3. It's like a crash course in science, but with a funky cool vibe. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and be the first to start seeing science a little differently.
So from an IP standpoint, we own 100% of that IP. The television show, PBS owns 50% of it, we own 50% of it. For the animated series, that's all done in house. I'll come back to that in a minute. So what are some cool outcomes out of all of this? One, we've been invited to the White House numerous times, especially for the Easter egg roll, but other times as well. So that's the First Lady visiting our booth. We've won the National Medal, which is the highest honor that a museum or library can get by the U.S. government. It's always presented at the White House by the First Lady. But I want to come back to this because Bruce always talks about Frederick won 13 Emmys, Frederick won. It's not myself. Yes, I'm the person who might learn script or read. We have a really talented team here inside COSI that does everything from script writing to animation to pulling it off to allow us to win, and that can't make this up. As a science center in Colorado, we won 13 different Emmys, punching it way above our weight. So we're really proud of the team for that stuff. This is us pretending it's freshman camp. All right, with that, we received a fun letter from the president. And my team has a really funny sense of humor. They held up the letter to see if it was really hand signed or if it was just a stamp. It turns out it bled through the paper, so both President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden signed it. And lastly, we were voted the #1 science museum, thanks to all of you, thanks to the nation, in the country by USA Today. This is a 50 statewide vote for who you think is the best science. So on to today's topic. One of the things I want to talk about, because we all want to talk about IP and of course AI and sit back on IP, is I want to just level set about workforce. I know some of you are interested in workforce development, but all of you want to make sure that we're at the same baseline and understanding what's happening in this great country. One, when you think of workforce development, we're really talking about tech and manufacturing. And this is what it looked like 100 or 150 years ago. You know, dirty, dark, and dangerous, right? But if you think about the average manufacturing space in exactly, this is what it looks like. Super clean. And it's all science, technology, engineering, and math. And I'm not talking about getting master's or PhD, but sometimes a lot of four-year degrees, which of course, if you want to pursue them, that's great. But you can get a 12-month certificate in some biotech or some coding something and start at $80,000 to $100,000 a year and have a huge impact. And in this country right now, there are approximately 10 million science, technology, engineering, math jobs. Of that, 2 million are unfilled. Think about every election cycle. Oh, we're promising 4,000 jobs in the community. We're promising 10,000 jobs. Those are good numbers. We have 2 million jobs approximately right now that are not filled. And again, we're not talking about 2 million people for PhD we're looking for. But the lion's share of that, you don't even need a full bachelor's degree to get a good job, right? So we're in this STEM crisis. And it's very related to IP, because if you don't have people doing these things, you're not going to have people generating the next level of ideas that are worth giving IP. So what's the problem? The problem is something called the leaky STEM pipeline, right? So we have, in any given year cycle in the United States of America, roughly 4 million students enter grade 9. Of that, about 2.8 graduate from high school. Of the 2.8 million that graduate, 1.9 have college plans, and then ultimately only 1.3 of those actually go to their first year of college. Of that, of course, a subset are doing arts and social sciences. $280,000 are majoring in STEM, and then what comes out about just over 150,000. We're talking about on any given year over year, doesn't matter what's happening politically, year over year, we graduate about 4% of students starting in high school line come out as STEM majors. Not enough. So what do we need, right? We need a new education system. We need to look at this antiquated space. Does anybody know, by the way, where the first public high school was? Or public school in the United States was? No? Boston, right? In fact, it still exists. It's called Boston Latin. They've always had that name, Boston Latin. Started in 1635, and Harvard actually started in 1636 because kids who went through that 1 year Boston wanted to continue education. This thing called Harvard College was started. Okay, so this is what school looked like back in the day. This is actually a real picture, not from the 1600s, from the 1800s, by the 1830s, of Boston Latin. What do y'all notice? All boys, so they fixed that later and integrated had girls. What else do you notice? All white, they fixed that later too, much later, but they fixed that too, and that's what's coming through. What is the expression on the faces of the kids? Yeah, they're super happy and excited, right? They're like just painfully, this is tough, right? And they're also the desks and rows. And then you had these two people that were like wizards, right? They were your teachers. They had all this information in their head. And they'd rattle it off to you, and you'd write it with your chalkboard or take notes with it. And that's how you got information. And it made sense in the 1800s. Somebody had information. You either were rich enough to go to this place called a library and check it out, or you heard it from somebody, wrote it down, and learned it, and then passed it on. Well, today, this is what the average public school is like. Still desks and rows, but the kids are missing. Why? They're caught in tech. This is where the average kid is, regardless of this, didn't study this, regardless of socioeconomic status, regardless of race or gender, this is where kids are. Right? So what do we need? We need a new kind of ideas of how we think about school. So one, we want this. We talk here about courses, we want more hands-on. You're trying to be an engineer, you're trying to be a scientist, you're trying to come up with some IP, some patentable stuff. You can't do it theorizing all day. You got to get ready to be hands-on, right? So we talk about we want more hands-on, not hands-on. That's point number one. Point number two, navigate from that to images like this. And then we got to make it exciting and relevant. And that's where AI comes in. We really need to think about AI. And I want to give a huge shout out to the University of Cincinnati. Those of you from the state of Ohio, just I think it's yesterday, the day before, University of Cincinnati is the first university in Ohio, one of the first in the country, to actually develop their own chatbot and their own AI platform for their students. So it's pretty impressive. So we need to factor in AI in education, not as a, oh, it's a nice to have over here, but kind of like electricity, kind of like it just needs to integrate into whatever our disciplines are, right? And so with that, one of the things we try to do is make things come alive. This video is a little older now, but this was our second AI video that we did for Dr. B3 to explain the difference between AI and generative AI. So it'll give you a sense of what this program looks like.
Artificial intelligence that can create original ideas and even redesign its own algorithm? Let's find out. Okay. Artificial intelligence. is a computer process that attempts to resemble human problem solving. Artificial just means human-made. But the fact is, silicon-based processors and our carbon-based brains basically do the same thing. They take in and process data to make informed predictions about what should come next. The big difference is that AI processes much faster. I broke it down like this in a previous episode.
Imagine you decide to make your grandma's famous spaghetti and meatballs. You do it once, it comes out okay. You make it 100 times, it's way better. Now imagine you make it 100 million times. All along the way, you're learning new tricks and tweaks, all of which make your dish the best pasta ever.
AI has been around for almost a century, but generative AI is a new form of artificial intelligence that, well, generates new content in ways that mimic human creativity. It draws upon massive data sets, finding patterns and relationships that allow it to predict the likelihood of what humans might create or do. Narratives, artwork, music, you name it. If your phone tries to finish your sentences when you text, that language model is a basic form of generative AI. Beyond text, more advanced generative AI is a game changer because it's not just repeating one process to perfect one outcome. It's creating new things out of the information and instructions within its model. We know grandma's spaghetti gets better when she makes it 1,000,000 times. But what if we gathered different recipes from 1,000 grandmas? If you analyze all the recipe data and identify patterns and relationships, what ingredients are used together, how long to simmer in the sauce, no doubt you can create something original, a totally new and delicious dish. Now imagine getting 1,000,000 grandmas together, or a trillion. The potential for new recipes from all that data is practically infinite. Our human brain would take forever to do this work, but generative AI can do it instantly. Super advanced processing speeds and colossal troves of data, aka the internet, give generative AI everything it needs. Here's what you gotta remember. Sometimes the spaghetti will actually suck. Generative AI relies on stats and patterns, not a discerning palate. So while AI might give you the perfect meatball, you may also occasionally get some soggy noodles. Even worse, some poisonous pasta. And that's the rub. AI is not perfect, but neither are we. We can recognize that our own actions, biases, dataset curation, and prompts become the framework for AI's future. So what can you do? Be cautious to be sure, but be curious and educate yourself to be a responsible user in this exciting new iteration of artificial intelligence.
So I know there's a session later on looking at AI in education. We're really thinking about how we can use AI intelligently. Is obviously the king and queen here. If you got your cell phone and want to take a picture of this, you will have access to all 40 episodes of the documentaries, fun stuff, climate science, neuroscience, should you want a little Easter egg. And all the content's free. There's curricula that supports it as well. If you're connected to any teachers in the middle school through high school, all that stuff's there available for free. All right. So 1, better schools, more hands-on, less hands-up. 2, thinking intelligently, how we're looking at AI. And then 3, IP. This is a travesty. You all know this because it's required. But imagine one of the biggest drivers of the world's economy, intellectual property. We don't teach it in schools. Not in elementary school, not in high school, not in college, not in Canada, US, America, Europe, you name it. The only time you learn IP in school is if you go to a law school in your second semester, maybe first, but second semester of your third year, you might get a course in IP. It's learned by either working in a boutique law firm or a general practice firm that has an IP, right? Why is that? That's a huge flaw. So we created in partnership with other folks a program called EPIC, Extracurricular Intellectual Property Innovation Center. Group of middle school kids, some elementary, maybe middle school, high school, and undergraduate students to really showcase them the joys and wonder of IP, understanding that what they have in their head and their ideas are really their ideas and how can you protect them. You'll hear more about this when my colleague Dr. Sarah can moderate this afternoon on one of the panels. But in short, we have 4 main programs. One is an introduction to innovation. This is something we're really proud of, because a lot of people don't understand that you can actually teach someone to be innovative. Now, they might not come up with the best invention ever to solve humanity's problems, but innovation is something that can actually be taught. Right? 2, an introduction to intellectual property or copyrights. Come back to that in a minute. 3, patents, and then 4, something we call bench business. So in short, the innovation workshop really goes through 7 strategies of innovation. We worked on 1, curiosity is critical. 2, we talk about thinking outside the box, really ignoring the box. 3, got to take a little risk, calculating risk. 4, like Nike says, just do it. Stop talking about it. You got to play it. Get gritty, get dirty. Malcolm Gladwell's 10,000 hours makes you an expert. Hard work is very important. Be prepared. This is interesting. The be prepared section is about this concept of luck. Some people say, oh, so-and-so was lucky. Rockefeller was lucky. Mark Zuckerberg was lucky. Well, no, Rockefeller was about to lose his business when they went from whale oil to have light. These 2 guys, Edison and Tesla, screwed that up for him, came up with this thing called electricity, and now people had electric lights in their house. So the richest human in the world, Rockefeller, was about to lose everything. But all of a sudden, at the same time, this guy named Henry Ford was trying to perfect the automobile or democratize that, go from Model A to Model B, literally followed the alphabet, and finally we got to Model T. That was a cheaper car, stable car, efficient, and that revolutionized the automobile industry forever in America and around the world. Well, guess what? Gasoline is what powered those cars. Well, Rockefeller and his team of engineers had a prepared mind. It wasn't just they were lucky, they were prepared to take advantage of that. What am I talking about? A waste product of that whale oil was actually gasoline. So they were just dumping out gasoline, and now all of a sudden he just quadrupled his empire. Similar with Mark Zuckerberg, he wasn't coming out to figure out the most amazing communication program, social media, Facebook. He came out with a program in undergrad called Face Smash, where he compared one person to another. You all know the story. He went from Harvard to the other Ivy Leagues and then throughout colleges. He walked in, this is my favorite story, this is the heck thing. Mark Zuckerberg, his freshman year, walked into the president of Harvard office, the famous Lawrence Summers, Golden Degrees economists, etc. And he said, look, I came up with this thing, blown up, not just Ivy League schools, across America. People are using this. I think there's something there. Right? So again, is Mark Zuckerberg lucky? No, he had a prepared mind. Like, wait a minute, this is much bigger than just comparing people. And so long story short, the famous Larry Summers laughed at him to get out of here. This is crap. This is not going to work. The rest of the history he found on Facebook and on that, right? But he had a prepared mind. Which is like, that's number 6. And then finally, the most important one is the concept of making meaning over money. Yes, we all want to make money. Having money is important. But if you're working on something that's critical, if you're trying to develop IP, and you're doing something that's world-changing, money will absolutely follow. And then our lessons in intellectual properties, we teach a little bit about copyrights, teach a little bit about trademarks, but then we talk about patents, and we do a deep dive. Everything from drafting patents, claim construction, diagrams, the whole patent prosecution process with the United States Patent Trademark Office or with the World Intellectual Property Organization. We spend time showing kiddos and young adults this program. And finally, my favorite part is what we call bench business, or here at COSI, we say concept to company. So the COSI concept to company, okay, you got a patent pending, great, but how do you start it? What are those tenets? We have 7 tenets of the entrepreneurial index. Everything from, is your invention a need or a want? If it's a want, keep moving. If it's a need, you might get some legs there. 2, what's your audience? Old folks, young folks, have you. 3, market penetration. It's a great idea. There's a million of your products out there, or it's a great idea and your product's not out there. And then 4, how do you invest in angel funding? What's that round look like? What's VC? Iteration, going to scale, and then most importantly, exit strategy. When you're talking IP, when you're talking entrepreneurship, the kiddos or adults, whatever, you can't think about your exit strategy when you're in. You put in 6 months, you put in a year, you're so emotionally attached to your thing, you might not be able to make the smart decision. You got to prepare in advance to say, with you or your partner, if we get to X days or Y dollars or Z, whatever measurables, and we're not there, we got to pull the plug. You got to think about your exit strategy before you start your company, which is somewhat, shocking to people, absolutely. And you see it over and over when companies fail. They didn't pull out earlier. All right, how's it implemented? Across the United States here, again, shout out to Dr. Lake who leads this program for COSI. We're in classrooms, we're in community centers. We're also doing lots of stuff internationally. This is us in the middle school in Egypt. This is us in India. Again, this is us in Italy, both in Pistoia, in Sicily, Italy. And the program is facilitated not by me, it's run by Dr. Sarah Lincoln and COSI myself, but it's facilitated by scientists and engineers, and not just any scientists and engineers. Scientists and engineers like you all know. And there's people who have IP experience. We actually went through the path process. Because those of you who've gone through and have IP, you know you're different than your other scientists that may have had a PhD with you but haven't gone through that. And so here's just some examples of folks from college folks, from academics to people who work at places like NASA, to this is actually the Dean Howard at the College of Engineering here at the Ohio State University. Before here, she had 2 big robotics companies, owns a boatload of patents. So kids get exposed and young adults get exposed to that. And then of course we're bringing attorneys who are the experts in drafting patents. And I want to give a shout out to Mr. Michael who's in the back. Either our last piece, that bench to business or concept to company. Again, it's not myself waxing poetic. It's people who run major institutions that have IP. If you're running AECOM, you're doing architectural diagrams, really stuff. Who owns that IP? How do you stand it up? And similarly, another colleague of ours, Bobby Whitman, part of actually our board of trustees here. He's a young kind of mini version of Mark Zuckerberg. Started a bunch of companies, sold them off, and was doing exceptionally well. We have a virtual program. Our favorite, of course, in person. But we're able to touch students from all around the globe through this program. Here's some resources. We have a great website. Website talks about why is the IP important, all stuff that you want to discuss this morning, this afternoon. We found on the website with some really cool videos. We use the platform of the Dr. B3 animated series to produce distinct videos, IP 101, West trademarks. These again are 6 to 7 minutes. So your teacher or your adult doesn't spend an hour and a half watching this. Give you a good grounding to get you started in understanding this whole thing around IP. And again, shout out, if you want to know more information, here's your email, but you'll be seeing much of her today. She can be engaged in that. So as I close, I want to share this. I started with Artemis, I'm going to end with Artemis. So the TV show that we talked about, QED, Dr. B, we had the privilege of going to Houston to the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, NASA's lab that actually teaches the astronauts how to work being underwater. And so we went there and we had the pleasure of interviewing Jasmine with Belly. Here's just a short snippet of that section.
Astronaut Movelli, such a pleasure to meet you.
Welcome, Dr. B.
Tell me a little bit about your childhood. How did you know or think about becoming an astronaut?
I did a book report when I was in 6th grade on Valentina Tereshkova, the first woman in space, a cosmonaut. From then on, I always wanted to be an astronaut, and I just started looking into it more, begging my parents to send me to space camp, which they eventually did. Eventually got to go see a shuttle launch, and here I am now.
You were selected to be part of the 2017 astronaut class.
Yes.
How many classes of astronauts do they have? Is it an every year thing? Or do they skip years?
It's just based on when we need more astronauts. Right now, it's been about every 4 years.
10,000 people applied for the 2017 class?
We did. I think it was over 18,000 people who applied.
Almost 20,000 people. That is incredible. Okay, well, congratulations.
So that's just a sneak peek, but I play that for you because Jasmine Belly was selected to be part of the Artemis. Now there are 3 Artemis trips. Artemis 1 is when they shot the capsule, I guess 2 years ago now, 2.5 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, around the moon just to see if it was safe, no astronauts, no people in it, come back then. What we saw 2 weeks ago was Artemis 2, and again, you know the crew, they went around, they landed on the moon, they went around. Well that, ladies and gentlemen, is possibly, Jasmine is shortlisted to be the first female that might land on the moon when Artemis gets here 2 to 3 or 4 years from now. And I should play that for you because if you're wondering why we stood apart a little bit in the interview, that was her first live interview that wasn't a Zoom or Teams since the pandemic. And her first interview was done by our team here at COSI. So if indeed she lands on the moon, your COSI, Central Ohio Museum, actually has the IP of possibly the first introducing that world-changing historic event called the pandemic. And right here from COSI, she walked on. So remember that name, it's really cool what happens. And with that, I want to close with this fun slide. When you think about education, this kid is speaking to his best friend, and he says a top stripe cat whistle. Now we love this because first of all, he calls his dog Stripe. His dog's not spotted. So that's just first of all funny on the surface. And then so his friend Cat comes down and says, hey, I don't hear him whistling. So the first friend says, I said I taught him. I didn't say he heard him. So as we think about revolutionizing IP, bringing in AI, we have to make sure we're making sure people learn it as we continue to pass it on. With that, thank you very much. I can take a few questions and share your thoughts. Thank you. I don't know if it's time for a few questions. Any questions or comments? We take them all here at Crossroads.
I have a question. When are you gonna go up to, when are you gonna go?
I tell you what, you hear me here, right? When you decide to do the next intellectual property summit on the moon, I will absolutely be there. I'll help you fund it to the best of my ability. But you let me know when you want to do the summit. I'm sure all of us will.
That sounds great. Okay, we have a question here.
I'm curious how much you're able to actually like affect curriculum and schools. I'm involved with a lot of like outside of school activities, like first robotics and things where you do STEM outside of school, but it's really hard to penetrate like in the school and to get them to teach new things. So I'm curious how you're able to scale it like within the public school system.
Yeah, that's a great question, a great point. So just to reiterate, as someone who clearly works with schools, she knows how hard it is. You can have the best products, you can have the best curriculum and stuff. How do you get it into schools? How do you get it adopted? The biggest thing, I'm talking about general, certain private schools and charter schools, you got a good relationship, you can do anything. But if we're talking about mass, connecting with students, primarily public schools, it's really tough. The first thing is you have to understand, for those folks who are not working with high school or middle school students, teachers are slammed and stuff. They have to teach this curriculum in this month and that month and that month. They have to use these resources and that's what it is. So it's hard for them to take in your really cool idea, but it's going to require a lot of professional development for them to learn it, or it's going to take a lot of time. So what we've done is, this is why we use these videos. These videos are 3 minutes long. So any teacher, you want to learn about climate science, right? You're not going to be an expert to watch the video, but you can really teach enough about climate science just by taking a 3-minute video. Same thing with travel in space, same thing with dark matter, same thing with virus, all these different 40 videos I shared with you in the QR code. Like, those are 3 minutes. So a teacher can actually play that for 3 minutes, and then we did the hard work by coming up with curricular questions and discussion guides that are all linked to 2 things. Either this local state standards, so each state has their own standards, and then I think it's about 28 states now are connected to what's called the Next Generation Science Centers. So now the teacher's incentivized to play a 3-minute video and do the stuff because it's allowing that teacher, him or her, they, to actually meet their standards as they've got to teach through the year. So it's about really being strategic to make it as easy as possible for a lot of these teachers that are well-meaning, hardworking, but are often just slammed and stuff, or not necessarily the content. So that's one of the ways we do it. And then, of course, we partner with all kinds of organizations to help them.
Another question? No? Okay.
And you'll hear more of that later on with Dr. Lake and she moderates a panel on education and AI later on. Yes, Allison.
Thank you. I really liked your discussion about the leaky pipeline problem. It was really interesting to get some numbers to that. Do you also do any work with organizations to help them understand like how to engage with or how to really welcome entrepreneurs of diverse backgrounds so that we ensure that we're helping resolve the attrition problem as well once people get there?
Absolutely. So we have a program called the Hive, and if you think of beehives and how they work together, so that's kind of the underpinning concept. And what the Hive does is it allows us to work with K through 12, but really middle school and high school students, but connected to industry partners. Because we've done the labor, we've hosted at this point in time about 100 different tech companies just in the state of Ohio. And they'll tell us the same thing. We've got all these jobs, we've got all this stuff, we're willing to train students, but we can't find them, they can't find us, etc. So we're that kind of that little mini Switzerland, that glue. So we build these relationships with these tech companies. We understand the jobs that they have available and the kind of training they need. We then work with the teachers and communities what have you to bring the students, connect the dots. Then we bring in AI, because after, by the way, when they meet these people, it's not you meet an engineer and you get a pamphlet. It's like the engineer are doing like hands-on stuff to show you what really that job is like. And then we bring in AI to say, okay, you've gone through these experiences, we connect the student to the chatbot, what'd you like, what do you didn't like, all this stuff. And it says, oh, maybe you might want to be this, maybe you might want to be a biotechnician, maybe, and not just a biotechnician, a little bit more detail. And then it says, okay, well, in a 50-mile radius, here's the tech programs that are 1 year, 2 years, here's the junior college, here's the full colleges, here's the gateway. And so it really personalizes it for that person So, okay, I don't have to fly to Cali or go to Boston. I actually have something in my community, but it's really to your point, partnering with other agencies and institutions that have resources to support. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
One more question in the back. I know you're moving the show real quick, but he's excited. He's jumping on the side. I'll come down to you now. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the rest of your content. And thank you for coming.
Oh, that was great. Thank you so much. Learned so much from Dr. B because he's on all sides of the education issue with regard to AI and IP science. And, it's not just about preaching to the folks in this room. If there's not a public that's respectful and understanding of IP rights, it's not respectful of rule of law, IP's not going to work. It has to be more than just us. And I think one of the areas that IP attorneys are remiss is in not conveying that. Just sort of saying, well, we talk to people who need to know about IP, but we all need to know something about IP. I think in Colorado, they're including IP in civics curriculum in the state of Colorado, at least an hour. Anyway, next panel. AI adoption at the Crossroads, a good segue. Transparency is probably necessary, trust is necessary, and a certain amount of regulation. We're going to hear from the next panel about that. Why don't they come up now? Tiffany, Ian, Masal, and David. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce, and thank you, Frederick. That was an amazing presentation discussion. As an innovator and an entrepreneur, I always say intellectual property is an opportunity to make a living off of imagination. And what better place to start than in school as young as possible, so that we have more and more people taking their imagination seriously and solving great problems of the world and challenges, as well as providing clues of life through various innovations in technology. I'm really excited to moderate this panel today on basically AI and innovation and adoption, and looking at both the challenges and the opportunities that AI brings to the table in the innovation space. We have a great group of panelists today representing innovation. I'm going to let them introduce themselves, and we'll start with Ian. But just a quick introduction on me and why I am the moderator of this panel. Beyond being a board member of IPASS, I'm also a lifelong innovator and entrepreneur. I've done 10 startups now, spanning 60 plus countries and impacting billions of people around the world. I think when people look at innovation, they forget that we are the ones, and I say this humbly, that invent fire, right? And so that's important on that side of the coin. But we're also, part of a larger system, an ecosystem. So if it was only us in the world, we'd probably burn the world down with that fire. I find it fascinating to see how innovation is being transformed with AI, and our panelists are on the cutting edge of that. So we'll start with Ian. Ian, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Thanks, Tiffany. Thanks to Bruce and others for having me here. I'm Ian McClure. I lead innovation for the University of Kentucky on the university side, as well as our health system. We have 6 hospitals, all under one roof at our university as an academic medical center. And a couple of years ago, I was also asked by our president to lead our enterprise-wide AI strategy, both for our entire university as well as for our health system and the 11,000 employees that work for the health system, 72,000 people in all. So I'll talk more about that, just briefly about my background. Before I came to the University of Kentucky, I started my career as a corporate M&A attorney, left that to go start a company in the intellectual property space, based in Chicago, intellectual property licensing. Did that for 6 or 7 years, went to an investment bank, did IP-rich M&A for a number of years, and then got recruited to the university side in 2016, where I have been for the last 10 years, building our entire technology transfer commercialization and now all of our innovation and entrepreneurship programs and our entire AI strategy, which we call the Commonwealth AI Transdisciplinary Strategy, a enterprise-wide, very holistic framework and approach to doing AI resources, training, the entire governance structure, both in management as well as data integrity, data management. So I'll get more into that as we go. I think just one statement that'll probably be a premise for everything I say up here, my hot takes as it relates to AI. Certainly an AI enthusiast. But this is a moment in time, and I share this with everyone that I can, especially our institution, through all of the town halls and roundtables that I have done for the past couple of years at UK. This is a moment in time like we have maybe only seen a couple of times in our generation as it relates to an emerging technology, but even way different than we have seen before from an uptake adoption level, 14x the adoption of the internet over its first 3 years. So it's just an amazing evolutionary time, but also a time for incredible opportunity.
Awesome.
No, I couldn't agree more with what Ian said. I feel like this is really nothing short of an industrial revolution, and I feel very privileged and lucky to basically have a front row seat to see all of this unfold before our eyes. It's definitely a very special time to be alive. Early to mid 20s will be studied for generations to come. So my name is Masin Malem. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Patent Plus AI. My background is as a researcher at the intersection of electrical engineering and chemical engineering. I did work at Duke University of Connecticut, and then I turned to intellectual property specialist, where I had the great displeasure of using the different tools and solutions available for folks doing patent searching. So my best friend and I started our company, Patent Plus AI, to offer the industry better tools and better solutions to help them perform patent searching tasks. And this was back in 2020, 2021. So before AI was cool, before the revolution started. So that's why I say I feel very privileged to have gotten the opportunity to see this industry from the very beginning to where it's at right now, and where it's gonna go in the next couple of years.
I'm going to share mine. I'm keep that microphone.
I'm David Bass. I'm from Ohio State University. I work in the tech transfer office. I'm the director of licensing. I also teach a couple courses in the master's program at the law school in intellectual property and technology transactions. I get the honor of working with a lot of the faculty and researchers at Ohio State who are working on commercializing AI. They're mentioned both software as well as the infrastructure behind it, a lot of AI. And so, yeah, I'm going to be here to talk about this.
So why don't we start where David left off, since you were talking about the commercialization of AI, sort of plays a bit to the last panel around copyright and who's the owner, like how do you figure out who owns the copyright, who has the right to commercialize it. So you're looking at this from a portfolio basis. How are you dealing with that issue with regards to the opportunity of commercializing innovation that's been co-created with AI?
So I know we have a lot of work to do in terms of being able to track and audit how the inventions are being made to make sure that there is actually a significant contribution that's happening from a human. So when we talk about adoption of AI and how we integrate it into our workflows, we really are pretty cautious about how we deal with risks such as conception and contribution, in the patent area, the claims and analyze those claims. And then, so it's a topic that we do have some work to do, and some of the exciting as that evolves.
And you, Ian, same question.
Yeah, so AI is changing the way that we can think about what we can do with our intellectual property. So, for example, one of the sort of philosophically, I'm of the belief that one of the biggest culture shifts that we are seeing now, and that we will see over the next 3-4 years for this transformational era, is what I call the builder mentality, which is anyone who didn't think they were a builder, but they were a researcher, is now shifting that thinking because they're going from just researching data output, so just like proving an idea, into, I can build that idea into a product by coding it or not, right? As an example. So we have faculty, so 3 years ago, almost right at the same time that these generative AI tools started to come online, we launched a program that we call Social Innovation. So it's a team that is focused on innovations that are mission-based, societal impact focused, but not necessarily what you would consider typically as deep tech, research-based. It is research-based, but it's coming out of our College of Education, our College of Public Health, our College of Social Work, right? And typically, these would be things like trainings, like community trainings, right? Systems for community impact, manuals, research tools, that now those people with AI are able to immediately turn those things into a software app or something that can incredibly more impactfully disseminate the thing that they've been researching or thinking that is just a training tool is now a tool that can be reached by anyone in the world. Once you productize that thing, you can send it anywhere. So whereas before, the training that you developed could only be offered where you could touch and be, right? So this builder mentality is changing everything that we're thinking about, how we can commercialize this kind of IP. And it's the same for, we do a lot of drug discovery work. So think about it, we have a lot of people that have been developing for years diagnostic tools, right? Tools that help diagnose and or identify the right therapy, the right treatment, the right approach. Typically, those diagnostic tools have been, maybe it's an algorithm, maybe it's some big benchmarks, and something that we might have even patented. But now, when they come up with this diagnostic tool, you can almost overnight productize that diagnostic tool into a software-enabled application or research tool that can be used by others. So anyway, it's an amazing time for us. We're having a lot of fun with this sort of builder mentality and what's changing and how we think about the ability to productize within university transfers. Typically, you discover the thing, we'll help you move that thing out. We're actually getting closer to you build the thing, we'll help you actually productize it, and then we'll help you do it. So.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting times. And I know when we were talking about copyright and in the entertainment space, we were worried about the theft of human genius. I mean, I forget who did the quote where he said, the medium is the message. We were just talking about this. I think the challenge in the entertainment space is the medium becomes the art. As a creator, so I use code to create tech companies, I'll use paint to create art, I'm an executive producer and creator of a show that's going on tour. So to me, any medium is something that I can bring into reality. This is the first time the medium has the ability to also be the art. When you look at innovation though, I think we don't have that challenge as much for people that are in certain specialized spaces. If you've ever used AI, but to me, the human still rules, the hallucinations, et cetera. So I don't think the mindset should be that it's like a movie where AI can completely replace humans. If you know the specialized area and you use AI, you know that half of it needs to be guided by human. We call it hallucinations, but many times it's lying. Like if a human said something so confidently, repeatedly, while you're challenging it. But one of the interesting things that Enid brought up was around the patentability, right? And these creations and the lack of friction going to market and going to reality. And also when you're in these licensing and tech transfer departments, you of course immediately go for the patents. And so that brings us to Massive, whereas his company, maybe you can first talk a bit about the patent process, I'm sure, just at a top level for people that aren't as familiar with it, and how you are, in a way, from my perspective as a small tech creator, right, democratizing that process for people like me. Please, Massive.
Absolutely. And yeah, to actually piggyback off of what Ian said, I think, and to answer your question, I think AI really has significantly lowered the barrier of entry to all types of folks to claim their part and claim their part in intellectual property and innovation and also in entrepreneurship. So I would say yes, AI has allowed researchers to become builders, but it also has allowed builders to become entrepreneurs and CEOs and create not just products, but also companies in ways that were unimaginable even in the 2010s or the early 2000s. And I would say right now, what used to take 10 people to build a company could be done by 1 or 2 people who just know how to use, artificial intelligence system. But at the end of the day, the key word there is use. Because humans are not going anywhere. Human expertise is not going anywhere. AI is not replacing humans. It's only a tool, and a tool is only as good as the person utilizing the tool. So there's a lot of conversation about how humans and AI collaborate with each other. For us, we came up with our vision for this collaboration back in 2021 in what we call the 10-80-10 rule. So this is how we envision the most productive and the best type of collaboration that really highlights the skills of humans. We believe the human expert operator really belongs in the first 10% of a project and the final 10% of a project, whereas AI really shines in the middle 80%. So what does that look like from a patentability or patentability search perspective? Fundamentally, we decided to build an autonomous system that performs searching on behalf of humans, not because it's cheaper or faster, but because it's better than humans. Each patent is a 50-page long, dense technical document filled with scientific and legal jargon, sometimes on purpose, because lawyers, as we know, are sociopaths. No, I'm just kidding. But patents are incredibly tedious and difficult and boring to read. And then you have to multiply that by hundreds, if not thousands of documents that a human is expected to just sit there and sort through all of them and find that one piece of the needle in a haystack. On the other hand, AI is primed for this. It is very good at processing complex data ad nauseum, X100, X1000. What humans are very good at is the first 10%, which is strategizing, deciding a strategy, and guiding the system, telling the system what it is that they want or need. And they're very good at the final 10%, which is decision making and making judgments based on the data and the conclusions that were made by artificial intelligence. So that's how our clients track the system. They give instruction, they set their strategy, and then AI does the 80% of the bulk work, the tedious, the grunt work under the supervision of the human, and the human comes back at the final 10% to make decisions. Do I file? Do I license here? Do I invalidate? Etc. Because that's where humans really shine. Abstract thinking, decision making, and strategizing, not the tedious stuff in between.
Please, Ian.
Sorry, you tell me the rules. I'll keep jumping in. So, okay. As we think about, so this is why I was so excited to talk to Dr. B after his talk that he just gave a minute ago. So this morning, I'm on the board of the Center for American Entrepreneurship, who it's an organization that has existed for the past 10 years to advocate for entrepreneurship policy, mostly at the federal level. And in our board meeting this morning, we talked about, we had a whole session to talk about the impact of AI on entrepreneurship, but then also the connectivity between that and the need for intellectual property education. And so let me draw the strings together, because as we think about what we were just saying, is this boom in, look, we're lowering the barrier to entrepreneurship. We're lowering the barrier to productization. So now anyone can make a product overnight, which means you are overnight also an entrepreneur if you care about marketing that product. So immediately there is a boom, and also for the Center for American Entrepreneurship's perspective, a whole new constituency that we have to sort of think about representing, right? High school kids, earlier than high school kids, who are vibe coding apps overnight and now thinking about entrepreneurship before they even get to college, right? So the issue with that is, and I talked to Bruce about this a few weeks ago, so I come from the belief certainly that in this world where now anyone can be a product developer, you are also now a product developer immediately, right? To be an owner of anything, as we know, intellectual property are rights. Okay? Some people say they're franchise rights, they're rights. So intellectual property rights exist so that you can have boundaries around what you own, who doesn't own it, and how you can give people the rights to use that thing if there's going to be some kind of collaboration or partnership via license or otherwise. So if we think that over the next year, there's going to be millions of new product owners which are all, right? Intellectual property becomes that much more important, period, but also the education of this whole new constituency about what intellectual property is and means to their new ownership of this property, right? So what Dr. B was saying this morning, I'm so important, right? And this morning, our entire board meeting was focused on how do we now advocate for new policy at the K through 12 level around entrepreneurship, intellectual property education, because fifth graders are product owners, right? Okay. So.
Thank you. I absolutely agree. And hand in hand with that, especially for the IP attorneys that we have in the audience, is modernizing intellectual property. So I'll let you all think about this, including the audience, because I don't have the answer to it. I have a question for it, which is there a new type of intellectual property that we need to consider, a new category of intellectual property for the where we find ourselves in society at the moment? So that's the big question to be thought about. David, I'm not going to put you on the spot for everyone to think about. It was just triggered in hearing some of the things that Marcel and Ian were saying. And then the second question, which I do think we should have the answer to and wholeheartedly pursue, coming off of where Ian finished with policy, is we definitely need to modernize policy around the current types of intellectual property, policy and laws around the current type of intellectual property that we have. We have all this, society's been transformed by AI. Everything's becoming more complex because humans have the ability to be more complex, like every human being does. Currently, I'm getting my Master's of Engineering in Systems Engineering, which is the engineering of complexity. It's aerospace, it's, all the, it's every type of, we call ourselves like everything bagel of engineering. And typically, that would be a special field of study. But now I find systems thinking and systems engineering, so to speak, in everyday life. So we're going to be having more and more innovations. We're going to be having more and more complexity. We're going to be having more and more products from a more diverse group of people. It's not just the front end in the education. I'll say as I filed for my first patent at 19 many years ago. And with most great things that are done, that people immediately try to steal them, even if you have a patent. Patents are not defensible for a regular person in small tech. So I'm going to throw that to you, David. Like in the context of all this new innovation, AI, and more regular people like me doing innovative things and creating products, and you probably see this when you're doing licensing now. How do we improve the defensibility of this intellectual property when it's not big tech or big pharma against big tech and big pharma? Easy question.
I think it's really just focusing on the fundamentals of the intellectual property and making sure you nail the novelty and the non-obviousness and the utility, and really just focusing on creating a solid asset that can withstand pressure, and then it can be licensed there.
Have you seen any way that we can leverage this new tech to do that in a similar way to what Maslow's doing at the entry point? Is there a way, once you have it, are you seeing anything, and I'll pass that to the two of you as well, to leverage this new tech to also defend your rights?
Probably less defend and more just disseminate it, identify new partners. We see AI being adopted throughout the licensing process, from invention intake through marketing, and then with deal making. But less probably on the enforcement and litigation side.
Yeah, I'll pass it on to Ian. I feel like you have more to say this other than me, but I would say for us, also we're focused really heavily on the initial part of the life cycle, searching, right, art searching, analytic searching, even freedom to operate, which I really think freedom to operate searches belong in R&D. Patent search is an integral part of R&D because it just makes your inventing process a lot more efficient. When you know it's exactly what's out there, it makes the quality of the patents a lot better when you understand the landscape more and some of the competitors are doing. But I would say one way AI is lowering the barrier of entry a little bit when it comes to the licensing end and knowing what to pursue, who to pursue the patents is obviously through infringement searches and seeing what technologies out there might be infringing your patents. There's probably very good people to talk to that could be interested in licensing your patent and making use of it, or folks who had their applications rejected and your patent was cited as a reason for rejection, or similar patents were cited for reasons of rejection. Those are very good people to talk to potentially help you commercialize your technology, commercialize your intellectual property. Not so much on the enforcement end, but definitely on the commercialization of the licensing end.
Yeah, it's a fascinating discussion, to be honest. So this notion that should come up with one category of intellectual property to help. Here's how I think it might end up working, and it might take some time to help us do this. So I mentioned, we have this whole new constituency of product owners. Most of them are not going to be able to go in, right, to your point, which is true. The patent ecosystem, unfortunately, is still a pay to play because of the costs and the time, and it's one where the bigger companies that can pay win. It's been that way for a long time, but we have good examples of emerging markets that have recognized that and have come together to create a runway for the emerging market. And in a lot of cases, that's been done by using standards and patent pools. So think about, H.265, MPEG, 3G, 4G, 5G, all of which had Wi-Fi included, all of which had large interoperability problems, numerous intellectual property owner issues, and the market and the industry realized in order to help the world get access to this amazing best-in-class technology, we're going to have to develop standards, develop a runway through patent pools, and work together. So I know you're probably thinking right now that AI is software and this is about coding, and incredibly hard to do that, and you don't even have a civil jurisprudence around patents and AI. Totally true. What's going to happen likely is over the next 3 years, we're going to have millions of new products developed by whoever, pumped into places where it's going to be competitive advantage by lead time advantage, access to market through just access to investors, access to the companies that will eventually put them into sales streams. But we will realize very quickly that you can reproduce these things really quick, right? Like just as quick as this new AI product, new AI agent can be developed, bigger company that has the sales channels and the intellectual property portfolio will just duplicate it very quickly. So the small inventors, the small product developers will stop. Well, they'll stop doing it for market use, for market applications, unless we realize that those companies have to work together to actually incentivize the world to be their product designer and developers. which is what companies are starting. I just came out of a think tank session with a couple of large tech companies that are thinking in that manner, like actually where our innovators and employees in our R&D enterprise is what we've been relying on to develop our next products. The world right now can be developing our next products, and we have to actually develop ways to work with them. They're only going to be incentivized to keep doing it if intellectual property reserves rights in the things that they're developing as product owner, not just a developer. And I think we're going to have to work in ways like emerging markets have to come together around standards and patent rules and things like that to continue to incentivize that kind of product development to product ownership.
Yeah, just very quickly, also want to add, I think we're going to have a panel about trade secrets later this afternoon, and I think trade secrets for sure are going to make like some sort of emergence, for better or worse, in the next decade or so, because from our perspective, for example, we've spent like 6 years building, fine-tuning, improving the product, but every lawyer we talk to said there's no reason for you to pursue a patent because what you have is not going to be able to, you're not going to be able to reverse engineer it. So I think especially with software or AI, helping you create things in different ways, and it's really an end product and a service in and of its own. Like for example, our deliverables are ready-made reports, a PDF report. You can't know how or where it was made, etc. Trade secrets are for sure going to make some sort of comeback and become more prominent in the recent future.
That's absolutely right. And I think the way that that's going to be policed as intellectual property rights is the same way that you think about a trademarked product that is currently sold on Etsy or Amazon, where it's actually the responsibility of the marketplace owner, Amazon, for example, to police trademark infringement, counterfeit products, etc. They flag on their whole system to help with keeping the market integrity in place. I think we'll get into a place where trade secrets are policed actually by the big tech companies, realizing that they need to currently continue to incentivize the sales of the products.
Yes, and let's not forget as software people also. Those times that I've had to defend software, I've actually used copyright laws for it and got payouts from it. A lot of software engineers and software-based startups don't realize that. And in the same way a book needs to be fixed form, in a fixed form in order to have automatic copyright, the same for code. And a lot of new entrepreneurs don't realize that. Like I would print hundreds and hundreds of pages of code printed and stored at Iron Mountain. And at one point that got multi-million-dollar settlement when it was finally delivered. The patent I would still be trying to fight. So just FYI, we can't forget the basics. So both Ian and Masil sort of brought us up to the macro level, so I want to stay up there for a bit. I recently, in December, had a chance to hear the first ever Minister of AI from UAE. He became Minister of AI, I want to say, back in 2017, somewhere around prior to COVID. And since then, I think Canada has a Minister of AI that they appointed last year. France now has a Minister of AI. Cabinet level positions, looking at it again from a systems perspective to maximize the opportunity of AI and minimize the challenges of it. So I want to look at that from not just a country level, but also an organizational level. What does that look like at an organizational level from your perspective to maximize the opportunity that you guys are seeing in your various entities, including UMass? I know you're more seeing other people's opportunities, but I'd really be interested in that perspective. Do we need a chief AI officer? I'm a director for a publicly traded company, and we're thinking through a lot of those AI issues right now. What does that look like to you? I know it's an opinion in an optimal situation. I'll start with you, David.
Yeah, I think from a practice standpoint, it's creating areas of low risk where people can experiment and kind of do their own thing, but then in the areas of risk that are important to the organization, layer policy and governance on top of that. So for us, that's in communications with our customers, and so making sure that there's human interaction that's happening And then in decision making, there's decisions that are being made. We want to make sure that people are thinking about AI as decision making framework or decision making infrastructure rather than software and sort of policing it that way.
Share a little bit deeper on that and ask the question possibly a different way, which is, what does the future modern optimal organizational structure look like given AI in the mix? Schools, businesses, governments, whatever you want to comment on, home, community.
I'm actually most interested in Ian's response. He has a very interesting role at Kentucky. I think that's a great model.
Sure. So I've given this a lot of thought. I think, so when I was asked to set up, I was asked to develop the strategy for the University of Kentucky. We didn't know what that meant at the time. Ultimately, what we found out, and this is in Allison's good talk this morning, she had 4 major points, and the first one really was like set up the foundation of the governance first before you can take the lid off on everything else to accelerate adoption. And I think that's incredibly important. So every organization that is trying to consider themselves as an AI-first organization has to do that as a first step, right? And governance means a couple of different things. As you just mentioned, and as David just mentioned, governance is governance in decision-making, right? But then also there's governance from a data integrity, data management, measurement of ROI, as Allison pointed out, the financial ROI of the investment. So when we set up our structure at the University of Kentucky, ultimately what we come to is what looks like a large org chart that's sort of broadly matrixed. We have 5 tables of what we consider to be our main functional areas: research, education, healthcare, administration, and student success. Each has a subcommittee. Their job is not to develop policy. I think it's very important that you separate the needs, the challenges, the opportunities, the proposals, that kind of thinking, from the ones who are setting sort of the regulatory framework, the barriers, the policies, the guidelines. We have a whole separate group that we call the Guidelines for Operations group, or the GO group, which is a bit ironic, because what they're doing is actually not going. But the subcommittees come up with the ideas that flow up to the decision-making body that can make investment decisions. It's almost obvious, and this is all about investment in ROI. And then you need to have a team in the middle that's the facilitator, that is that's activating the strategic initiatives, that is building the business cases for the ideas so that the decision-making body can determine if we make this investment, if we return this in efficiencies and human capital savings and whatever it is. And so I think you're seeing that, and Allison has seen a lot more organizations doing this than I have. We've benchmarked a number of other universities when we built ours. But it's governance first, so that, and to some people, governance means limiting. It's not. Governance in this case is so that then you can run fast with guardrails in place, but also with different voices represented. Doing this in the university, it's not like a company. We have just such different constituencies we have to serve. Students, administrative staff, faculty, a whole different beast. Healthcare workers, so we have 6 hospitals I mentioned. And so our structure encompasses all of them. And then you have in the middle this team that's facilitating it, that I've been building, that is reporting to me. And then alongside the whole thing is the partner. Like a lot of us can't do this alone. And if you're an organization of 72,000 people, we need to be able to step into the shoes of one of the 7 or so companies that has been building these models and thinking about these trainings and culture shift, change management episodes for decades. And for us, that was Microsoft. So there's lots I can say there about that. I do think there is a best practice AI-first organization governance structure, and it's starting. Last thing I'll say: any such organization, any organization, I think the first thing you have to do is just pick philosophically where you are on the spectrum of like caution, risk averse, we'll follow, we'll wait and see, which is fine, versus other than we're an AI-first organization, we're jumping in, we're fine to fail and learn and fail again. And we have chosen this one. Many universities are somewhere in the middle or over here, and that's okay. I think I think as long as you sort of accept the inevitability of this, that you have to set up some kind of a structure so that you're preparing your organization.
Thank you. Vanessa, before you comment, I also want to give a heads up to the audience that in a few minutes I'll start taking questions from the audience. So if you have some questions, start thinking about them, because I realize where's Bruce? We still are ending at 3:30.
Yep.
Okay. Please.
Yeah, very quickly, I was going to add, I think the higher up you go in the organization, the more that equation idea of 10, 80, 10, the more it shrinks more, because the more you have responsibilities are decision making and strategizing, and we need AI less for that. We really need AI is in the trenches, in the R&D, in the execution, etc. But it is very important to have leaders and decision makers who have used the tools so they understand exactly what are the priorities and things to consider when you are, adopting them at scale across the organization. Probably the most important variables to consider when deciding different tools, what to use, where to use, how much to use them, is outside of quality is probably transparency and auditability. Because especially for us in the search space, across all different types of intellectual domains, we have AI that works essentially behind a black box, where it just gives you an answer and you don't know where that answer comes from. And if you ask the developers where did the answer come from, the answer is we don't know either, because it's just it's doing math at an incredible scale, and it's predicting the next word. So it's very hard to be transparent and develop trust outside of just looking at the results and the quality of them. So for us, what we've done, especially when you're working with agents, when you have like a team of agents that are performing searches iteratively, collaborating, debating, deciding, etc., is you start to have that record, that track, that all the different conversations that took place, the different decisions that were made at each of the way. Because for us, our invalidity or an FTO search can last 24, 48 hours of constantly AI searching, iterating, trying different things, etc. And we have a track of that we can share with clients, and especially for freedom to operate searches, where they need that trust and they need to see that level of transparency, because they need to make their different decisions defensible. And when it comes to course, they know we did our due diligence, we can see exactly how many patents were read, across how many CPC codes, what strategies were attempted, etc. And I think that is something that really distinguishes tools that are, you can, as a decision maker at a big organization, defend your position, adopt them if they are transparent and auditable. But if it's just a black box, you don't know where the answers come from because it's doing math and predicting words, then it becomes a lot less, reliable for adoption.
Thank you. Yeah, auditability is definitely a key component in all of this, even with school, because I went back to school starting in 2023. So, of course, ChatGPT had just come to human consciousness, and the AI has been around for a while, obviously. And the students were using it, and in the beginning, I was like, don't use it. And in less than 12 months, it was use it as you see fit, but include your prompts in anything that you're using it. So it goes to that audibility really is a source of trust and transparency. Please.
Okay, maybe we don't need a mic for the company.
No, you said something to me really, really interesting, really exciting about a different type of intellectual property right. Okay, now it didn't work, but Australia once upon a time had something called an innovation patent. And you basically just had to do a certification. And then if you wanted to assert it, you'd have to go through some type of an examination process. It didn't work. They discontinued the program, and that's not a thing that you know. But I think they're on to something, with regards to maybe a more limited right, something that gives you the certification and then has a laid out, prioritized mechanism by which an examination could take place. In order to then, if you were actually needing to assert, or if you wanted to license it or something. So I think you're onto something. And I did want to share that there was something that when they tried that, and it's designed for small, medium enterprises. So it was designed for SMEs. A company would do it once and then they'd never do it again. And so there were a number of things that came out of it that it just didn't work quite how they expected. But it's a great idea to continue thinking about it and pursuing something that's fit for markets that are 6 months long, a year long, and then all of a sudden everybody's on to the next thing, and you have the protection. So I applaud you for suggesting it and getting people to think about it.
Oh, thank you very much. I've been thinking about for a few years actually, and spoke to the USPTO and some others. I'm curious. Please keep the microphone. What year did Australia do that? How long ago was it?
Not too long. Within the last 10 years, they just discontinued it in 2025.
Yeah, because, in my imagination, I feel like it's something that we could probably leverage blockchain for. And so maybe afterwards, if you have any contacts or I can research it, it might be compelling to have this sort of innovation patent leveraging blockchain so to lower the administrative, effort and cost around it. And to bring more people, it goes to what Bruce was saying during the break or the introduction, to bring more people into this space, because I fundamentally believe that the cure of cancer exists in someone's imagination, in one of the 8 billion of us, but we're just not taking them seriously, or they're not taking themselves seriously. And I think something like what you were saying Australia has done, and I'm a self-made predominantly tech entrepreneur, so to me, failure is just like phase 1 or 2 or 3 or 5. It's like you just keep trying until it sticks. I think something like what they've done could be really compelling to realize that vision, and I think it will be as transformative as AI has been in unlocking a lot of innovation.
Ian, I have a question for you. What has the cultural challenges, the changes in culture been like at UK for you? I mean, you're just starting the process of becoming an AI organization, but it's not as simple as just turning on the switch and saying we have these tools. So what are some of the things that go into that?
Yeah, so good question, Bruce. And it's another reason why I think a university is a really interesting, just like, snow globe for this to like study, because we have so many different kinds of people. The challenges is not just what you would imagine. Certainly we have some people who are just not inclined, object to this, faculty that don't want to change the way their classroom looks. And all of that is fine. I think the biggest challenge is that we have such a disparity in the inclination of, so we have University of Kentucky, public land grant institution in the state of Kentucky, a lot of students that come from Eastern Kentucky, for example, first generation students. I think something like 30% of incoming class is like first generation students from Eastern Kentucky. That's a constituency that is coming in not really, thinking AI is a scary thing, right? And we have a lot of faculty that are also sort of in this same boat. We also have a lot of faculty that are incredibly sophisticated and have been using AI already for years, developing AI, advancing it. And so the challenge is when we think about training, right? You think about training in an organization, you have AI fundamentals, you have AI ethics, everyone should take these things. Although we have people starting at such different places. I can't offer AI fundamentals to a few hundred of my faculty because they learned that 10 years ago, right? Before we even had generative tools. They were creating their own automated tools. So I think for us, we're learning how to create a training hub, we call it the AI Literacy and Training Hub also, where we can offer very different delivery modalities of trainings, from in-person to walk in and ask for technical service, how do I use Copilot better? Just that simple the question, to other trainings that are focused on sophisticated data use, synthesis, compute power needs, things like that, and just having sort of this roster of trainings at very different inclination levels and levels of sophistication around this. And not every organization might have that disparity, but a university definitely does.
It just occurred to me that kids growing up today are native in many things that we weren't in my generation, whether it's media or cell phones. What does an AI native look like today? Someone who grew up with AI was part of their landscaping back then, and how did they change the way the world runs?
I think I'm not AI native, but I feel like get pretty close to that. I feel like since my undergraduate days, I've been using AI for everything. So I think for me the concept that I think is important for the next generation is the opposite of what a lot of folks in the room and in the IP industry are struggling with, which is like how to make the best use of AI. For my generation, it's how to function better without it, and how to do like a good enough job without having to rely on artificial intelligence. Because I think a lot of people my age are over reliant on AI, and one of the most important skills that we can have is our humanity and being able to have soft skills, social skills, talking to people, etc. And that's not something that AI can help you with or do for you. So I think for people who are AI native, and there's a lot of folks out there in Gen Z and Gen Alpha, the most important skills are the opposite, which is learn how to do things without artificial intelligence, and learn to tune into your humanity and harness it, because as all skills and all muscles, it's something that the less you take advantage of, the less you use, the smaller it gets and the more it shrinks. So I think that's something that we need to, I don't know when, but at some point we need to emphasize it in school, which is how to be more human, how to develop more soft skills and put away AI for a little bit. It's what feels so weird to say.
Plus 100 on that comment. So right.
David, were you nodding your head about something? Was there something? Okay. Please.
Just one thing that we're focused on, this is the non-intuitive part, is we're trying to invest more heavily in education, not just around AI and STEM, technical backgrounds, but actually in the soft skills development, the humanities, presenting, understanding human awareness, those kind of things.
Well, thank you, everyone. I think, did you?
No, I was just going to say how to be a human 101. Right?
Yeah. I was going to say that this is a great place to end on humanity, because I do believe, first off, AI is human-derived intelligence, and secondly, we did a whole talk about this a few years ago with the Federal News Network, that it should be in service to making humans better. That should be our top priority and focus, versus the priority being replacing humans. So I want to thank you all this afternoon. Thank all of you for joining us on the panel. And Bruce.
And thank you, Tiffany and panel. This is a terrific one.
Thank you.
That was great. I'm very interested. I interviewed Ian about a month ago from the podcast Understanding IP Matters, which I host, and that's available on CIPU's YouTube channel if you're interested. But Ian had a lot to say about becoming an AI university, some of the challenges, and how he selected to work with Microsoft as opposed to other companies and providers. It was quite interesting. Next up, AI adoption at the Crossroads. We did that one, sorry. Patents, copyrights, and trade secrets. Wayne and your group, are they too strong, patents for today, and copyrights and trade secrets, or are they too weak for today's innovation? It's sometimes hard to fathom, but Wayne and Diane and James Connolly, please come up. Let me take a moment to say also, we're going to give away 2 CIPU vests. They're really nice, more for the cool weather than the warm. But if you just stick around through the cocktail reception, we're just going to, randomly select 2 winners. So it's incentive to stay around, aside from the alcohol.
So welcome everyone. I want to start, we'll let everybody introduce themselves as it comes up. Thank you. So I'll start again. I'll let everybody introduce themselves as they speak for the first time. I'll introduce myself now. Wayne Stacy, I'm from University of California, Berkeley School of Law. I lead the Center for Law and Technology there, which oversees everything oversees a big word, you've got 22 professors. No one oversees professors, you know that. But everything is from patent to AI. So we see this kind of cross-section of the world. My background is not academic. This is the twilight of my career, my second job after I retired. I spent 25 years doing patent litigation, mostly high tech. With that, now that I'm clear of that and I don't have clients, I don't have to have a dog in the fight anymore, and can kind of offer some unbiased looks at what I think is going wrong with the system. So what I want to do is I want to start with throwing out two controversial statements. One was probably not. The other one, if I'm not being recorded, it's better off. I'm going to let you as I give it to you. So the first part I want to talk about is, there's an old Seinfeld episode that says there's two parts to the reservation. You're taking the reservation and keeping the reservation. And when you look at the IP system, people tend to talk about one part or the other, but there are two parts. You've got the procurement system, that's the patent office's job, the copyright office, and then you've got the enforcement system. That's what's going into the courts. And those two systems need to be evaluated separately. And so that's what I want to talk about here and look at, is compare and contrast between two systems. The trademark system, which seems to be pretty effective and pretty economical in the grand scheme of US IP, and then the patent system, which I will argue has been spiraling downward for probably 15 years and maybe beginning to accelerate its downward spiral because of pressure from the European Union and some other large countries that are running IP systems effectively. So one system looks like it's working, the other one looks like it's broken, maybe broken so severely we can't recover the next generation. So with that, I would like to be recorded. So I wanted to start with the trademark. Diane has more trademark knowledge than anybody I know in terms of how it works, but also how it makes companies more powerful. So you start with you, Diane, why the trademark system works.
Wow, okay, so I'm Diane Nagel-Kratz. I'm Director of IP Strategy and Operations at Dolby Laboratories, headquartered in San Francisco. We had the pleasure of hosting this event last year in San Francisco. It was a great opportunity to come together with thought leaders from so many different backgrounds. So I am a registered patent attorney, but I'm also head of trademarks at Dolby, and I also head our IP operations team, so I manage an 18-person global team. I'm not sure I would say that our trademark system is super strong. I think overall, it certainly has more certainty than our patent system does, and that's quite a relief for many of us. But enforcement is really where things start to unwind. So for many of you, those of you who are operating companies, or even just if you're just a consumer, you realize the threat of counterfeits and how challenging it can be when you're trying to purchase something on Amazon or on Alibaba to make sure that you're actually getting a genuine good. Now, this kind of issue is a little bit less relevant for Dolby, given our business model, which I can talk about later, but it really does reveal one of the greatest weaknesses in our trademark regime now, which is that it is so difficult to combat counterfeits. Back in the day, before the internet, before online commerce, it was much easier in some ways to actually deal with these things. You could have a team go to an open air market, identify counterfeit goods, and basically get it shut down in many different countries. Now, of course, we're against a very different landscape online. And for so many companies, especially companies in luxury goods, and the clothing, brands, fragrances, are running into all sorts of problems with counterfeits. So that's kind of a big, broad comment on some of the weaknesses of the trademark system, but particularly in terms of enforcement.
Thank you for those comments, Diane and Wayne. I'm James Connolly. I've been to every one of these iPass events. Bruce has been kind enough to invite me, and we've hosted them like Dolby did last year. We hosted them at the Kellogg School of Management together with my colleague who spoke earlier, Dan Brown. I'm a nuclear engineer, became a material scientist, and designed automotive engines, glorious internal combustion engines, in the days when those were really super. And I have my hands all over the design of Subaru horizontally opposed engines. I spent 8 years in Japan doing this. Somehow, I became one of these difficult people that Wayne has to manage, a university professor, accountable to nobody. And this means that my mind could wander. And it could wander to all of these places that I've been during my career as an engineer, including inventions that we've made, patents which eventually became commercialized independent of my prior employer. And my joint inventor, Charles Lamson, and I took these all sorts of interesting places, which is subject of another discussion. But since that time, which was the early 90s, I've been at Northwestern developing this whole idea of, yes, property is an important source of competitive advantage, but we have to look at it holistically. In the title of this panel, we had 3 different kinds of property. And indeed, my colleagues at the law school become distinguished professors specializing in each of those kinds of property. And the law involves particularly in each of those areas of property. But as managers and entrepreneurs, the real opportunity is to look at it all together and figure out how to use what, when, where, and how. And we heard a little bit of that from Tiffany earlier. This difficulty that we're experiencing with patents is not something new. I mean, we wrote extensively about this after the eBay versus Merck exchange ruling that canceled the ability to get a unilateral injunction. Interestingly, in Europe, you can still do this. In other places of the world, you can do it, and a lot of litigation is moving there. But I think the patent system has been substantially weakened relative to when I was really using it aggressively with my former inventor for all sorts of reasons. But there's ways to resurrect it. And if you think more broadly about the way that my colleague Diane here, Dolby, has used it over the years, there's so many lessons in that, and I spoke about some of that last year. I bet Albie's the only one here in the room that actually remembers Dolby's original trademark, right? You can see it on the screen back there. It's got these 2 things facing each other. If I polled the room, nobody would be able to tell me what those 2 things are, right? But Albie knows, right? And it's because no one has even seen this technology. Those are old magnetic heads. The original Dolby mark had a line through the middle. That was the tape, remember, Albie? And somehow, the sign has evolved, right? There's no more tape. The line's gone. And in fact, the whole system around Dolby is very cleverly evolving with time, but it's doing it through the mark. The mark is activating all over the world. So I guess while there are these weaknesses, in various appropriability regimes and domains, I see them as an opportunity as we go through this discussion. I'll talk about other opportunities.
And I should say I'm very grateful to James for pointing that out to me because I didn't know that. Trademark attorney, and I've been a Dolby for over 5 years. So I should also add I am not authorized to speak on behalf of my company. My opinions are my own before I simply say that on.
So I think that is an interesting discussion. And that 2006 was the mark when all U.S. patent law really changed around injunctions for the enforcement side. And we often want to talk about what the United States Patent and Trademark Office is doing. It's just an executive agency. It basically can do nothing other than regulate itself. And anything that they push out in rules can be changed in the next few years, which is what's happened recently. You start cycling through these rules every 4 years. But a patent is supposed to be a 20-year business strategy. It's supposed to be something that's long-term. And actually, I think the average lifespan for a USPTO director, his lifespan is a little morbid, their average time at the patent office is less than 3 years. So, and if you're changing administration, you're changing theories. So the patent office is not a mechanism for long-term change. Only Congress is going forward. And I would argue that we're probably 10 years away from any meaningful change on the patent side. Trademark does get a lot more attention these days because of anti-counterfeiting. It's easy to grasp and articulate, it seems. So you mentioned problems like online, like Amazon, having trouble. But there have been all of these remedies. How do these kind of economical remedies popping up match the general IP world?
Economical remedies.
Well,
damages kind of.
Amazon's got its own enforcement strategy. You have ability to seize pirated goods at the border, or shut something down in an open air market, or confiscate somebody's van in New York City that's selling personals back. Those are pretty easy to spot these days. So compare that to a patent litigation which runs cheap, $8 million a side these days.
That's true. So I think on a case-by-case basis, any one-off kind of enforcement action on a trademark side is often, it's going to be a lot less expensive than patent litigation. And again, there's, I'd say, a real movement away from the brick and mortar kind of enforcement, more to the digital enforcement. And platforms like Amazon, of course, do have their own internal mechanisms for takedowns, but these are very, very challenging systems to use. They are unreliable. Often something gets taken down and it just pops up over here under a different account name. It's the same with spam, right? You can block every single weird spam email you get, but you're going to be getting thousands more just under new 15-letter long email addresses. So it's a good thing that they have it, but I would say it's far from sufficient, and it really is an impossible situation for a lot of companies. It's the typical whack-a-mole problem is how they usually describe it. James, I don't know if you have some comments on it.
Well, every time I hear an explanation of the cost and the litigation costs going into the calculus of whether or not we're going to do something, I have to go upstairs to the finance department and remind them that there's goodwill. All these numbers that are running around aren't capturing that. And so I try to use examples of how people are operating to the calculus of the cost of counterfeits and all the rest of it. And I find them episodically. One person who's got to invite next year cruise is Hadia Klaxon from Tabasco. Right? She works for Michelin. Right? And she's a fascinating lawyer. She has the same job that Diana has at this world famous hot sauce manufacturer. No one has ever been to their location. It's in the middle of the Louisiana bayou, essentially, in Salto. But, when you hear her talk about infringement litigation and everything, she says, that's really the last resort for us. Every time we see that, we think, what they're doing using the Tabasco brand. She has this great example. A California marijuana vendor, right, wanted to call their brand Tabasco, right? It was all, the green and the red and the whole thing. And before you send the cease and desist, they actually thought, what would Tabasco spiced dope taste like? And to actually have that kind of open mind takes you in all sorts of different directions. And I'm trying to bring that perspective to management. I don't immediately do the calculus of all of it. In the last moment, yes, you have to do that, but there's an opportunity here somewhere. And it may be in between all of these appropriate billing regimes. So that's where I am.
So I love the concept that, and this is what I try to teach students, that IP is not a business strategy, at least not at the front end. I have never once come across an inventor or a company founder that came in and said, hey, I want a patent so I can sue people. I like lawyers, let's give them more of our money. Or I want a trademark because I'm expecting somebody to violate it and I want to sue them. There's support for a business strategy, for doing something with your innovation, for getting products to market. How do you, Jane, to start with you, how do you approach that from getting that message out and getting people to stop thinking about IP as the lead, and rather looking at the business strategy as the lead, and if you do your business well, maybe you never need to enforce your IP?
Well, I like your description, actually. Right? And we heard some of this in the earlier panels. IP it's like infrastructure. It supports. Whether or not, to use the words that Dan shared earlier, you really have some kind of competitive advantage in the marketplace. So the first thing I asked him, you know, and Dan does this too, are you really solving a problem that someone's going to pay for? You know, forget about that. Have you actually solved and created a business case that is compelling in a way that satisfies the need and brings a benefit to the person who you think is to be your customer? This is exceptionally difficult with university professors who are commercializing their technology. And my friend from the University of Kentucky has probably got gray hairs, or maybe lost a few years, having those conversations. I know I use them every year when I do this. Some folks are able to conceptualize that. You know, a customer knows what they and others are not. Once we have that identified, then we can write it. Because the IP at its very core, it brings a benefit, and patents are about enabling benefits, creating a language around unique benefits. And then there's all the marketing. Right? That's the story which tells the benefit to the target consumer. And then there's the brand on the outer label, like the electronic card. This is where all the chemistry takes place. This drives your kind of purchase and all that. So I try to use that marketing language to bring them into IP. Okay, what is exactly the benefit? Well, how are we going to tell the message? What's the message? And then how are we going to remind them where to get it? And that wraps up patents, secrets, copyrights, and brands.
So Diane, I just want to remind people of one thing. You're now at Dolby, but you're a creature of Silicon Valley. You've been around and seen many different companies. And so I would love your feedback on where patents, trademarks fit in kind of broadly into the Silicon Valley ecosphere.
I love how broad that question is too. So a little bit more background, because I started my career in big law at Morrison Forster, later at Sidley Austin, primarily doing patent litigation, but also other kinds of IP litigation. So for example, I worked on the Oracle Google case, for those of you who may have heard about one back in the day. After that, I went in-house, and my first company was Seagate Technology, which is a Fortune 500 hardware company. And Seagate had a dramatically different IP strategy than, say, Dolby Laboratories does. So I'd love to contrast the two, because I think it reveals some very interesting things. So back at the time when I was at Seagate, Seagate had one primary competitor called Western Digital, WD. And Seagate and WD together had well over 75% of the market for hard drives. So basically what you had was a duopoly, this kind of Cold War thing going on between Seagate and WD. And both Seagate and our competitor had built up these really large patent portfolios. And not just patenting really clever, really innovations that were going to add so much value to the marketplace. No. Patenting slight incremental improvements just to keep building up that pile of patents, right? So it really was this strange kind of situation. And at some point, both companies had these massive patent portfolios that were paying annuities on, over the years, expending a tremendous amount of money, but for what real value? As a matter of fact, the greatest conflict between Seagate and WD in about that 10-year period was a trade secret misappropriation case that went down in state court in Minnesota and ended in an $800 million judgment. So a very powerful engineer had left one company, actually had left Seagate and gone to WD, and we ended up prevailing on that case. So here we have all these expenditures on building patent portfolios, when at the end of the day, if either party sued the other, there's probably going to be mutually assured destruction. And actually, the more powerful technique in the end ended up being a trade secret case.
So now I'm going to take what you just said and let's divide the world up into what the innovators world really looks like. There are really two groups. You have the small and medium-sized companies, and then you've got these giants. And for small and medium-sized companies, again, I'm pro-IP, I've spent my life in this area, but I've also seen what's happening. So I was called out at another conference for saying that for small and medium-sized companies, those are maybe a company as big as $20, $30 million, that US patents are fool's gold. They're pretty, they look good on a wall, they give you a false sense of security until somebody actually tests them, and then you've got real problems if you've ever incorporated them into your strategy. And you compare that to these two giants that own the disk drive market, now when you ask this question, are US patents, and I'm emphasizing US because I have some different views on the rest of the world, are US patents useful for small and medium-sized companies trying to protect themselves from the giants, from maybe some predatory giants people would point to? And Jen, I'm going to give you that loaded question.
Everyone wants to give you the mic on that one. Okay. I think they're challenging, clearly, which is the premise of this panel. You know, right now the patent system isn't probably working as well as it could, but it is a living creature. It evolves. Maybe we'll even get a new form of a patent. I think Tony was speaking about what we used to call a utility model. But I think these are essentially important for small to medium-sized enterprises. We just have to be very sure about how and why we're going at it. It should not be a helter-skelter chase for patents simply for the purpose of having patents. We've already heard that the task of doing all the research to make sure that you've got new useful monopolies and all the requirements is being made a lot easier. That should bring the legal costs down. So the legal burden is, or rather the cost burden is coming down from the prosecution side, right? So that's, I think, good for, hopefully going to be good for small to medium-sized enterprises. But what we haven't addressed, right, which is critically important for the system overall, is more of a social benefit of the disclosure. The fact that patents are filed is a public disclosure of knowledge. And I think the first time ChatGPT came out, fully 3% of its training set was, U.S. patents. A full set of U.S. patents is what trained ChatGPT initially. So there's that benefit that doesn't necessarily become something that's proprietary. You can try and protect your own goods, but the fact that you disclose certainly elevates everyone else's knowledge of your industry and your particular competitive advantage. But around that, now you have to wrap all the quality control information that would be a trade secret, which aggregates to the Dolby brand. Right? You have to think more broadly in all of these ways, not just patents. So yeah, I think patents alone is not nearly as attractive as it used to be. But when you open up the aperture and actually think about all these possibilities, think a little bit like a Via Claxton. Oh, that infringement might be an opportunity for us all the time. Then I think you can maneuver cleverly.
So I'm going to contrast the earlier example I gave of Seagate Technology with Dolby, a company that is a little bit over $1 billion a year in revenue. We're not a huge company. We're not a small company. We're public. We've been around about 60 years, and there are around 2,500 employees at Dolby. So patents are unusually important for Dolby because of our licensing model. We license patents, standards essential patents for audio and video compression technologies, largely through patent pools, but also through bilateral arrangements as well. And this generates hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue for us. And so intellectual property is embedded deeply within the business strategy. And that, I think, makes it a wonderful place to practice law and an IP attorney like I am. And it also indicates the importance of the legal department to the company. Because unlike most in-house roles, where you're basically a cost center, at Dolby, we are actually helping to generate the revenue. And so for Dolby specifically, the patents, even US patents, continue to be extremely important and extremely valuable. But I do understand why you raised that point, Wayne, in terms of some of the challenges that we've seen. And where we're a much smaller company or solo inventor, that's where you have to start looking much more critically at the value of patenting. And that's where provisionals are still a good option for saving money and for testing something out to see whether or not we really want to take that additional step and file for the full non-provisional utility application.
So I want to share a number. Many of you may have not seen this before, but the percentage of patent cases in the United States now that actually involve two operating companies. And separate out the pharmaceutical world, separate out the medical device world. They run in their own specific area. But when you look at the rest of US patent litigation, over 90% of it is brought by non-practicing entities. And this is not a pejorative discussion about that kind of company, because a lot of times they've been preyed upon and there's nothing left by the time they can get there. Or they might have started as an operating company, but 5 years later, after paying $1.5 million, $2 million a year in legal fees, now they're just borrowing money from different people to figure out their the litigation. So what does it say about the US system that it's no longer a competitor model where people are trying to scale it, trying to push their business model, trying to protect their business. Patents are being sold off, licensed off, loaned off for just pure revenue. How does that weigh into generating jobs, generating new businesses, and the long-term effectiveness of the U.S. innovation economy?
So my first impulse in terms of answering that question is, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter to me personally so much whether it is an operating company or an NPE filing a lawsuit. I think at root, the biggest problem is frivolous litigation. Are you filing abusively? Is there really anything there? And that's maybe a whole separate question, but I'm much more concerned about that than the exact nature of the entity that is doing the filing. If they have a genuine claim, then under our Constitution, under the way our entire patent system has been set up, they have every right to go ahead and file a lawsuit.
And I don't mean to imply that they don't. I'm concerned that we priced operating companies out of the patent market, and they no longer defend themselves against others because it would cost millions and millions of dollars a year. I should ask, anybody know what the going rate for a single senior level patent litigator is these days? Per hour?
1,500?
What, Albie, what was it? 1,000? 1,000 will buy you a second-year attorney out of law school. I heard 1,500, that's about a fourth year. Somebody with my vintage, my gray hair, roughly 2,200 to 2,400 an hour. And I'm not the one that'll hurt you. It's the 8 people at $1,200 an hour that work with me. So I did a little poll among several firms, roughly $8 million in total for one side to litigate a case worth $20 million. $8 million invested for a $20 million return. That's insane.
I agree, this is definitely a problem. This is far from ideal, and I particularly worry about the smaller companies and solo inventors. I do wonder what the role of third-party litigation funders could be in helping slightly alleviate that, but I'm sure it will not be sufficient.
Wayne, really glad that you brought up that 90%.
I thought you would.
You know my background. Okay. So it turns out that number is an artifact of change in civil procedure. Right? When there were long ago lawsuits where a particular NPE would sue, 50 firms. And there would be one lawsuit, but then there was a change in procedure and they had to have 50 individual lawsuits. Okay? So that number is an artifact of the court. And it isn't necessarily a reflection, certainly in the number of lawsuits, it's absolutely the number is there, but there was a change in one. There was, as a actor, there were many more companies that would show up in the numbers that were suing other companies. Okay. And I'm also, like you, very concerned about the small entities, but I think we'll hopefully get some changes. I know that when Dan was on the PPAC, he initiated a whole bunch of different changes from inside the patent office.
That were probably promptly flipped.
Well, I think he got put on the slow burner stage, but then when the new administration came in, all of a sudden they looked front and center. Right? And it's pretty much exactly what he suggested needed to happen as it indicated.
I have a question. So why don't more operating companies, and we have Manny Schechter here, ex-IBM Chief Patent Counsel, maybe he wants to weigh in on this, but why don't more operating companies enforce their patents against other operating companies or other entities? And if NPEs are active, they're active because patents are available, good patents are made available to them for purchase by operating companies. So it's sort of a conundrum. The operating companies don't want to enforce themselves, apparently, for bad publicity or because there's not enough for return, but they'll allow other people and other entities to enforce for them. What's your thinking about that?
I think the Mannies of the world are too busy making money to, get caught up in IBM in particular. They're in the business to make money and to return to their shareholders. So, patent litigation may be at some point if something's really going wrong, but if you keep your focus on your operations and earning income, the patent thing becomes a bit of a peripheral activity. It's not front and center every day. It's a fallback. You buy the option on the right, and you only act on it when you need it.
Manny, do you want to weigh in? No.
Yes, so I think those were good points that James made. Of course, the sheer distraction from your day-to-day business, that it's not just the cost of litigation, it's the cost to your employees, to all the depositions and all of the documents and figuring it out. It's extremely time-consuming, extreme investment, both in terms of time and money. So I think unless you are very confident that you have a strong case, there'd be many reasons not to go down that road.
But doesn't that enable NPEs? Doesn't that give NPEs the opportunity to act? Because the big operating company X is saying, well, we can't do this, we can't afford it, we don't want the distraction, we don't want the bad publicity. We'll just sell these patents to either a broker or directly to an NPE.
Well, certainly that's an option. Of course, you have organizations like the License on Transfer Network, like LOT, to try to discourage those sorts of scenarios.
And keep in mind, sometimes those big companies are cleaving off huge portfolios that they're not in the business of anymore. They're no longer operating in that space, so they're taking an asset and moving it off. And good patents, but they just don't need them anymore.
Right. And what about the threat of litigation as a way to force a settlement? So you want to get a license for X number of dollars, and so you begin a litigation, and it's cheaper for them to settle than to fight you in court.
So there are two types of NPEs. There's one group that I think are horrible because they're settling against the litigation costs.
Right.
They're not the value of the IP. That's a separate group. Congress, people have been trying to address. I call them slip and fall trolls. But there's this other group that are a legitimate group buying valuable patents, trying to settle them for the value of it, the innovation. And those are real organizations, real financing, and they're real assets. And I hate to see those two ever mixed together because they're different groups. One group is abusing the system, the other group's just using an asset as an asset.
Right, but the same sort of result.
Actions on both sides, right? You can have parties who know that they are infringing a patent or know that they really ought to be taking a license, and they're counting on the patent holder not to enforce because of the sheer cost and hassle. And so there's a lot of, you have to see that kind of activity, that kind of abusive practice can happen on the other side.
What I don't like about this conversation is we, who are really very far up the learning curve on IP, fall into the trap of using the broad terms of the narrative that is operating against us. And, universities are NPEs. All we do is generate knowledge, and then we hope someone will take a license to it. Now, we're not aggressively using the settlement thing. That requires a different meaning. But I don't like these broad terms, and I think as we develop explanations and narratives to really refine the role of IP in this age when AI is coming through and changing everything, we should be very careful about that and intentionally be careful. That's what I try to do with my students so that we can actually focus our efforts where we can make headway.
So you can tell this is a touchy topic, and I'm a pro IP person, so James may not believe me after this discussion.
Control, I've heard it.
So no, they're a very, very different group, and I've represented all sides. I used to be a trial counsel for a case, so I've been on all sides of it. But we talk about what's coming forward, and we know that the U.S. IP system is, or at least the patent piece, doesn't run as efficiently as the trademark piece. And the trademark piece has trouble, but these people are focusing on it, they're trying. There were just hearings last week on counterfeits, looking at drug counterfeits on top of traditional luxury good counterfeits. But what's the future for legislative change in the patent world if there are these problems with the system? What can we look forward to in the next 5 years, 10 years? And what should we be asking for? I'd love to hear from the business side. The lawyers are the ones that screwed this up.
I wouldn't say the lawyers screwed this up. This is just something that's been evolving. Now, it's instructive to read the 2011 White House report that was written as justification for all the changes that came through the Patent Office under the American Defense Act. It's really instructive to read that. Why? Well, they quote a terrible problem in America that is coming from a judge that speaks about an unscrupulous attorney getting a patent from someone who's unsuspecting and then going to enforce it without any return to the original inventor. The problem with the quote, and no one who wrote the quote apparently understood this, it's from the year 1874. Wow, America really slowed down from 1874 to 2011. This problem is around and the market works, and it's one that we have to continually struggle with. But I don't think the existence of the problem itself is some sign of deteriorating health. On the margins, not having an injunction, that's a problem. That should be available to everyone, small, large. But anyway, that's all I'm going to say.
I will say that IP being one of the rare areas where you can often get bipartisan support, I think starting from that presumption, there is a little bit more hope than I would have seen perhaps a year or two ago. I know that there are quite a few bills that are in process right now. I don't recall all the details, so I'm not quite in a position to talk about them, but I don't know, 5 years out, maybe not, 10 years out, I don't think we can really continue as we are. I would expect there's going to have to be some more significant legislative change.
So one of the things that's concerning to me, and I've had conversations with people on the Hill, is that there are only a handful of people in Congress that care about IP, and most of them are retiring at the end of this year. So the question of who's going to be the next champion, and we've had people that were, I think, probably as close to champion of small and medium enterprises as that you're going to find out there, but they've all decided to retire. So I worry that the pieces that we need to put in place, these bills that are fairly interesting, if they don't have a champion, they're going to die in a committee somewhere. Because a few of them are on the third iteration, and with powerful senators behind them, that aren't going to be there. February next year.
Okay, well, to be oddly Pollyanna-ish or oddly positive, I would say trust in the next generation. I think the next generation of legislators, there are going to be people who appreciate intellectual property. I think even just the rise of AI is increasing awareness more generally. So my hope is that as people become savvier and savvier, we can expect that to be reflected in our elected officials, and hopefully that will lead to change. But I don't have a particular name, a particular person I can suggest.
I bring up these problems in class, all that you've mentioned and more. They're challenges, but I make it very clear they're not mine, they're yours. You've got to make the system work, right? And that actually is empowering customers, right? When they see that the system itself is something that they can play a role in some way, not just to benefit from ownership, but to shape it, to make the ecosystems work better. They really like it.
Well, and Berkeley is an interesting institution. It's deeply scientific, and I think it's once again like the #1 institution in the world for undergrads building startups. And it's 9 out of 10 years being in the top 5 for unicorns. And these are the kind of small companies that are coming out that I worry about won't have the necessary IP protection going forward. Again, universities should be spinning out knowledge and then spinning out companies to put that knowledge into public use. From the business perspective, what would you be telling those students about the next 5 years to get your company up and running or sold off, whatever the exit needs to be?
So everything depends on context. That's the first point that we make. Okay, so if you're in pharmaceuticals, the context is this. The regulatory. So we really need to understand the context. And I teach a simple case on a particular context that's very common. It has to do with two young ladies who started slumber kittens. Okay? And these are plush toys with books that are read between parents and younger children to build affirmation and confidence and to talk all about things that aren't being discussed as much as they used to. So they originally got design patents on their plush toys, which was really helpful in the beginning because they could send out cease and desist letters to people who were copying them. But then they realized the copyrights on all the stories that were being read that they were writing that complemented the books were quite powerful. And then suddenly, somehow, somebody called to get a license to copyright because they wanted to make a media story about slumber kittens. And it turned out to be Jim Henson's. Okay, what's the story there? You can start with one form, but you better think about how the marketplace is experiencing your offering. And if it's something like a media or some kind of story that's being told, copyright is your answer. If it's something that is driving repeat purchase through a mnemonic that is aggregating goodwill like a trademark, then that's your obvious path. So don't focus on one. Do the thing that you can afford. And so I have 4 daughters, right? And they're all athletes. So they're big fans of this product called Spanx. Have we all heard of Spanx? Okay. As soon as I mention Spanx, everyone knows what I'm talking about. Right? But this was an unemployed lawyer who actually developed it. That was Sarah Blakely, right? And she did all the patent research, but the genius of, then she figured out how to cross weave so that it actually gave good form in its use. But her genius was coming up with the word Spanx, single syllable, ends in a hard consonant, slightly suggestive of I don't know what, but it sticks. And that's her power, really, being able to produce that product and owning that brand that is still worthwhile for students to hear, even though, patent law doesn't work the way it used to.
So I wanted to comment, Dwayne, you brought up the challenges facing startups, particularly students in places like Berkeley or Stanford. I worry much less about those students, right? Northern California and Silicon Valley, we have tremendous access compared to most of the country, and certainly compared to the world, to investors, to angel investors, to incubators, to support, to entrepreneurial clinics that are free. Morrison Forster runs a cyclical kind of training for startups. It's like an 8-week series, and they focus on different aspects of startup formation and understanding stock and intellectual property. And it just runs all the time, basically. I've sat in a few of them myself. It's been incredibly powerful. Lots of people who are presumably entrepreneurs or would-be entrepreneurs go to those events. There are myriad resources here, or I should say here, where I'm from, in Northern California, to support inventors and startup founders. It's really the rest of the country that I would be much more worried about. Do we have those sorts of educational and supportive resources available throughout to a diverse audience in rural areas throughout the country? And that's where I think we have a much bigger challenge.
And this is because I was director for the West Coast US PTO, I can say this. I think this is one of the great frauds that the USPTO puts out there. They call themselves the Innovation Agency and push patents as the core to innovation and don't really bring in this whole idea of business. I've long advocated they need to dissolve the regional offices, they need to get rid of the outreach offices and put them with the Small Business Administration. Somebody should be teaching business first, IP second. But they flip it around. So to me, one of the most dangerous things that I can see out there, and play with ChatGPT on this, about the value of patents. And that's the first thing you can do, or you should do. I saw this at Cooley. So many people show up to their patent lawyer before they show up to their investors and their business people. And I think there's this horrible myth that patents should be first. And whether they're weak or in my opinion, whether they're weak or powerful, and how it's changed over time, it's kind of irrelevant. They should have never led first. It should have always been the business model that led first. The IP comes second to put a business model together. And for educational purposes, it seems like that's what we should be teaching. Focus on the business side first. Once you've got a great business idea, then think about how to protect it. It can't be vice versa. Outside of universities where you have professors that are in silos that are just there for research. That's a different model. But for most of us that are just inventing, trying to build a company, it's a different world.
Yeah, I can see how an inexperienced founder might feel, I have to get patent first, otherwise no one's going to take me seriously. I need to be able to show an actual asset in order to get the support of investors. But I definitely see the risk in that as well. It's maybe more general, just file whatever, see if it sticks. They may be filing too broadly. They may not be limiting their claims the way they want. They may be filing in the wrong countries or not really, or over-filing, spending a lot of money early on, not even realizing which countries are actually going to be important. So definitely, I feel like it has to go hand in hand. It shouldn't be just IP education, and it should not just be business education.
Part of the issue, I think, is a patent is 100% of something. And that feeling that you own this, assuming the patent's valid and it holds up, it's very powerful. And to see 4 of them on your wall, you think you've done something, but it may be 100% nothing. In most of the cases, it is, except perhaps in pharma. Yeah.
I like if you really look around Silicon Valley, it's the corporate lawyers and the business lawyers that run the place, not the IP lawyers. And I think there's a reason for that, because they're the ones actually making the business move forward at those critical junctures. The IP attorneys are providing the support and necessary pieces. But if you look at the small companies that have succeeded, that are generating jobs, it's not because they had a patent, it's because they had a good idea to begin with, and then they can protect themselves afterwards. Hopefully, I guess that's everybody's dream, to be so popular, people start trying to copy you and steal your ideas.
Wayne, we have time for a few questions, and then we can wrap up. Sarah?
Hi, thank you. First of all, I have so much respect for the 3 of you and the creative tension around this question. But I thought is this, as you talk about education, you've all talked very much about the college level and the graduate level and the law school level. But we're talking about younger children and young adults, undergrads who aren't law school path, or even our high school students. And when I talk to a lot of community college folks these days, even four-year institutions, we have to remember we're dealing with a lot of high school students. More and more high school students take college classes online, in person, and so forth. And they're part of these conversations. And because of AI and a lot of other opportunities online, have opportunities to start their own business and are. What they don't have is the IP acumen to know that their logos, their taglines, their IP is IP. And so when we talk about what comes first, kind of a vague conversation, honestly, what comes first, the patent or the business? I'm curious because what I'd love to know more about is, if we're talking about the business that should come first before the patent potentially, how are we working with people in general so that their ideas are important and should be protected? To your point, here in the US and in some parts of the US, there's a lot more access than in other parts of the world. Where we're seeing, frankly, I will tell you, especially at the K-12 level, we are seeing a lot of activity around intellectual property and entrepreneurship programs. TIE Global, so if you're familiar with TIE Global, is a incrementally growing program for young people in the entrepreneurship space coming out of India. And so I'd just love to hear more of that thought process around that conversation that we were just having around patents versus business, and how we're helping young people understand that a patent could be 100% of nothing, but it's also a tangible asset if you have a business.
So, Sarah, thank you very much for the question. This is almost a timeless one.
how do we raise, and this is the title of this meeting, the awareness amongst the next generation? How are we doing cleverly? I think that's a heavy lift. What we have to perhaps start sinking in there is the whole idea of ownership, right? You own something. And there are these laws out there that eventually are going to help you capitalize on your creativity. But I have not seen what you do. I'm ashamed. I need to learn more about that. But I have a hard enough time with the graduate students. Dan has to deal with the undergraduates. Raising that awareness is a constant thing. It has to be a refrain at all points of interaction as they develop their business model. But it shouldn't be one where, like you see on some of these shows, do you have a patent? If you don't have a patent, you're not going to get any of my money. No, it shouldn't be that. But that's unfortunate, the dominant narrative.
And I would say that the greatest learning environment tends to be friends and family and those ecosystems. And that's the reason you look at what's happening in Silicon Valley. It's because the kid in the desk next to you just launched an app. And you have these discussions, not as part of a formal training, but as part of your friend group. And I think that's why you see systems spin up in an area. We looked very hard when I was at the USPTO at where inventions were coming from, and they're in clusters. And I don't think that is a coincidence.
So regarding business coming first or IP coming first, I think that's a bit of a chicken and the egg problem. What really needs to come first is, are you solving a real right now problem? If you are not doing that, the business fails and the IP fails. You're not doing that. I don't know that we can separate them. They have to go together in a parallel process. And it's the development of the IP during the development of the problem-solving process that gives you a very easy pathway to provisional, which is very inexpensive. You have a year to see if the business works. So I think we should champion the fact that focusing and solving the real right now problems, not the ideas or potentials, and reducing them to practice during the development process so that there is a greater chance of success.
I was going to say almost the same thing. So what comes first is the idea. And you have an idea, and sometimes writing it down in form so that you can understand it and clearly express it to people. I'm not saying an idea for a website. I'm saying a real creative idea. And that becomes a provisional patent. Or it doesn't, but it is. The thing that comes first is the idea, not the business or the. So Tony said something earlier about what is going on at Carnegie that's going to dramatically affect everything going forward. And that is the ability to capture what was tacit knowledge and make it explicit. And it's not going to take any more effort than me speaking into this microphone. And it's going to be, it's already happening with your Microsoft Teams, apparently you've enabled all that, Tony. And, it's going to happen increasingly. The question is going to, who's going to own all that? Is it going to be private network, all that? But that is going to make the property discussion that much more present everywhere. And I'm not sure how it's going to unfold. I'm looking forward to learning about what's its role in primary education, secondary education. That I can't even imagine. They're the natives you spoke to.
I just want to make it.
I really appreciate you bringing up injunctions. By definition, we're talking about a right to exclude. That in today's bizarre world can no longer be used to exclude. How did that happen?
Well, it was a Supreme Court case. I'll let the guy from the law school talk about that.
You really want to know? I was there. I was a junior associate on the case for eBay. So eBay Market Exchange, 2006 Supreme Court case. It changed everything. So for those of you that haven't been steeped in all of this, it used to be almost an automatic injunction. And I mean, basically a one-page paper, this injunction would come out. That particular case, my supervisor, that lawyer, had a reputation for being very persnickety, downright aggressive and hostile. The battle between the sides was immense. And the district court judge said, there's no way I can give an injunction here without you people being back in front of me fighting about the injunction next week. I don't want to see you again. And he just impulsively said, no, you're not getting an injunction. It's not right. And they wrote it up and based it on traditional factors of equity. And then it percolated up to the Supreme Court. But that's not how anybody originally designed it. And then when it went to the Supreme Court, they said, oh no, this isn't how it should be. It's always supposed to have these traditional factors. But it was a reaction to what, it got there accidentally, but the Supreme Court's decision, I would say, had a lot to do with the social factors at the time and the explanation about the term that had then grabbed public attention, aperture. And that's set it out, and now no one can change it. Big tech and the Valley fights aggressively to maintain what it is, and now you get these two camps, patent hold up, patent hold out. But this is one of the things, if you look at the rest of the world, the systems that are affected all have that automatic injunction, and the German system, the Unified Patent Court, and the Brazilian system are probably the three most advanced in the world, the Netherlands. And they all have that system, and they scoff at us because we're too expensive and we have no injunction right. So that really does hurt small, medium practicing entities to not have that right anymore.
What do you think this weakness in the system is going to means for innovation? Because it's not just big companies investing in smaller entities. That's certainly part of it. But the end of it is the DNA. Innovation. If innovation is determined or framed by 4 or 5 large companies, that can't be too helpful for the economy or for innovation.
So I'll just answer that by going back to the whole idea of context. So Wayne knows, and Diane as well, like each industry has its own history. Pharmaceutical IP is one thing, high tech is another, automobiles another. I think we just have to be really resourceful about how we're going to use these regimes. And you don't have to go any further than the apple counter at the grocery store. You see this Honey Crisp, you see this Cosmic Crisp, you see these branded apples, okay? But that is a plant patent, which was new, it was invented in 1930, that controls who can grow the tree. But somehow the genetic material has become part of the utility patent regime. And then separately, the Department of Agriculture has this right, we have an IP right associated with your crops, asexually reproducing plants. It's a totally different thing. So maybe that's what needs to be done. Different departments come up with these different rights. Maybe that's the path here. And we don't wait for the wisdom of the USPTO to somehow percolate up and solve the problem. Right? In the fruit business, telling you that this is really all sorts of innovation going on there, and it takes a long time to raise a new apple, like 10 years. You got to cut down the whole orchard, grow these trees, and that's a hard sell to the person that has the orchard. But it's working. In Washington State University, that's a big revenue source.
We better conclude. Last question.
So, just to come back to AI, what does all this, how does this all get impacted by the fact that I can go from idea to product in a few hours? Potentially, if it's a software-only development.
So I think the questions are sounded here, as you pointed out earlier, was tough. You were asking that what is AI, how does AI impact the fact that product development now is days, weeks, months, rather than years. So the speed of innovation and speed of release is much different. My first take on that is, we've seen it in the software industry already. We have a model that if the products can come out faster than the patent system can issue, then patents really become irrelevant. A great example of this was the telecom lasers. You could put one out, they could be knocked off in about 9 months, and then the next product was out about 9 months later. The patents were incredible technology, but the patents never had any impact. And I think that's my estimate, I'm guessing, like everybody else on this, is that the speed will let people release products, beat the patents, and then move on to the next product before patents really matter. That means that what James was saying is more important. You better have other means of protection, markets, or ecosystems, or manufacturing contracts. You gotta have something else, because patents won't be there for these fast developed products.
And to add a final thought on that, it's obviously going to be very industry specific. Certain industries, it won't be, there's not going to be a brand new product coming every 3 weeks or even every 3 months. Others, of course, that may be a risk. And I do think it's going to put even more pressure on people to file, who are going to file for a patent, file very quickly. So thank goodness we're on the first to file system now to really rush.
So 30 seconds, who wants the last 30 seconds?
Well, these meetings are always so eye-opening because we hear different perspectives about this. And actually, there's a wealth of historical knowledge in this audience, and it's surfacing right here. That maybe the one-size-fits-all patent system that we've had for a long time, isn't really for the future. Maybe we should have a patent for these very quickly developed products that is examined and granted or not granted in a week. Wouldn't that be something? Right? It has the full force and enforceability. If we can imagine it, it's possible. But whether or not we can legislate it is the real difficult question.
I would say you never worked at the USPTO if you think they can do it in a week.
Thank you, panel. Wayne, James, and Diane. Very, very provocative. We're going to do the breakout now, the second breakout, and that's once again, A through M in the mezzanine meeting room. Pardon me? East? A through M in the East meeting room. You'll be directed there. And the N through Z in the central meeting room. That'll be a breakout, have some fun, and then come back, one more session, and then we have drinks.
Right, so that's like you need someone who's a teenager. I'm talking about
People are wandering back in.
It's great. Everyone was very active and interested in
Great.
it. So.
Okay, so let me go.
Oh.
Order you want us to?
I don't think so.
I think people.
Yes. We can use our way.
Wow, okay, last session, before we break for drinks and bites. And this is a good one. They're all good, but this is a really interesting one to me. Fighting negative IP stereotypes from classrooms to Congress. Partially what we spoke about in the previous panel kind of segues into this. IP is not always as well regarded as it should be. There are a lot of reasons for that. We're not investigative journalists, so we're not going to kind of dig that out. But what can we do about making IP well understood by a variety of folks, not just creators? It's very important for creators to know, but the public is not favorably disposed to IP holders, creators. That's not great. That creates problems on many levels. I think it's getting better, but there's still a big, there are many misconceptions about IP. So this panel will hope to address some of them. Sarah?
Thanks. Hello, good afternoon. Thanks for again coming out today. I think people are gonna start coming in. Bruce, if you hurt yourself jumping up that stage, you can't sue us. We keep telling you there's stairs over here, just letting you know.
It's more fun to do it this way.
It is more fun. Yeah, so I'm excited to sort of close with this, because I think as we've talked all day, an undercurrent that I hear more and more is this idea of education. And not, education, big E or formal E, or thinking about formal education even, but just general education. What does it mean to be an educated person on the subject of intellectual property? So I'm super excited to have this amazing panel up here from a wide variety of backgrounds. We have policy, we have education, and industry up here. And so, IP really sits at the center of innovation. I think we can all agree on that. We'll talk about that a lot today. But it is often misunderstood. We know that there is an anti-IP movement out there. And so what we want to talk about today is how we talk about IP and how are we framing this narrative and thinking of it as really something that can be a tool for empowerment and creativity, something that benefits individuals and not just corporations, or thinking about it as something for profit. And so we are fortunate to have a panel here from that entire ecosystem to have this conversation. So we're going to start with a general question and then we'll get deeper. But we'll start with this one. So from your vantage point, and especially if AI reshapes how we create community, do you think it is reinforcing negative perceptions and stereotypes of IP, or creating an opportunity to reframe its value?
Hi, everyone. I'm Jamie Simpson. I'm the Chief Policy Officer at Council for Innovation Promotion, and I'm really thrilled to be here today. Before that, I was on the Hill in a couple different capacities, and before that at the PTO. So I've seen this from a couple of different perspectives. And I think AI is presenting a lot of new energy around the IP debate. And it's definitely going to force some interesting and difficult questions. And my hope is that this will be an opportunity to more generally get people, especially on the Hill, who might not need to on a day-to-day basis, address IP issues, to realize that it actually affects them probably much more directly than they think, and use that as an opportunity to engage them in more education. So I think maybe most prominently what we see with copyright and AI kind of making headlines, making it apparent that that this is something that really affects everyone, and I hope more people will get involved because we need a lot of people thinking about this.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, everyone. I'm Corey Salzberg. I'm Global Head of IP Affairs at Novartis. We are a leading innovative medicines company, so I come with this from the pharma perspective, so I can be the punching bag if you want. But also, I think throughout this panel also share a much broader perspective on IP, because we see all IP as very similar, actually, in more ways than many people will admit. To your question, I mean, I think absolutely, I'm very optimistic that AI actually will make our job easier in explaining IP to people and why it matters. I think what we really need to do in order to do that is meet people where they are and to try to connect dots for them as to how IP relates to their everyday experiences, their everyday wants and needs. I know we'll talk a little bit more about how we do that later, but just a couple of points that I'd make in opening that I think are really important to hit and to convince people of. One is, we've talked, and I've heard a lot of the panelists today talking about how AI is going to democratize innovation and creativity, and there's no doubt about that. It's already doing that. The obvious way I think that we can get to people is, as more people that previously were just users of IP are now becoming developers and producers of IP, that is a direct interest that we absolutely have an opportunity to harness and to point out that I think, Sarah, maybe it was you and I, when we were doing our prep session, we talked about how everybody's an iPhone as a creator, because all you have to do is push a button on your phone and you're a copyright. So AI, of course, expands that dramatically. So that's one point. Second point is, I think we really need to educate people that, to remind people, particularly with AI, that using third-party IP that belongs to others, is not a victimless crime. Ultimately, it's going to take away the very things that people using that IP value, right? In the next generation of content creators, all that. And then the third thing, which also came up in our interesting discussion session before this, was the role of NIL and those other types of IP rights that we haven't traditionally thought of that are a big issue because of AI. The way I like to think about it is, even if you don't plan to use AI will certainly use you. It will use your potentially your name, image, likeness. Even if it doesn't do that, if you're not a big sports star, it will use your personal data, your online presence, and your copyrighted content that you created. So that is another way to point out how important IP rights are, coming from the flip side.
Hi everyone, I am Arlene Simon. I am an AI systems architect at Intel in the Health and Life Sciences division. And I'm also a writer. I write the Abby Hunt's Picture Book series. And so in my day job at Intel, as an AI systems architect, I am leveraging my background in biomedical engineering. So I work at the intersection of imaging, AI, as well as computing hardware. And as a children's writer, I'm using children's books as a launch point for introducing kids to IP and the engineering design process in a pretty fun and engaging way. So to answer Sarah's question about, my vantage point, I have a dual lens on AI, first as a sort of a creative. We're advancing healthcare AI diagnostics. And then also as a storyteller, having more of being more on the consumer end of the Gen AI applications. So as a technologist, it's very easy to see the benefits of AI, particularly in diagnostics. Like, of course, I would love my radiologist to have an AI application that helps her quickly figure out if I have a tumor. And as a storyteller, I see the risks. We've spoken a lot earlier today about copyright law, and the risk for creatives is really that with AI companies sort of training Gen AI models on copyrighted work, then that means the output of these Gen AI models are competing with creators. And so we're all here as innovators, and so the problem that we want to solve is how do we manage, how do we coexist as creatives in this space of AI? We heard discussions earlier about potentially having licensing in place. And what I think is that every time a new technology is introduced, we sort of go through the forming, storming, norming, performing stages. And, with the forming stage, we're already there, AI is here to stay. I feel personally we're sort of like in the storming stage. There's a camp of us who are really excited. There's also a camp who's very anxious about it. And just as we had, when the music industry sort of entered the streaming platform, where we were able to see creatives and technology coexisting, just as we have guardrails with the food industry, where now when you enter your grocery store, you can feel safe actually getting food and not feel like you're going to be poisoned or going to be sick. In the clinical trials that we have for drugs, you have these regulations in place to make sure that before the drug gets to the market, it's past a level of rigor so you can feel assured. I think the same thing is needed in AI, just to make sure that before these AI models are produced, that we have that level of safety. Yeah.
Thank you. It's a great way to start this conversation. And just to talk a little bit about what Corey said, when we think about barriers to entry or accessibility to anything, and in this case, thinking about IP or AI for that matter, we think of it as moving from novelty to utility. I think the sooner you can move from having to think of something as novel, not in a patent sense, of course, but as moving from novel to being actually useful, then we can work with young people to help them learn to become creators of something and not just consumers of something. Which is why when I tend to talk to younger people, especially elementary and middle school students about IP, the first question I always ask the room is, who in the room has intellectual property? Who in the room has a copyright? And yeah, it's interesting, in this room, everyone should raise their hand. I would be shocked if you did not. But with the younger people, no one raises their hand. And then I ask the question, well, who's written a poem? Who's written song lyrics? Who's taken a photograph on their phone or on a camera? And of course, at that point, everyone's hand is raised. And we realize that everyone has a copyright. And eyes light up, and light bulbs go off in people's heads and children's heads, and in their teachers' heads, quite frankly, about ways of thinking about how to have a conversation. So I think, when we talk about IP, a lot of times the education around AI, I think it's a similar conversation. It's how are we using it? How do people use it responsibly? To your point, what are those guardrails we're putting into place? So this is our starting point for this conversation, and I'm going to start here, Jamie, at the policy level. We know that the conversation can be tenuous, right? It can be polarized, especially these days. So I'd love to know from your perception, what you've seen, what are some of the biggest misconceptions or persistent misconceptions that you see shaping these conversations?
Well, thank you. And that is a great question. It's actually a very broad topic, and so we're pretty frequently talking to generalists who don't necessarily have a background in IP. But I'll focus, I guess, to start with maybe picking up a little bit on the last panel. And there was a discussion of injunctions in the big Supreme Court case in 2006 that basically eliminated injunctions as being an automatic remedy for patent infringement. And this kind of happened during a time when there was a very dominant narrative around Congress and elsewhere that there were these problematic entities, pejoratively called patent trolls, that were suing everybody unfairly and extracting money that should have gone to research and development. And as I'm saying it now, I think you can understand that that's a very compelling narrative, but it's built on a lot of misconceptions and bad facts. And I think in hindsight, some of what became apparent is this is at the same time that you had the rise of companies whose business model was actually aggregating inventions into things we might know as a smartphone. A smartphone is a phone, and now it's also a camera, and it has a lot of inventions in it. So in some ways, it's not surprising that those companies and other ones similar to that were at the receiving end of a lot of patent lawsuits. And anyone who is on the receiving end of a patent lawsuit tends to think the patent that they're facing is bad. isn't a real invention, or it's an invention that they made. So yeah, a little bit of that is in the eye of the beholder. But of course, you can always find patents that that shouldn't have been issued. So one of the things we did as an organization at C4IP is we commissioned a study to look at patent quality. And the study looked actually kind of at a series of other studies to come up with a meta study, if you will, to show that actually patent quality in the US is pretty good, better than our counterparts in comparative countries like China, EU, UK, Korea, Japan, that we actually have a pretty robust patent system with relatively low error rate. And if anything, the error rate is skewed in that the patent office rejects more claims that it should issue than allows claims that it shouldn't issue, which is a source of error you actually don't hear people talk about, but these are inventors who don't get their patent, basically, and that is a major source of error as well. But the bottom line is that that this became a very prominent narrative, and I think drove a lot of policy both on the Hill and before the courts. And it was based on, at bottom, kind of a faulty narrative, but it's one that's persisted. And then I'll just talk briefly about one other one, but just to kind of give you a sense of these different narratives and how they develop. One that, again, I can see how people would have this conception is that there's an idea that there should be a one-to-one correlation between a product and a patent. So if you have a drug, you have one patent. But to kind of take a step back from that example, I saw some papers that showed that if you look at a golf ball, that can be covered by something like 60 patents. So there was a lot of inventions that go into what may be a single product. Again, going to kind of the smartphone example, that's a little easier to see because you can physically see how there might be a camera and there's wireless components and there's a lot of things going into that. And even though you can't see the molecules in a drug, you can break it down in the same way that a drug, actually a single drug product has the active ingredient. It has the way that you formulate it so you can take it safely. You have to know what drug it treats, and those are all separate inventions. So you frequently hear skepticism that one product should have a lot of patents covering it. But if you're a patent practitioner, that's not a surprise. It actually just reflects that a lot of innovation went into what a consumer might see as a single product. Not an abuse of the system, but sometimes it's framed as an abuse when I don't think it should be.
Thank you for that. And that's interesting about this idea of abuse. And I think that is a perception that we hear more and more. And it's oversimplification in a way. And so, Corey, I'll come to you. How would you respond to this criticism that these days maybe IP is being portrayed as protecting profits over people more than the other way around? And what happens when we oversimplify?
Sorry, what was it?
When we oversimplify.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, it's a huge oversimplification. So when I talk about this, I like to take a step back, and when I'm doing slides, I actually have a picture of a clownfish in front of its natural background, which is a sea anemone, if you don't know. And I ask people what they see, and of course, everybody says Nemo, which shows you the power of IP in one sense, right? No, but everyone focuses on the clownfish, in the picture because it's bright and colorful and cute and all that. And really, I don't think anyone has ever pointed out that there's a sea anemone in the background. And I'm obviously going somewhere with this, but bear with me for a minute. So, and it turns out that the clownfish in that scenario actually does benefit from the background environment, and the sea anemone provides poison tentacles, protects the clownfish from its main predators. But what people don't see, in that picture is the reverse is actually true, many times over. So it's actually the sea anemone is providing, it's getting all kinds of benefits from the clownfish as well. So it's getting the smaller fish that get attracted by the clownfish actually get eaten by the sea anemone. The butterfly fish is the main predator of the sea anemone, that gets chased away. The favorable water flow is created. So all these other benefits happen, right? So of course, what I'm talking about here in nature is symbiosis. It's that each benefits the other. And that is exactly the way for people who, talking about the education, how do you explain this to people? What people don't see when they're focusing on the benefits that come through the patent system to inventors, in our space or any other, they're not thinking about the bigger picture. And the bigger picture, of course, everyone in this room, I think most of you understand IP, but there is the innovation itself that gets inspired by the patent system. There is access to the innovation, which I'll talk about in a minute, specific to pharmaceuticals. There's the economic growth that comes from, if you use your IP to start a company, to build a business, which becomes an industry, which brings in jobs, tax revenue. These days, we're talking about supply chain security, national security coming from all these things being at home. All of that is driven by IP. So I think, it's a question of stepping back, kind of like the picture, and it works a little better when I have the slide, but you get the point. When you actually change your focus, you realize that this is all, and James Madison, of course, talked about this, the public good fully coinciding with the individuals and all that at the time of the Constitution. In the pharma space, to answer your question more specifically, starting with the innovation piece, I think most people, we in industry circles talk about this a lot, but most of the public doesn't, I think, realize just what it takes to invent new drugs. The average costs are something like $2.6 billion per drug. It takes 10 to 15 years or so on average to take a drug from the lab to the clinic and get it approved. The failure rate is still just stubborn and stunning. It's about 88% failure rate when you start clinical trials. So that's after you've already invented a new drug, which later on we can talk about maybe some of the AI applications of that. When people say, oh, AI will spit out a molecule, it's only the beginning of a very long journey and where all the investment usually comes later. There's all these costs involved, all these failures involved. And the other statistic that is often not published either is that only about 20 to 30% of drugs make any money. Just like any other industry, you look at movies, right? Everyone focuses on, big blockbuster film. Ooh, the movie industry must make all this money and directors make all this money. Well, it depends. Sure, if you have a blockbuster, you're going to make the money, but not everyone does. We have the same dynamic in our industry. And when you add all that up, what the patent system basically does, it enables, I don't think of it as a reward for innovation, it's an enabler of innovation. Without it, you simply cannot make the level of investments and endure the level of risk that's needed to invent new drugs. No one will put their money into that, and that's how the model works. So that's the innovation piece. And one more quick fact on that, if you know the history of the industry, believe it or not, it's only about 150 years old. We had no pharmaceutical industry, just a century and a half ago. We were still practicing 2,000-year-old theory of the humors and leeches and things like that. So all the modern medicines came starting in the mid to late 1800s. And I've looked back myself, there are patents behind every single medicine, even the earliest ones in the 1870s, 1880s, 1890s. It was always the driver behind the industry and still is to this day. The access piece is often also misunderstood. So thinking again about the big picture, we're not just talking about we need the patents to get the innovation. The patents also drive access both in the short term and the long term, which is very much underappreciated. In the short term, even after you have a medicine, the investments that it takes to actually launch them in any given country, including the United States, are vast. So you have to first invest in often local clinical trials in many countries where you want to launch, like in China and several others. You can't just launch the drug, you have to do local clinical trials there as well, so that's an expense. You have to file for regulatory approval country by country. You have to educate doctors and patients about the existence of a drug, which they don't often know. We often invest in the diagnosis of the disease that the drug treats. We have a gene therapy that treats a disease called spinal muscular atrophy among infants. We invested heavily in states across the country to make sure that infants are tested for this genetic disorder early on, because the drug only works in the first 6 months of life. Otherwise, it doesn't work. There's building distribution chains, building factories to manufacture. If you don't actually make those investments, the drug doesn't get launched, and having the IP right enables you to do that. Generics don't do that work. And then on the longer term, of course, people often forget also that even though about 90-something% of drugs today in the US are generic, every single one of those cheaper, lower cost generic drugs began its life as a patented pharmaceutical. So they're able to get it cheaper because they're not doing the research, they're just following your successes. So today's patented drugs are tomorrow's generics, so you have to look at the value return there. And then I'll stop for a minute. There are other pieces really quick. Collaboration, right? Without the IP, this was talked about earlier today. You're not going to bring partners together, different innovators that have more than one idea to bring to the table, more than one asset to bring to the table. You need IP to bring that together, and also competition. Best example of that today is GLP-1s, right? It's not one company selling GLP-1s. Novo and Eli Lilly going head to head almost every day. You see some new version that's being, improving on the last. That also is driven by the competition that's created by IP. If you didn't have IP, you'd probably have one innovator and 100 generics that are never getting better. So that's just a snapshot of all the different, I think, pieces of the value chain that people don't see when they say, oh, you're making money from this stuff.
Thank you for that. I promised to cite you when I use that fish and then story now. That's fantastic. We talked the innovation economy, right? It's a really interesting thing, and we talk about it a lot here. Ohio, as we learned from Ohio, our governor likes to refer to us now as the Silicon Heartland because of the. We'll give her a minute of time.
It's 4:40 and Crossroads will be closing in 20 minutes. Don't forget, you can apply today's edition for a Crossroads membership to explore all year long. Stop at Rock Office.
You could stop at the box office for details if you'd like.
They have your attention, please. The time is 4:40 and Crossroads will be closing in 20 minutes. Don't forget, you can apply today's edition for a Crossroads membership to explore all year long. Stop at Rock Office.
I'm gone. It's all right. Thank you. We are understanding. And we have to tell people to leave, otherwise they wouldn't. So it's important to think about this innovation economy again. Our governor likes to refer to Ohio as the Silicon Heartland. And Columbus is a burgeoning startup city. We have a thing here called Ohio X, which is a growing community of startups and entrepreneurs, especially in tech, especially in the AI space. Ohio has been an early adopter of a number of initiatives around AI, and so it's great to talk about that. But we have an innovation economy. We don't have an innovation education. I recently did a short video, actually, of the law, if you will, on the strategic risk of not having an innovation education program, because at this point, we have companies who choose not to do business in Ohio because they worry they won't have the staff, they won't be able to retain or attract the talent to have those jobs. So Arlene, I'll come to you because we're a little bit in the same space here, and I'll plug for Arlene. If many of you are going to be here tomorrow morning in Columbus, she will be doing a reading of Abby Invents for our Earth Day celebration tomorrow. I'm really grateful for you to come do that, so we're excited, thank you. But because we have to talk about IP awareness, and that's really not enough. We need to talk about IP and AI literacy. Really. And so what does that look like? What does IP literacy or IP empowerment look like, especially when we're talking to younger people, and again, to counteract, I should say, this perception that IP is too abstract or not.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Awareness is very passive. You can be aware that inventions are all around you. You can be aware inventions exist. But really, what is the catalyst that makes you move from inventors exist to I think an inventor, that sense of belonging or developing an inventor identity? And so that's where my Abby Invents books comes in, sort of bridging that gap. Books, I think, are mirrors. When you read a book and you see images that look like you feel affirmed. Books are windows. It gives you a peek into people's lives who are different from you, a peek into pain points that you may never have thought about before. And it allows kids to develop a sense of empathy. We're talking a lot about AI today, and I think one of the early speakers mentioned that, we can't forget humans being part of the equation. So one thing that really separates us from AI is our empathy. And books are one means to sort of hone that skill set in kids. So put that together, then books become a door of opportunity. And when I write books or when I enter classrooms, I think of three things. How can I make inventing simple? How can I make it fun? And how can I make it relevant? And so in Abby Invents, the first story, I sort of, in both storybooks, I center Black and brown characters as inventors, characters that are usually relegated to the sidelines. I mean, Abby invents unbreakable crayons to the little girl who's tired of her crayons breaking, so she invents the world's first unbreakable crayons, and she gets the first hand. In the second title, Abby invents the Foley-Bot. She's playing with her cousin. It's empathy. She's seen her mom taking forever to pull laundry. She knows there's washing machines to wash the clothes, dryers to dry the clothes, or the folding machines to fold the clothes. And she earns her second patent. And so for me, it's so beautiful to see kids immediately grasp what inventing is, what a patent is. The vocabulary becomes action-driven because now they're like, oh my gosh, she looks like me. Is this invention real? Wait, my crayons are always breaking. Can I make unbreakable crayons? And so that sort of immediately drives a discourse in what is a patent? How could I get a patent? The challenge I feel like we as adults, grown-ups, so to speak, what we do is we assume that kids are not able to understand these things because we made IP so complex. And we unintentionally gatekeep IP. As a personal anecdote, I became an inventor when I was a graduate student at the University of Michigan. Invented a blood test that detects when cancer patients are rejecting bone marrow transplants. And as a student, I felt that through undergrad and grad school, there weren't many mandatory courses that told you where you could, that mandatory courses on IP. Sort of you stumble into it. And so when I was inventing in grad school, in my mind it was publish or perish. And so I was fixated on getting publication, not really getting IP. And so to me, it's sort of alarming that after all these decades of going to school that you still don't have the knowledge or wisdom on how do you file a patent and having to navigate the tech transfer office. And it still feels like a black box. So that really was the catalyst for writing these stories. And I think we owe it to ourselves to sort of have those conversations to kids. You know, I love the picture you paint of Nemo and the anemone. I'm personally going to try using that too. Yeah, being able to just show kids, you know, inventions all around us and making them see the different use cases of IP, I think that's really valuable.
I couldn't agree more, obviously. I think about that. You know, today we talked a lot about patents and marketability and commercialization and, you know, what is it worth? And, you know, to your point, it's easy to be jaded as adults, as folks who've gone through processes or are patent owners or gone through the business piece of it. And at some point, it kind of with education, is there education for education's sake or art for art's sake? Are there patents for patent's sake? Yes, it's an expensive process, and maybe that aside, when we talk to young people, it is about making sure that they know their path, that their ideas are powerful, that they are empowered to protect what's theirs. And I think that's, to your point, that's a really critical piece of it, and why we work closely with local IP firms, attorneys, and folks who are very interested in also helping us promote that with young people, because it is expensive to get a patent. So we work with attorneys who are willing to do pro bono work for the young people that we work with, who have an idea that they say, yes, this is, will help you do the prior art research, will help you learn the process so that you can protect your work. And young people get it. I will just, if you haven't talked to a middle schooler lately, it's an education in itself. They speak a whole other language, literally, but they get it. Tell a 13-year-old girl that someone can take her diary and publish it. And yeah, right? And not give her credit for it. All of the young women in your life who are Swifties, they all know about IP, and they can tell you exactly why it works and how it works based on what happens to Taylor Swift and her, you know, travails with her work. So you're right now. I mean, I'm going to tell you, the atmosphere right now is absolutely right to have this conversation and with young people. And someone was talking about the power of the future and having faith in the upcoming generations and thinking about who's going to champion things on the Hill and so forth. I will tell you, because I work closely with young people, I am very optimistic. Whether the system stays the same or the system is adjusted, that remains to be seen. But the system will remain in some form because young people care deeply about equity and they care very much about personal rights. So before we go to our closing moment here, are there any questions?
Yeah, just building on that, like young people also care a lot about like sustainability and bias. And, my daughter is 14. She's like, I don't want to use AI because of the data centers and the water that it uses and the environmental impact. And I was reading something about indigenous groups and the land that's taken. There's a lot going on there to build these data centers. So what about grappling with that? Like not so much an understanding of IP and value of IP, but also like the AI dealing with this resistance to adopting AI because of concerns that might be more with the younger generation that like the older generation with the corporate side might not fully appreciate.
100%. I love that question. We actually are working with some young people right now whose their teachers have a design challenge for them to create a more sustainable data center. Because here in the Central Ohio area, this is a huge question right now because they're building them like, I don't know, they're going up like Walmart's. They're all over. And yeah, again, young people are native to this. We used this term earlier. They're native to the technology. So the technology itself is not new to them. They may not have the vocabulary to talk about it, but they do see the sustainability issue and they are very concerned. And so I know some colleagues who are working with young people on design challenges to come up with a more, environmentally friendly data center. And I keep telling her, please make sure you're working on these kids, IP, if they come up with something that needs to go out in public, because they will. I have absolute faith that they will.
Just to add to that, I mean, with all technology, right? It's a great example of how technology can really continue to solve the problems that technology creates. It's not just about efficiency, and it's great that people care about that question, but it's also going to be economically more efficient if you can run AI on less energy, right? So you see this, of course, happen in the chip sector, where chips become more and more powerful. They need to find ways to cool off and use less energy. We see it really in every field, and to me, the answer is kind of cliche, but the answer, is almost always technology, and that brings me right back around to why we need IP and why we need to invest in innovation to keep improving our processes and making them better.
Sarah, we have a question.
So I'm thoroughly convinced you're doing an amazing job, and kids are going to be open to this. But as we discussed last night, I think that the barrier to entry is teaching the teachers how to bring this to the students. And changing the paradigm of established people, education everywhere is really challenging. How do you feel, or how can you break through that barrier so that you can get that good information to the students?
Yeah, I'll give time for my colleagues to respond. But from my own personal experience, my background is in education. I was a high school teacher for about a decade. I was a high school principal for another decade before going into informal education and winding up here at this great institution for the last 4 years. And I will tell you that educators want to do this work. They want to do this work, but there's a policy issue. And so to work with teachers, I actually think we have to work with policymakers and superintendents and school boards first. This conversation to a lot of folks comes off as a nice to have. Oh, that would be fluffy, or that would be a lovely thing if we had more money, or this is great for the private school down the street, or the well-resourced suburban school. But what we don't have is the conversation that this is critical. It's mission critical. We do a lot of work with workforce here at COSI and workforce development, because those are the conversations we want to be having. And that's who our government is listening to, our workforce folks. So if I can have someone at Andero, for example, which just built a nice big facility here, our folks who are in the workforce space tell our policy folks, we need critical thinkers. And we need young people who will understand innovation and have an innovation mindset. Then that trickles down to superintendents and principals talking to teachers about, hey, how are we measuring innovation mindset in the classrooms? Because if it's not measured, it doesn't happen. So those are the conversations, because the teachers want to do this. We're hosting several professional developments this summer with teachers around that. So there's another question over here, and I want to make sure that we have a response up here. Thanks, Ruth.
Yeah, just a quick response to answer your question about educators. So many times, you may know that educators they use their own money to buy supplies for students, and they also sometimes use their own money to attend professional development workshops. And so there are quite a few professional development workshops that sort of have educators learning about IP
And there's a whole gamut of educators who are very passionate about invention education. They like it because it's very student-led, and so they give students prompts to come up with invention challenges, and so that way the educators themselves, they don't have to be experts in IP. Similar to what you saw Dr. B showed earlier, where he has videos that educators can learn about IP and patent, copyright, trademarks. There's lots of invention competitions around the U.S. and even in school that really allow educators to sort of just let the students be free, identify a problem that you want to solve in your home, your school, your community, the world, and that allows the students themselves to sort of learn the art of inventing by doing, and learning about the different types of IP.
Yeah, it's a comment. So there's a really interesting, powerful community called Invent Ed, and they're doing it's assisted or sponsored by Lynn MIT. And it's all high school educators who are really interested in bringing invention education and IP education to students. I was at their conference a few years ago, and one of the things that I'll echo, they were really excited about the opportunity to make education, other education like physics or engineering, more culturally relevant, because they could say, here's a problem, we want to solve it, we have to figure out we need to figure out these engineering concepts or these physics concepts in order to invent the thing that will solve that problem. So I'd encourage everyone to check that out.
She's not a plant, I promise. But on October 12th, we are co-hosting an Invented Summit called Invent Ohio to bring together all of these various environments, industry, leaders, policymakers, educators to have that conversation. And it is a great segue into our wrap-up here this afternoon, which is I'm going to ask my wonderful esteemed colleagues here to talk about one concrete way that we and all of you can better connect classrooms, industry, policy, universities, so that learners see IP and frankly AI as not as abstract, but as a real world tool that they can use.
Well, I've found when I'm talking to people, I feel like one of the best things you can do is have a concrete example that allows you to pull together a lot of these concepts. I feel like a lot of the speakers today have done a great job doing that. And I feel like that breaks through, as someone else recently mentioned, there's a lot of jargon in the IP space, but the concepts themselves, I think, are fairly common sense if you get past all of the verbiage. And sometimes a concrete example can do that and be very helpful.
I guess I'd say, IP is so pervasive that we forget it's there. It's in absolutely everything that we teach now. We don't need a new platform. You don't need a day or a section or a semester on IP to teach it. It's just some really quick examples, right? When you're teaching your unit to kindergartners, or maybe they're a little young, but when you're talking about the Constitution, whenever that happens in school, right? There's the progress clause, right? Spend 5 minutes talking about how this is one of the first, one of the enumerated powers that went to Congress, and it was the third thing that the very first Congress passed, and that it is actually the only right given to individuals in the entire Constitution, in the body, before the Bill of Rights, right? Written all, and the Bill of Rights written by Madison, right? Who also wrote that. When you're teaching Mark Twain, right? Everyone talks about Finn, Tom Sawyer. What they don't teach is that his actually most profitable book was Blank. It was a patented scrapbook. He sold 25,000 copies, patented in 1897, and made more money from that than any of his books combined, and was able to be an author because of that. Blue Jeans have a patent for it. Absolutely everything that you look at, teach, talk about in school could have an IP component, and I think that is a way to kind of ingrain it rather than trying to fight and find room in the curriculum for a whole dedicated IP chapter.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. Another way that you can introduce kids to, the concept of IP is just introducing them to real life role models. So whenever I enter the classroom, usually I'll introduce the students to inventors like Dr. Rosalina Rosario Melendez, who invented Super Steve Mask, the long-lasting lipstick by L'Oreal. I'll wear the lipstick and I'll talk to the kids about the problem that she was trying to solve.
Or you introduce kids to inventors like Dr. Mary Crook, who invented voice over IP. Many of the kids today, they went through the pandemic, and you can explain to them like, hey, do you know how we were able to communicate through Zoom and FaceTime? Basically making science and inventing relevant and introducing them to kid inventors. Like there's a teenager, Ella Casano, who invented the Mediteddy. She was ill, and whenever she went to the hospital, she got scared because she saw, these IV bags giving her all these drugs. And so her invention is a plush teddy that is covering the IV bag, so no child has to look at the bag that's giving you the drug. So basically showing kids, inventing is all about identifying a problem, coming up with a solution, and making it plain, simple, relevant to their lives, and showing them people who look like them, who actually invent, is something that we can do.
Great, that was a fantastic finale. I thank you all. Sarah, Jeannie, Corey, Arlen. Thank you. Round of applause. And just before we break, we want to say a few words of conclusion here. First, Wayne and Tony and Dan, come up to the stage because I'd like you to report. Corey, you stay here, okay? This was a fantastic group. We didn't have huge numbers this year, but that's okay. But I think we've recorded this as a live stream, and I think what we'd like to come away with is some sense that there's work that needs to be done with regard to IP awareness, and it's great to have innovation. It's great that AI is fueling innovation, but if folks don't respect and understand who's doing this and how is it being done, it's going to become a more difficult road. Well, one question I wanted to ask Corey, and maybe it's an unfair one, but without being too specific, how come pharma companies, despite what you described quite eloquently about the challenges of creating a new drug, how are they so pilloried? How are they so disliked? How did that happen?
I mean, it's probably a long conversation, but it's a quick answer.
Sure.
Drug pricing is a mess. It has nothing to do with IP. But the system is just a complicated mess. It's gotten worse and worse over the years with lots of different contributors and takers and middlemen from the system. It's an insurance scheme basically that doesn't work properly. We believe strongly no one should have to pay huge amounts of money to buy a life-saving drug, but on the other hand, it has to be paid for somehow, and that's really what governments and insurance schemes are supposed to do, and it doesn't work properly.
It's like if you do your job really well, you should give everything away, because you did it so well, everyone should have it.
In a perfect world, maybe that could happen, but in reality, there are costs associated.
That's right. Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is just a very quick summary of what went on in the breakouts and what was learned. We want to start with Wayne? Very quick.
So this session. Here we go. So this session was about the impact of AI on IP. I think there were two things that I would pull out of this under your time constraints. So one is that patent applications and that process looks like that cost may actually go down significantly to put together at least a decent quality application. And if that happens, does that actually flood the United States Patent and Trademark Office? What does that mean for its operations? And is it really prepared to handle a system that has less friction? So it's an interesting question. We do know that they're experimenting with AI, but they're all pilot programs. I suspect private tools and private industry will move at a much, much faster pace than the federal government. The second piece I thought was really interesting on the copyright side, and that's the opening of this discussion about when the collaboration between AI and human is actually protectable and needs to be protected. And I'll give the example both 2 times a day about the artist that was the poet that was using AI as a tool to
convert poetry into music, but only the words of the poem will be protected under the way the Patent Office is doing things now. But it really is a new use for a tool, and the creative vision of this artist isn't being protected because of ancient rules and broader thoughts.
So our group, we dealt with, do we need guardrails? Should there be regulations on AI and how should they do it? And I want to say the student group did a great job in the consensus for this. There was a consensus that awareness and maintaining accountability, that accountability must be built in the system, including humans. Humans with domain expertise must be in that loop to check that AI's output. And it's a professional responsibility from people within the system who use the tool that they check all that work with cited references and making sure that there's no hallucination. And then this validated data should only be used and try to use your system in a way that provides citations and references that's validated. And then finally, taking the human out of the process would probably be the death of the process.
Transparency is key.
So, we're talking about the afternoon section, right? The one I actually was there for. Okay, good. So yeah, when we had a lot of great discussion about, is AI good, better, neutral? That was the question for IP. And what we really came down to was it depends largely on what your experience is, what narratives you've been subscribing to, what type of business model you have, and whether you're a net user or a producer of AI, of IP. And we actually hit on a lot of these themes in this last panel, right? So we talked a little bit as a preview of the panel about some of the ways that we hope we can start to shift those perspectives by actually shifting the experiences. Because at the end of the day, people are probably not going to be able to change their minds, whether it's good, bad, or neutral, without the direct hands-on experience and interest in seeing change. And we talked about how AI being a democratizing technology is going to make a lot of people who were previously net users and consumers of AI into creators. So that was really one thing we talked about a lot. Different types of IP as well. Shaping that narrative and shaping those views. If you're in the patent space, in a very patent-heavy industry, you may have one view. If you're more on the copyright side, you might have another. We don't think it should necessarily be that way, but that is one of the drivers of difference. And then we kind of ended a little bit of the discussion about the cost of getting patents and how do we. One of the barriers right now, of course, is the heavy cost of not only filing for a patent itself, but the legal advice that you need. You can do it pro se, but it's very difficult to get a patent that way. And that is a problem because it means that people who might otherwise be benefiting from patents and therefore having a more positive view of patents, even with AI, are going to potentially have an issue with being able to protect those inventions, whether it's on AI itself or AI-assisted inventorship, if they can't get some way to fix the system to make it a little bit cheaper to participate in the system.
So we had a great group that I brought a lot of different perspectives and represented a lot of people coming at AI and IP from different positions. And so we opened it up to ask what was on your mind, what was the thing that was most pressing to you. And it generated a lot of really great discussion about things we just recently talking about sustainability, barriers to use, and whether those barriers were actually cultural, and concerns about you've got companies that are building models and they have biases. They were built by certain cultural groups. And how is it that we get other groups from around the world and with different perspectives and with different experiences to be able to take advantage of this technology and to get their unique view of the world incorporated into where all of this is heading with regards to using these models and these machines, these systems to drive more and more what it is that they're doing on a day-to-day basis. So it was really exciting and interesting to hear from these different perspectives, entrepreneurs, people from industry, some attorneys, other people who children authors, book authors, but also people from Zimbabwe and people from Latin America, and just getting that type of perspective was just fascinating. And it's an unusual forum that allows that type of conversation to take place. And so I, for one, very appreciate it.
Great, thank you, Tony. Thank you, facilitators, for doing a great job getting people involved. And now we're ready to break and have a reception. Please welcome to the reception at right in the lobby, right in the atrium, and join us for a drink and a few bites. And you'll be able to continue to talk too. Thank you again for coming.